Urgent. My sister's YouTube channel at Renovative has been hacked. Please be aware of any strange or unusual content posted on her channel as it is no longer under her control. We urge you to subscribe to her new channel, Rena Fiction, to avoid any confusion or misinformation. Thank you for your understanding and support during this difficult time. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon costs $1.04. The first video with a full lemon is already on my boosty channel. Dare! A boy about 6 years old, with black hair and pale skin, was sitting and reading another book about the art of shinobi. A knock on the door interrupted his occupation and he, raising his snake eyes, with purple markings around, went to open the door. "Hello, Naruto." It was already a gray-haired old man with a pipe in his teeth. The old man was dressed in a long white hoodie, and on his head was a red hat with curtains at the back. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the greatest shinobi of his time. He was nicknamed Professor for his knowledge of a huge number of techniques, but now he was an ordinary good-natured old man who came to visit his student son. "Hokage-sama?" Naruto asked questioningly, looking at the old man. "I haven't been Hokage for a long time, stop calling me that," Hiruzen said with displeasure. "Excuse me, so you wanted something?" Naruto asked, letting the old man inside. "Just came to visit you or was waiting for someone else?" "No, Sarutobi-sama, enough already, let's not do this. Okay, why did you come in?" "Well, that's another thing. I just decided to visit you. Casting a glance at the table on which lay various books about shinobi. Looking closer, Sarutobi realized that these were books that described in detail the chakra, its properties, up to its control. "Do you still want to become a shinobi?" Taking one book in his hands, the old man read its title. "Raiden's Techniques." "Yes, but you can't get far from books," Naruto said with annoyance, sitting down on a chair. "Then maybe you will become my disciple?" "I'm already old, especially on a well-deserved vacation. I have a lot of free time, so I can teach you." "You're not kidding." Hiruzen just looked at him seriously. "So what?" "Of course I agree," the brunette shouted, jumping up and down with joy. "That's good. Then tomorrow at 51 training grounds at 9 a.m., don't be late." Getting up from his chair and heading for the exit, Hiruzen said. The brunette only nodded, already lost in his thoughts. "Damn, I'll have to go to the store, otherwise I'll starve to death," Naruto thought as he opened his refrigerator and took his wallet and left his apartment. It was already evening outside and the streets of Konoha were full of people, especially since today is some kind of holiday that Naruto preferred not to know about. "I hope everything goes well this time," Naruto thought, turning onto the main street of the village. Konoha was really a wonderful place, especially in the evening. Lanterns and moonlight gave this village some kind of mysterious charm. A push in the back quickly brought the guy out of his thoughts. Hardly falling, Naruto turned around and looked at the one who pushed him. It was a tipsy Chunin, with two Jonin standing next to him, but they hardly wanted to help Naruto. "What are you doing here, you lousy snake?" What are you talking about?" Naruto asked with genuine surprise. It's not the first time he's been called a snake, but that's why, Naruto didn't know. Maybe because of the snake's eyes, but then why do so many people hate him? Why do you all treat me like this? What have I done to you? Naruto asked with tears in his eyes, shouting "Wow, so you don't know?" Naruto became alert. Tears did not stop flowing down his cheeks, falling and breaking on the ground. "Do you know who your daddy is, and the snake?" "No, I have lived in a shelter since I was a child." "Your father is a terrible man, he became an apostate because he conducted inhuman experiments on people. He killed them, bullied them. He's a terrible person, you know? His name is Orochimaru, and someone like him can't have a normal child. That's why they hate you. To be honest, I would kill you at all, you know, just in case, but you're under the protection of the third Hokage, and no one would like to have problems with him. That's why you're still alive. After these words, Naruto received a sharp and strong knee to the stomach, tears gushed from his eyes, and the guy bent in half and fell to the ground. However, no one will forbid us to beat you. A kick from the foot to the ribs brought the boy back to reality again, and he, sobbing and writhing in pain, tried to get up and run away, but he did not succeed. Sooner or later you will die anyway, and it warms my soul. Leaning into the guy's ear, Chunin said. It's time to finish, said Jonin with black hair, and went up to the guy lying on the ground, kicked him in the stomach with all his might. He beat without regret and more than once. Naruto didn't cry anymore and didn't do anything. He just lay there and looked somewhere into the void, thinking about what it was all for. After a strong blow to the head, the consciousness of the brunette became confused, and later completely left him, with difficulty opening his eyes, which were stuck together due to dirt and dried blood. Naruto looked around. He was lying in one of the alleys. It was still dark outside. With difficulty leaning against the concrete wall, Naruto sat down. Tears poured out of his eyes, probably from resentment, because he is not guilty of anything, especially in the sins of his father, whom he has never even seen. No, of course he had heard about the legendary Sannin Orochimaru and even read several articles about him, but he could not think that he was his son. After sitting in this alley for a couple more hours, Naruto finally came to his senses and was even able to get up. Hobbling, he still managed to reach the training ground, which, fortunately for him, was not so far from the guy. The clock was somewhere around 6 in the morning, which means the brunette had 3 more hours to sleep and rest, and then he lay down under one of the trees and closed his eyes, fell asleep. Naruto. Naruto, are you okay? Hiruzen asked, shaking the guy. Ah, old man, it's you. Opening his eyes, Naruto said and smiled wearily. What happened to you? The third asked anxiously, looking at the boy again. There was no living place on his face. His clothes were all dirty and dusty. Dried blood was everywhere, and the face was covered with abrasions and streaks. Yes, as usual. This has not happened for the first time, but so much. Old man, you'd better answer me. You know who my father is, right? Hiruzen was in no hurry to answer, weighing all the pros and cons, but in the end, after a couple of minutes, he still gave his answer. Who is he and who was he? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannins and my student. Now he is a renegade, probably because of his actions in the past. You are hated now. Forgive me, Naruto. It's not your fault. What was he like? He just lost his way, and as it is, he is a good person. Orochimaru was truly a genius. I would even say that he is more brilliant than Minato Namikaze, but everyone has their own opinion here. Why didn't you tell me before? Maybe, I didn't want you to know that you are the son of an apostate, a traitor, call it what you want. Anyway, enough of the sad stuff. Are you ready to train? Hiruzen asked and smiled. Yes, but don't worry about that. I've found you a medic who will put you on your feet in a matter of seconds. Sensei, why did you call me? A busty young blonde asked. Could you heal Naruto's wounds? He was beaten up again, but today much more than usual. I can't help him here. Lighting a cigarette, Hiruzen said wistfully. Yes, of course. The woman's hands glowed green. Medical technicians? And even at this level, it's amazing. Naruto said, watching his wounds fade away in just a few moments. You speak as if you understand something about it, Sanine snorted, continuing to do her job. But I really understand it, though not at the same level as you. Tsunade knew whose son this was, and therefore she wasn't even very surprised that he was well versed in medicine. For his age, genes are a strong thing. Thank you, Tsuna-chan. Hiruzen said when the work was finished. You're welcome, but what are you doing here? Getting up and turning to her sensei, the blonde asked, I took Naruto as an apprentice, now we will have a training session and I think it will be quite successful. The old man answered while smoking. And it's interesting, what will come out of it? Tsunade said thoughtfully, and then went about her business. Well, Naruto, shall we start? Seeing the nod, the old man continued. You know what a chakra is, right? Another nod. Well, then you should know that every person has his own element. Someone may have 2 of them, someone may have 1 at all. And how many elements do you have and which ones? Naruto asked and looked at his sensei with delight. I own all 5 elements, but this is not about that. To find out what kind of element you have, you will have to put your chakra through a special paper, and then you will see what and how. Hiruzen said and handed 2 sheets to the guide. You don't have to look at me like that, I know perfectly well that you already know how to control your chakra, walk on trees and water. Naruto just smiled and took 2 sheets in his hands, gave them the chakra. 1 leaf crumpled, and the second got wet. Wow, you have 2 elements at once, lightning and water. Quite an interesting combination can come out. Hiruzen said and smiled. Where do we start? Naruto asked and looked at the old man, who was stroking his beard thoughtfully. Well, maybe we'll start by studying the elements and their techniques, or are there other suggestions? No way. Naruto responded cheerfully. A year later, Suetun, the downward flow. Raiten, destroying lightning. The stream of water that escaped from Naruto's mouth rushed into the distance, and after a couple of seconds lightning began to dance on it. The technique turned out to be strong and deadly. Anyone, be it a shinobi or an ordinary person, would have died if they got under it. I didn't expect anything else from you, Naruto, said the old man who had an old pipe in his hands. The old man. Hiruzen looked questioningly at his student, taking another drag. I want to become a shinobi. Well, go to the academy, take an exam there and become a genin. But the school year has already started, somehow you caught yourself too late. So what, I will not start studying from the very beginning, many do so. Naruto replied, although he didn't really know if many people really do that. Okay, today is just a meeting, I'll ask the Hokage there and if he allows, then tomorrow you will go to the academy. Now go home, that's it for today. The old man said with a smile and patted the boy's hair. The brunette smiled radiantly and plunged into his thoughts, wandered home. He looks so much like his father. Thought the third, and after looking after the departing Naruto a little more, he went to the residence. A grand council of clans was to be held today, attended by the heads of all clans, elders, and of course the Kage. The council was supposed to start any minute now, and therefore Hiruzen accelerated and after a couple of minutes went into the room where the council was held. Hiruzen-sama, you've finally come. Then you can start, no one is against it? Standing up from his seat, a tall blonde man with blue eyes asked. It was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage and the fastest shinobi in the world. Subsequent discussions, Hiruzen listened with half an ear, because usually the same thing is said here. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but I have a request. Already at the end of the meeting, Sarutobi said. Minato looked at him questioningly. You know Naruto? Minato nodded. He expressed a desire to become a shinobi today. His potential is huge. During this year that I train him, he has already risen to the same level with Jonin. He will be useful to the village in the future. Hiruzen said with a note of pride, after which silence fell. Everyone pondered the words of the former Hokage. But the silence was not destined to last for a long time and after a few seconds, it was interrupted by Fugaku. He can't be allowed to the academy. We left him alive only on the condition that he would never become a shinobi. I am categorically against it. He will follow in the footsteps of his own father. With all due respect to you, Fugaku-sama, but you don't decide here and I didn't ask you the question. I am also against it. It should not have been left in our village at all, and you are Hiruzen, you just got attached to him. Koharu, the Hokage's advisor, said. Yes, I am also against it. He cannot become a shinobi, otherwise there may be irreparable consequences. Hamura said. Hiruzen only looked sadly at all those present who were in complete agreement with those who had just spoken, and later turned his gaze to the Hokage, who was apparently interested in the opinion of his advisors and in general this whole situation. For your information, Naruto is not the shinobi of this village. He said the last word with disappointment. And a simple civilian means that he can safely leave Konoha and nothing will happen to him for it, and I will leave with him. Hiruzen said and looked with a piercing gaze at the current Hokage, who shifted slightly in his chair and finally gave his answer. If he is such a genius and as you say he has a huge potential, then let him prove it. After the Hokage's words, everyone started whispering, but after hitting the table with his fist, everyone quickly fell silent. Well, and how? Hiruzen asked in the silence that had been established. Let him defeat the genin team, there will be a 3-on-1 fight. If he wins, then I will enroll him to study at the academy. Well, when and where? Tomorrow, at 10 a.m., at the training ground number 40. Hiruzen nodded gratefully, got up from the table and left in the middle of the meeting, although it was not accepted, but no one dared to stop him. Well, I'll show you, Minato, Hiruzen thought and went to Naruto's house to tell him the joyful news. The meeting ended quickly after the third one left. Do you think it's worth doing this? Fugaku asked. And why not? I am almost 100% sure that this guy will not follow in his father's footsteps. Hiruzen is usually not wrong. The blonde man said with a smile and disappeared in a yellow flash, accompanied by thunderclaps. Naruto was lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling. Over the past year, a lot of interesting things have happened. He has become much stronger, smarter. The bullying stopped after Naruto beat Chunin, who decided to make fun of him. He was interrupted from his thoughts by a knock on the door. Hi, Naruto. Opening the door, Naruto saw Hiruzen, who looked a little angry and sad. The old man? Something happened? Tomorrow you will fight against the genin team. If you win, then you will be enrolled in the academy, if not, then you will not become a shinobi. Looking down at the floor, Sarutobi said. But why? Is it necessary to enter the academy? Naruto asked in disbelief. This is our only way out. Hokage agreed to enroll you in the academy only on these conditions. From the window of Naruto's apartment, it was clearly visible the mountain on which the faces of the previous Hokage were carved. It was the most important attraction of Konoha. Hiruzen looked at the face of the first and second Hokage. Thoughts immediately appeared in his head that the village had changed and not for the better. Well, if this is the only way out, then I have no choice. Naruto said with a smile. Hiruzen was about to say something to him, but the brunette did not let him finish. I think that training with you will give its result tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the training ground number 40. Charged with a positive mood from the brunette, Hiruzen said with a smile and patted the guy's hair, headed for the exit, lighting a pipe. Come and cheer. Necessarily, the old man finally left the apartment and even the area where Naruto lived and walked briskly towards the Hokage residence. Come in. The tired voice of the young ruler of the village came from outside the door. The third Hokage went inside and, as usual, nodded respectfully to Minato sitting in the chair. On some business or just like that? The blonde man asked, although he already guessed why the head of the Sarutobi clan had come. I came to talk about Naruto. I knew it, flashed through the head of the fourth. Let's get straight to the point. Well, the old man agreed, don't you think it's a bad idea? He could get hurt a lot. Well, you said he was a genius, on an equal footing with his father, I think he can handle it. Moreover, his teacher was you. Yes, but still, 1 against 3, everything will be fine, I will monitor the fight and stop it at the right moment. Minato promised and threw the third out the door, taking up the papers, of which there were already a lot. The beeping of the alarm clock woke up the brunette, turned off the alarm by touch, and with difficulty opening his eyes, the guy took a sitting position. Damn, I'm going to be so late. Looking at the dial, Naruto thought, it was already about 8:20 in the morning, there were 40 minutes left before the fight. Naruto did not feel any jitters or anxiety, on the contrary, he was quite calm and was quite confident in his victory. Still, for several years of training with one of the strongest shinobi, they could not go in vain. After a quick breakfast of instant noodles, Naruto jumped out into the street and rushed towards the 44th training ground. There were about 10 minutes left and everyone had already gathered at the training ground, only one thing was missing, namely Naruto. Damn, Minato specially chose the strongest team of genins. What is Itachi alone worth, whom everyone considers a real genius, thought Hiruzen nervously looking at the team of 3. They were quite ordinary genins who had just recently passed the exams and graduated from the academy. A short and inconspicuous boy with gray hair, a girl with the same hair braided in a funny pigtail, a brunette with smooth long raven wing hair. These were the members of Team Number 2, who were considered the best of the newly released, and all, as already mentioned, because of the genius from the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, Minato, Fugaku, and Jonin, the team's mentor, were standing in the clearing, as well as Tsunade Senju, who was invited just in case. Everyone was waiting only for Naruto, talking about their own. Itachi and the team discussed the strategy, but they decided to take this fight seriously. Fugaku and Minato talked about their own, only occasionally touching on the topic of the upcoming fight. They thought they already knew the result of this fight. Hiruzen was sitting on pins and needles, yet he was worried about his student, who, by the way, has not yet appeared. Sorry I'm late, I overslept. Smiling, said a guy with long black hair, waist-length, dressed in a white long robe, I do not know what it's called, like Orochi in childhood, prompted, kimono. Pale, almost white skin, purple markings around the eyes, strongly conspicuous. Itachi looked thoughtfully at the boy, apparently assessing him. Well, since everyone is here, we can start. Minato said, with a kind smile on his face. Well, finally the beginning. The blond man, who had been shackled in the shade of a tree up to this moment, gave his voice. I'm already tired of waiting, yet not every time you can see the fight of Uchiha Itachi. Naruto distinguished a note of envy in his voice, which slightly amused him. Calm down, Menma. Minato said, looking sternly at the boy. Naruto noticed 3 stripes on each cheek, similar to the whiskers of a wild animal. Menma was the son of the 4th Hokage, the eldest, to be precise. I think you know the rules, but just in case I will repeat. Minato carefully looked at the 4 shinobi. His gaze lingered slightly on Itachi and Naruto, whose faces expressed absolute calm, which interested the 4th. It is forbidden to kill and inflict fatal wounds. Techniques can be used, but again not deadly. Are you ready? The 2 sides only nodded silently. Then let's get started. Naruto glanced at the old man, who was visibly nervous and slightly smiled at the corners of his lips. Fugaku also closely watched his son, who was not considered a genius for nothing, because he was already at the level of a strong chunin and this fight should have ended quickly. The key word is, should. After Minato gave the go-ahead and started the fight, no one moved, as if they were waiting for something. To hell with that! Shouted Tenma and snatching kunai, ran to Naruto. The brunette was not going to underestimate his opponents, and therefore took this fight seriously. Folding two fingers in a cross, an exact copy of him appeared next to Naruto. Shadow cloning technique? Fugaku, who had been watching the fight closely, asked. There was surprise in Itachi's eyes. Apparently he knew about this technique. Okay, the real fight will be against Uchiha. These two are just a warm-up, Naruto thought, and at the same time with the clone they began to put the same seals. Suiton, the technique of raging waves. Naruto and his clone blew out a strong stream of water, which easily knocked down the attacker and threw him into the nearest tree. The guy lost consciousness, and the Naruto clone dissipated in white smoke. Watch out! Itachi shouted, noticing some movement in the smoke. Jumping slightly to the side, Itachi landed safely and looked in the direction where Inari was. Raiden, Thunder Dragon. An impressive dragon flew out of the smoke, which rushed at the girl. Inari couldn't move. It would seem that her whole life was flashing before her eyes. She already thought that she was finished. Kato, a big fireball. Quickly folding the seals, Itachi shouted and exhaled a large ball of fire, which tried to interfere with Raiden's technique, but nothing happened. Another opponent was taken out of the game and the most difficult thing remained for Naruto. Minato and Fugaku were very surprised by what they saw. So that the kid so competently used two high-level techniques. That's not the limit, is it? Tsunade asked, who was sitting next to her sensei. Even I still don't know the limit of his strength, Hiruzen replied thoughtfully and continued to watch the duel. I think he's weak in taijutsu, at least we'll try, Naruto thought, and snatching out the katana that rested on his belt, he began to quickly shorten the distance with Itachi. Kato, Phoenix Flowers. A large number of balls of fire rushed straight at the brunette, who smoothly walked away from each of them, getting closer and closer. Damn, I'll have to engage in close combat, I'll break the distance later, Itachi thought, and with a deft movement took out the kunai, which he immediately blocked the slashing blow of the katana. Damn it, the brunette's weapon glowed blue, and a little later sparkled, which meant only one thing. Naruto drew the chakra through the katana. Itachi quickly jumped back, breaking the distance. I see you've become serious. Naruto said, looking into eyes red as blood itself, in which two kamas, called tomo, were spinning. Itachi silently began to fold the seals. Kato, a big fireball. The technique flew straight at Naruto, who quickly folded the seals for the Suiton and created a wall of water that neutralized the Uchiha technique. Steam appeared in the clearing as a result of the collision of two techniques. Only a flare helped Naruto dodge a kunai blow from the back. It was Itachi, who, thanks to his Sharingan, saw perfectly through the fog. Itachi came closer to Naruto, who was looking around in search of Uchiha, but stopped abruptly when he felt the cold steel on his neck. It's over. Naruto said, appearing behind Itachi and putting a katana to his throat. And the shadow clone disappeared with a pop. You deceived me, you knew that my Sharingan would not be able to distinguish a clone in such a dense fog. Your plan was perfect and certainly deserves respect, but, Naruto looked back in shock. But I can do it too. Itachi whispered in his ear, putting kunai to Naruto's throat. The one standing in front of the dark-haired man with pale skin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Itachi tried to take a step towards Naruto, but something rested against his vest, something sharp. As it turned out, it was a kunai that Naruto was holding in his left hand just in case. The weapon rested directly on the Uchiha's chest, in the area of the heart. Futon, or rush. Having folded the seals, Fugaku said, in whose eyes there was a Mangekyo Sharingan, and a strong surprise was read on his face. A draw? Minato asked himself when he saw the whole situation in which the two shinobi were now. Hiruzen just smiled contentedly, but the training was not in vain. Fugaku was shocked that someone could not just fight on equal terms for a long time against his son, but also win in the end. It turns out that it's a draw? Naruto asked, carefully turning his head back. Oh, yeah. Itachi lifted his gaze from kunai and looked at his opponent. It was a good fight. Putting the kunai in the pouch, and the katana in the scabbard, Naruto said. But my time is infinite among the cracked faces. I see how cruel people are and only time will judge them. It was a good fight. Putting the kunai in the pouch, and the katana in the scabbard, Naruto said. Itachi nodded in agreement, still lost somewhere in his thoughts. It was an amazing fight. Said Menma, who quickly recovered from the shock, decided to come up and express his opinion. I didn't think anyone could beat Itachi, and you're not as bad as I thought. Thanks. Naruto answered shortly, who was not particularly drawn to a conversation with Kage's son. Naruto, by virtue of genes, probably craved more knowledge about techniques, how they are performed and what sensations they experience. That's why he turned to Itachi. Listen, can you tell me more about the fire element techniques? Seeing the smiling brunette, Uchiha himself involuntarily smiled, which did not happen so often. Of course, but what would you like to know, and most importantly why? This question tormented Itachi, even though he already guessed why. I do not know why, but I always want to learn something new, whether it's techniques, fighting style or even theory. Naruto's words only confirmed Itachi's guesses. Okay, but I don't think this is the best place. Smiling good-naturedly and holding out his hand, Uchiha said. I know it's late, but still, my name is Uchiha Itachi. Nice to meet you, my name is Naruto. Itachi went ahead, and the brunette followed him, leaving Menma alone. The son of the Hokage experienced a twofold feeling. On the one hand, he was bursting with anger, because he, the son of the fourth Hokage, was simply abandoned without paying due attention. On the other hand, he was glad that someone was able to defeat Itachi, because it meant that he also had a chance. Hiruzen, the old man, just turned in the direction of the speaker, with a satisfied smile. The boy really turned out to be a genius, just like you said. I didn't think Itachi would lose. Minato answered honestly, rubbing the back of his head. The old man smiled contentedly. He was glad that Naruto was able to come out victorious. But you're sure he won't follow in his father's footsteps? This is a huge risk. Minato said seriously. Silence fell for a few seconds. The two men looked into each other's eyes, trying to find an answer there. You know, exhaling smoke, Hiruzen began. Even if so, I will always support him. However, I don't think Naruto will be able to betray Konoha. If he even thinks of doing that, I'll kill him. Fugaku, who was standing next to Minato, said. Hiruzen only nodded, because he didn't want to argue with such a hard-headed person as the head of the Uchiha clan. He still couldn't prove anything. Okay, Naruto was able to win, which means I'll enroll him in the academy. I think you're happy with that? Namikaze asked with a smile, to which the old man only nodded, inhaling once again. Minato was about to teleport using the flight of the Thunder God, a technique that made him known to the whole world as the fastest shinobi. Wait, why should he go to the academy at all? Maybe he should pass the exam right away. I don't think he will have any difficulties with this. Hokage suggested, turning over his left shoulder. I also think that it makes no sense for him to go to the academy. Tsunade, who was sitting next to Sarutobi, gave her voice to, it's up to him to decide. I'll ask him. If he agrees, I'll definitely tell you. After Hiruzen's words, there was a thunderclap and a yellow flash, the business card of the fourth Hokage. Along with Minato, Menma also disappeared, leaving only a few people in the clearing. Naruto returned home in the evening, slowly opening the creaking door and taking a good breath of fresh street air for the last time, went inside. There was a light on in his kitchen. He couldn't turn it off, so he had guests. Strange, I thought that all the shinobi of this village had already realized that it was better not to joke with me, yet the third one himself was looking after me, Naruto thought alertly. Taking out a kunai from his pouch, he slowly, trying not to make noise, looked into the kitchen, where he saw Hiruzen calmly, even somehow drinking tea at home. Oh, hello Naruto. The sharp eye of the old man, filled with countless battles, noticed the weapon in the hands of the brunette. And this is you, old man, did you want to see something or so? Hiding the cold steel back, Naruto said, smiling stupidly. I'm talking about the academy, Minato, like the others who watched your fight today, offered me something. Taking out his old, already well-worn for years, pipe, Sarutobi said. After taking a drag, he continued, they offered you to take the exam ahead of schedule, so I came to get your opinion. I would like to say yes, but I don't think I'm ready right now. During the time I will spend at the academy, I will be able to learn a lot of new things. Doing both there and outside of classes. The guy reasoned sensibly, looking at his sensei. Okay, then I'll go, I'll need to check on Minato again. Hiruzen said, getting up from his chair and heading for the exit. Passing by the brunette, the old man patted his smooth and long hair, looking at him with pride. See you later. Closing the door and going outside, Sarutobi said, I almost forgot, tomorrow's class is at 8 a.m. Sticking his head back into the apartment said the third. Okay. Today is definitely the best day, Naruto thought, and with a blissful smile he lay down on the bed and fell asleep without even undressing. Itachi, after a walk, returned home in high spirits. It's no wonder, today he found a friend. Although he didn't know about it yet, but soon he and Naruto will become best friends, their fame will spread all over the world, and every shinobi will know their names, but about that a little later. Ni-san, you're back. Seeing on the threshold, Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother, shouted. Hi, Sasuke. Poking two fingers into his brother's forehead, he replied. The older Uchiha himself did not know why he constantly uses this gesture, but he could not unlearn it, he liked it painfully. Where have you been? The younger brother did not let up. I was walking with Naruto. Walking into the kitchen, Itachi answered. Mikoto, Itachi's mother, and Fugaku, his father, and the head of the Uchiha clan were already sitting in the kitchen. The ringing of the alarm clock woke the guy up. It meant only one thing, it was time to go to the academy. I wonder what my first day at the academy will be like, will I be accepted or not? The guy pondered on the way to the academy. Going inside a large and spacious building, Naruto quickly got his bearings in it and found his office, knocked. Hello, I'm Naruto. Going inside, with a smile on his face, the brunette said. All attention was immediately focused on the newcomer, since none of them knew that they would have a new one. Due to the fact that many children knew who Naruto's father was, they immediately looked at him with contempt. Their parents often told them to avoid the brunette, for obvious reasons. Yeah, and it's not as simple as I thought, Naruto thought, and after the teacher introduced him, he trudged to an empty seat. It was a back desk near the window where a beautiful girl was sitting, blonde hair that was pulled into a ponytail, neat facial features and of course a cute face. She turned her attention to the guy sitting next to her, after which an unprecedented interest flared up in her eyes. My name is Aya Senjutut, turning half a turn to the guy, the girl said. Tsunadeheim's daughter? Looking at her, the guy asked, the girl just nodded. I've heard a lot about you, from Mom. And what is it? The guy asked with interest, having stopped listening to the teacher. Well, I've heard a lot about your father, about how you try, and of course about the attitude of the whole village to you. Briefly explained the girl. Well, nice to meet you. Don't forget anything, don't look at anything, and let me go to burn longer. Naruto, as usual, sat and looked carelessly out the window, behind which the rain was raging at full speed. It was autumn outside the window. Even through the closed window, it was easy to smell the rain, excess, like yours, but I can often smell the rain. Prompted, ozone. Many people were in a hurry to take shelter from the bad weather, running into shops or just under the awnings. Hey, Naruto, I heard that you still decided to take the exam for Genin, and a week later for Chunin. Why am I only finding out about this now? A slightly wet Aya asked, approaching the guy's desk with a menacing look. Aya, what are you? The brunette said more affirmatively than interrogatively. I asked you a question. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Everything turned out very spontaneously. The guy said, turning away towards the window. What a fool you are. Sitting down next to him, the girl said. She's like that. Naruto answered shortly, for which he immediately received an elbow in the side. It hurts so much. Rubbing the place of impact, the brunette replied. I see you still haven't changed your clothing preferences. For no reason at all, the girl suddenly noticed, Naruto even somehow got confused by such a statement. In fact, the guy really liked this white kimono with purple overlays, with yellow volumes embroidered on them. In such clothes, he looked even more like his father. It's been 2 years since you started studying at the academy, but the attitude towards you has not changed. Aya said sadly, noticing another look of contempt directed at Naruto. Mikami Naruto. Entering the classroom, one of the academy's chunins said. Naruto stood up and smiled at his girlfriend, went towards the exit, because it was time to take the exam. Over the past 2 years, Naruto has changed a lot, and not as externally as internally. He became colder and more reasonable, though with close people, still the same cheerful guy. Naruto has grown slightly, but not so noticeably. His hair has become longer, and the purple lines around his eyes have become brighter. Who is he pretending to be? He is a loser, he will never pass the Genin exam. There was a whispering in the rows, which was understandable. Naruto has not shown even a quarter of what he is capable of in these 2 years, and therefore he has become known in the class as a fool who pretends to be cool. For the most part, there were clan children in the brunette's class, for example, from the Uchiha clan or the same Hyuga. However, Naruto no longer heard their conversations, because he left the classroom and followed the teacher along the corridor. Over the past 2 years, Naruto has found a lot of information about his father, in particular about which clan he belongs to. The Mikami clan was once quite numerous, but during the Second Shinobi War, it will cease to exist, all because of betrayal by the allied Inuzuka clan at that time, but more on that later. Your exam will be, one of the examiners, namely Umino Irika, began to dig through a stack of papers, trying to find a ticket that he had prepared in advance, but stupidly put it in a stack with other papers. I found it. You will need to create 2 clones and use henge, after which, you will be considered a genin. Okay, can I start? The other 2 examiners just nodded. Naruto folded 2 fingers cross by cross, after which 2 exact copies of the brunette appeared out of the white smoke. So, now henge. The guy put his fingers in the seal again, but in another one, and a second later Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in front of the 3 chunins, with a pipe in his mouth. Great, honestly, I thought you'd fail. Handing over the armband with the leaf emblem, Irika said, I'm glad I didn't meet your expectations. Taking the bandage in his hands and examining the Konoha symbol on it, Naruto threw. You need to go to the Hokage, there you will find out what's next. Said Irika, after which Naruto left the classroom, where there was an exam for Genin. So, well, since I got the bandage, then I can go to the Hokage, the guy thought as he left the academy. There was no rain on the street anymore, the only thing that reminded of the recently raging elements were puddles on the road and wet trees, from which drops were still falling, breaking on the ground. Naruto slowly wandered towards the Hokage residence, where they were already waiting for him. As long as there are people dear to me here, I will not leave this village, no matter how much I would like to, but I can't, Naruto thought, once again lingering his gaze on the leaf emblem on his armband. Come in. Knocking, Naruto heard. Hokage-sama, I was sent to you after the exam. Entering the room, Naruto replied. And this is you, judging by the bandage that sticks out of your pocket, you passed the exam. The fourth noticed, to which Naruto only nodded. You want to take the Chunin exam, am I right? Yes. Minato looked at the brunette seriously, as if weighing all the pros and cons, but eventually shaking his head, he began to speak. It can be dangerous and you can die, do you realize all the risks? Naruto nodded again that, okay, but in the Chunin exam you need to participate in the team. What are you driving at, Mr. Hokage? The brunette asked, remaining calm. You will take the exam together with Itachi, you will be a team of 2, I think it will certainly not be difficult for you to pass it. I will give you further information a little later, Minato said and smiled kindly. Thanks. Bowing, Naruto left the residence and could not help smiling. Naruto? Going outside, I heard a brunette. Turning around, he saw Uchiha, whose friendship has only become stronger over the past time. Long time no see. Naruto said and smiled, pointing to his armband. Yes, I just came to congratulate you on this, well, they call me to the Hokage. When you're done, then come to my favorite place. Naruto smiled, after which they parted together with Itachi, about their business. Meanwhile, a man with long white hair was approaching the village, with a huge scroll behind his back. Walking through the still wet streets of Konoha, the man enjoyed the view of the village, which will soon drown in the rays of the setting sun. It's been so long since I've been here, flashed through his mind before he noticed a very familiar silhouette. His eyes immediately widened and he ran headlong, as he thought, to an old friend. Orochimaru, but why do you look like a child? Running, the man asked. Naruto asked with incomprehension and looked at the white-haired man more closely. Didn't you recognize me? It's me, Jiraiya. It turned out that it was one of the 3 legendary Sanins who very often leaves the village. Jiraiya-sama, you made a mistake, I'm not Orochimaru. My name is Naruto Mikami, but you are not so far from the truth. Naruto said with a smile and looked into the distance. What do you mean? I am the son of Orochimaru, your old friend and comrade. Of course, Jiraiya had heard that Orochimaru had a son, but he had never seen him and was not interested in him. But now, something has changed. Jiraiya was eager to learn more about Naruto, he himself did not understand why, probably wanted to make sure that the brunette would not follow in the footsteps of his father, and maybe because of something else. Naruto, you say? Well, let's go for a walk, tell me about yourself, and I'll tell you stories. Sanin said kindly, smiling. Naruto did not refuse the invitation to take a walk, especially when the legendary toad Sanin Jiraiya himself calls you for a walk. How are you doing in the village? Jiraiya asked carefully. Jiraiya-san, if you're going to find out if I'm going to follow the same rake as my father, then I'll answer right away. No. I'm not going to leave Konoha while my dear people live here, as soon as they are gone for some reason, then I will leave. Naruto answered honestly, catching another look of contempt on himself, which Jiraiya also noticed. After walking for about an hour, Jiraiya and Naruto went to different sides. Sanin had to drop by the Hokage and his sensei, and Naruto had to meet Itachi. Give my regards to Old Man 3. Naruto said with a smile, and then went towards the Hokage rock, from which a gorgeous view of Konoha opened, especially when the sun sets. Of course. Jiraiya said cheerfully and headed towards the residence. All his thoughts were occupied by this boy, who seemed to him quite an interesting person. Sanin even thought of taking him as an apprentice. Jiraiya-san, you have arrived. Hearing a voice from behind, Jiraiya put aside his thoughts and turned around. Behind him stood Kushina, a tall, beautiful and slender girl with red hair, a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, and next to her was her daughter. Her name was Haru, Kushina, Hai. The girl was a complete copy of her mother, except for the color of her eyes. Jiraiya, have you really returned to the village? Haru immediately ran to hug her godfather, whom she had not seen for a long time. Yes, but I won't be long, so to see you. Taking his niece in his arms, Jiraiya said. Listen, Kushina, I wanted to ask here. Hokage's wife looked questioningly at Sannin. What do you know about Naruto Mikami? Just that he's Orochimaru's son and that's it. If you want to learn more about him, then you either go to Hiruzen or Tsunade. I heard that they often train him. Thank you, then I'll go to them later, and now, it's time to get Minato home. Putting Haru on his shoulders, the man said, after which he wandered towards the residence, together with Kushina. Minato, as usual, was fully loaded with paperwork. However, a knock on the door distracted him from his work. It's open. Leaning back in his chair, the blond man said. Bending down in the doorway, a tall white-haired man entered, on whose shoulders Haru was sitting. Dad! The girl shouted and hurried to get off her godfather. Haru, hi. Hugging his daughter who ran up, Minato said. It's been a long time, Minato. Jiraiya, finally back. Patting his daughter's hair, said the fourth. Well, now home? Kushina said, coming in after Jiraiya. Minato, realizing that he would definitely not work today, only agreed, after which, with the help of the flying thunder god, he moved everyone to his home. Naruto sat on the mountain with the faces of the previous Kage and watched the village drowning in the rays of the setting sun. Well, hello. He heard a hissing voice behind him. Father? Casting a glance at the newcomer over his right shoulder, the brunette asked in shock. That's the one. Licking his lips, Orochimaru said. I can go anywhere, do anything complete shit, but only with the smell of freedom. Naruto sat on the mountain with the faces of the previous Kage and watched the village drowning in the rays of the setting sun. Well, hello. He heard a hissing voice behind him. Father? Casting a glance at the newcomer over his right shoulder, the brunette asked in shock. That's the one. Licking his lips, Orochimaru said, coming closer to Naruto. I was looking for information about you, but I couldn't find anything, and then after so many searches, you show up right in front of me. Orochi silently sat down next to his son, watching Konoha, the place where he grew up, the village that betrayed him. I think you want to know what I came for? Looking at the guy, the apostate asked. And not only that. I came to give you strength, call it what you want. I saw your fight with Itachi and realized that you can handle her quite well. But how did you see him? I have my spies everywhere. Said Orochimaru, pulling out a scroll from his bosom. This is a summoning technique. Since a long time ago, our clan signed a contract only with snakes. I think that if you perform the summoning technique, then you will also be transported to Ryukido, the place of the dwelling of snakes. But what is all this for? Why are you helping me? I won't believe it's just because I'm your son. Burning Sannin's gaze, Naruto said. You're too young to understand the whole picture. Do you think I'm a renegade? Seeing an uncertain nod. That I left Konoha myself? Naruto nodded again, realizing that not everything is so simple. It's right, everyone in the village presents it in such a way that I put inhumane experiments on people, killed and eventually left the village, becoming an apostate. But in reality, it wasn't like that. It's too early for you to know about this, because firstly you won't understand, and secondly, I will impose my views on life on you, which I don't want to do at all. I want you to grow up, and later I would tell you the whole truth, so that you could make your own choice and tell who is to blame. If you want to find me, you will definitely find me. Someday your road will definitely lead you to me, and it only depends on whether we will be on different sides of the barricades or one by one. Hearing the crackling of branches, Orochimaru put down the scroll and patted his son on the head, disappeared into the Shunshin, leaving the brunette alone, in complete confusion. What the hell was that? Hiding the scroll in his kimono, Naruto thought. Hi, sorry I had to wait so long. It was Itachi who came up to Mikami and sat down next to him. Oh, Itachi? Naruto said absently. What's wrong with you? It's like you've seen a ghost. Noticing the condition of his friend, Itachi said. What did Hokage tell you? Waving away the previous question, Naruto asked. Well, the Chunin exam will be in 2 weeks. Genins from different countries and villages will flock to Konoha to try their luck and become Chunins. Even the Raikage himself will come. Wow, well, then the exam will be fun. Naruto thought, distracted from a recent conversation with his father. Yes, so we will need to give our best. Taking a look at Konoha, on the streets of which people still occasionally walked. Then, from tomorrow we will train. I've learned a couple of new techniques here, I think they will be useful to us. Won't you share it? Enchanted looking at Konoha, filling his lungs with fresh air, asked Uchiha. Let it be a surprise for you. Naruto said and stood up with a smile, heading towards the house. Then I'll see you in 2 weeks. Also getting up from the ground, said the eldest son of Fugaku. Okay. 2 weeks later Naruto dressed quickly, jumped out into the street and headed to the academy, where the written exam will be held. Most of the trees had no leaves left, and therefore they stood naked, giving the village its charm. Quickly reaching the academy building, Naruto went inside, where Itachi was already waiting for him. Hey, Naruto, you're late. With feigned resentment in his voice, Itachi said. Sorry, I just overslept. Naruto justified himself, after which they went to the 3rd floor, where there was supposed to be a 310 auditorium, in which the exam was actually held. What do you think the next stage will be? Naruto asked, turning in a half, turned to his friend. I don't know, but does it really matter? You're right. Naruto replied with a smile. After knocking on the door of the auditorium, Naruto and Itachi went inside. There were a lot of people in the office and everyone had different bandages. Genins with Grass Village bandages were sitting at the back desks. On the first desks sat Shinobi Konoha and Kyumo, Rain Shinobi. Finding empty seats, Itachi and Naruto sat down at their desks. Shinobi Kyumo was sitting next to Mikami, who was sprawled out in his seat. Konakovitz? Do you look familiar somehow? Said Osoi, that was the name of the shinobi from Kyumo. You're confusing me with someone else. Sitting down in his seat, Naruto said. No, I've already seen you somewhere. Pale skin, bright purple lines around the eyes, amber eyes, long and smooth, black hair. He began to list quietly all the external signs of the brunette. That's right, it can't be. Osoi suddenly shouted. Are you really the same, son of Sannin Orochimaru? After his shout, almost everyone in the audience paid attention to the two guys. Most of them immediately became interested in the boy, and therefore began to carefully examine him, study him. Someone even wanted to ask something, but Minato Namikaze and the examiner entered the audience. This is the first stage of the Chunin exam, namely written. After all your works are submitted, they will be checked in a short time and those who could not pass it will be eliminated. The remaining ones will be sent to the second and final stage, which will be held today at the arena at 1400 hours, you will find out further information there. Minato said, after which he gave the floor to the examiner. If someone is caught cheating, then he and the team will be removed from the exam. If you do not enter the threshold, then you and your team also fail the exam. Now you will be given tests. You have 2 hours to solve them. In his words, a couple of chunins came into the audience with stacks of papers in their hands. Of course they were tests. Half an hour later, Naruto, simultaneously with Itachi, got up from their seats and went to the examiner to pass them. No matter what anyone said, but the test was quite complicated, it did not affect the events of only one village. Probably half will definitely drop out, I think even more, Naruto thought. There are 92 people in the audience, I think that after the test there will be a maximum of 23, Itachi thought, after which he handed over his work and followed his friend. Well, how do you like this test? Naruto asked when he and Itachi had already gone outside, waiting for their results. The cold autumn air blew over the two guys at the exit of the building, which made both involuntarily shiver. I think there won't be much left. Watching all of them, I realized that they didn't count on such a difficult test. Some just sculpted at random, and some wrote diligently. I think there will be 23 to 26 people left. Itachi said, looking at the cloudless sky. Thank God, there is no rain, Uchiha thought then. To be honest, I think so too, but the test was really difficult. Even I sometimes had such tasks that I had to think hard about. Sitting down on the cold ground, Naruto said, "Come on, break me down again. Is it not difficult for you to kill me here and now? There is no more room for pain on a tortured heart. I am in this world only to be sad and no more." After only 2 hours, all the results finally became known. Naruto was already pretty cold, because it was quite cold outside. In the next stage pass, Naruto Mikami, Uchiha Itachi, Izura Taisher, Hei Sarutobi, Shiro Hagoromo. Then Naruto did not listen to the instructor anymore, because he had already learned what he needed. But Itachi apparently listened attentively to the examiner. It's been even less than I expected. Only 20 people, which means 6 teams, not counting us. Turning to his friend, Itachi said after the examiner finished his speech. It's strange that they decided to do only a written exam at all, because perhaps a person is poorly oriented in some history, but his practical skills are above average and are quite suitable for Chunin. Naruto noticed, fixing his gaze somewhere in the distance, continuing to think about his own. Damn, isn't everything so simple with my father? These thoughts did not get out of my head. All who have passed, please follow me. The examiner said and headed towards where the arena was located. That's where the second stage of the exam will be. Naruto, let's go. Itachi's voice brought Mikami back from his thoughts and he got up and followed the examiner. Listen, there's something wrong with you lately, can you share what you're thinking? Noticing the condition of his friend, who was already like 2 weeks, 1.5 was painfully absent-minded. Not here. The brunette briefly replied, continuing to look somewhere ahead, again immersed in his thoughts. We need to figure it out, but only later. Now we need to focus on the exam, Naruto thought and shook his head, hoping to throw unnecessary thoughts out of his head in this way. Arriving at the arena, which was located on the outskirts of the village, in the direction to the east, Naruto and the others passed, settled down in a small room, waiting for them to be called to the arena. Even from the inside, it was heard that there were enough people gathered in the stands. Everyone was making noise and making noise. The genins were on pins and needles, because in the near future something was going to happen that many were striving so hard for, preparing hard, training hard, squeezing the maximum out of themselves, and all for the sake of the title of Chunin. After a couple of minutes, the genins were called to the arena. Coming out, bright sunlight hit the brunette's eyes, although the sun was now at the zenith and shone brightly, but there was no heat. Now, perhaps, it will be one of the most difficult tests in your life. The Chunin exam is always a path full of dangers, although this year the main part was the written exam. I wish you all good luck. I am sure that each of you is fully worthy of this title, even according to the results of the exam. Everything is completely in your hands. Not only the winner of the exam will become a Chunin, but also the one who will show a decent fight. Even if he loses, he will still become a Chunin. The examiner will tell you how the next stage will be conducted. Having finished his speech, Minato sat down next to the raikage, on a specially designated bed for the Kage. How many applicants do you think there will be for the title of Chunin this time? Minato asked, turning to Ei. Time will tell, but I think all the fights will be spectacular. Anyway, I hope so. The fourth raikage answered honestly. The exam will be held in a one-on-one battle format. It was evident from the faces of many genins that they were greatly shocked by what they heard. None of them wanted to fight against their own comrades, and this is quite possible. You will see the grid on the screen. The opponents are randomly selected. When there is your fight, you go down to the arena and wait for your opponent, after which, on command, you start the fight. Until then, you will be in a specially designated place for genins, where the second examiner will take you. Killing, inflicting fatal wounds is not prohibited, but it is better to do without it. The examiner said, looking at all the genins, many of whom were scared, some were excited, some were eager for battles, and some were calm and relaxed. Gekko Hayato turned his gaze to the Kage box. Seeing the nod, he looked at the scoreboard, where the first pair was already written. Please follow me, said Chunin, who approached the genins from behind. Naruto Mikami from Konoha and Saru from the Cloud have their first fight. The named genins remained in the arena, waiting for the start. Mikami? Isn't this the same son of Orochimaru? With a slight contempt that appeared on behalf of the once legendary Sannin Konoha, whom many respected, asked Hei. Minato answered shortly, who began to follow Naruto closely. He looks like he's 8 to 9 years old. Are there older shinobi in Konoha? He's going to die. Don't be so sure, I'm sure he'll change your mind. The fourth Hokage replied with a slight smile. A lot of people gathered in the stands. The brunette had enough time to see them all. Kushina, Haru, Menma, Fugaku and his family. There were many familiar faces here, but Naruto could not see them in any way, although he tried to deny it, but he would like the old man, Tsunade and Aya, to come to see how he would take the exam. And are you then, don't lose. Aya shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of the brunette. I'm glad you came. Next to Aya stood Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hiruzen and Dan, Aya's father, and a little behind them, Naruto saw someone he certainly did not expect to see. It was definitely him, but Naruto couldn't figure out how he could get here unnoticed. As you already guessed, it was Orochimaru, in a long black cloak, with a hood, under which he hid his identity. Are you ready? Hayato asked, and after seeing 2 affirmative nods, jumped back with the words, let's start. Naruto immediately pulled the katana out of its sheath, which had been peacefully resting on the brunette's belt before. Having passed the lightning chakra through it, Naruto quickly headed towards his opponent, intending to take him by surprise. The chopping blow from above was blocked in time by kunai, which Sara managed to pull out of the pouch. However, the brunette's katana cut the kunai like a hot knife through butter, almost hitting the genin from the cloud. Apparently my theory is correct, Naruto thought, not even thinking to slow down. Faster and faster, Naruto wielded his chakra-soaked weapon. One precise blow could easily become fatal. From the horizontal blow, the cloud genin successfully dodged, jumping back a little, while Sara began to jump away. Naruto, with a deft movement of his left hand, took out 4 stars, and threw them at the enemy. 2 shuriken pierced into both shoulders, severely restricting movement and bringing pain, and the remaining 2 were aimed at the enemy's body in order to slow him down slightly for the next attack. Naruto quickly intercepted the katana and with a wide right blow, at neck level, was going to end the duel. I give up, said Saru, and Naruto's katana stopped a couple of centimeters from Genin Kyomo's neck. If only a little bit later, literally for a few fractions of a second, and Saru would have lost his head. From the realization of this thought, Genin Kyomo lost consciousness, falling on the cold ground, which the sun was trying to warm up with all its might. Naruto stopped carrying the chakra through the katana and sheathed it, waiting for the examiner. The winner is Mikami Naruto. Silence remained in the stands, everyone pondered what they saw. The shinobi of course immediately realized that the brunette was ready to kill the guy just to win, which on the one hand was right, but on the other, Naruto silently headed towards the balcony for Genin's, from where he could watch the fight. A wave of whispers went through the stands, of which only a few words were clear. Him. Exactly. We'll go. Bye. Footsteps. Yours. Father. These words rang in the ears of the brunette. They, just like me, don't know anything about him, Naruto thought and glanced at Hiruzen, whose face did not express anything. He was probably shocked. Aya rejoiced at the victory. Tsunade and Jiraiya were also happy for the brunette. Having gone through more than a dozen battles, they understood that the rule either you or you always applies here. If he had killed Sarah, he would have been in trouble. As always in his own manner, expressed Hei, who was greatly surprised by Naruto's abilities and, most importantly, his thinking and analysis. We will try to prevent this from happening again. Minato replied admiringly. The fight was really spectacular, and the outcome could not be predicted until the last moment. Pedal to the floor and fly with the wind that I end my thoughts. Who could I become? One wrong step is an article. Climbing up to the balcony reserved for Genin's, Naruto sat down on the concrete, leaning his back against the wall, immersed in his thoughts. The audience still hasn't moved away from what just happened, as well as the Genin's. What the hell do you even think you're doing? What if you had killed him? Kicking the brunette's outstretched legs, some shinobi with a cloud bandage said. Naruto only raised his gaze at him, looking as if through him. Didn't you hear me? Answer me, said the guy, lifting Naruto by the breasts. Who else are you? Mikami asked without even resisting. One of the best Kyumo shinobi, Rei. The guy with blonde hair, who was slightly taller than the brunette, said with pride. Naruto just looked at him indifferently. He didn't care about those whom he sees for the first time in his life. Calm down, your friend is alive, especially since the Hokage will not allow this anymore. Itachi said, approaching the two guys. If you hurt one of my comrades, then you will die. Throwing Naruto on the concrete, Rei said and headed in the opposite direction. Hey, how are you? Giving his hand, Itachi asked. It's fine. Naruto muttered, accepting a helping hand. If you're wondering how I feel about this situation, then it's fine. The Chunin exam has never passed without bloodshed, because it's either you or you. And indeed, it was important for Naruto to find out the attitude of his friend, and hearing that everything was fine, he visibly calmed down. New names appeared on the scoreboard, Kagami Uchiha from Konoha and Siren from the Grass Village. Naruto didn't pay much attention to further fights. His gaze was riveted on Hiruzen, near whom a man in a black raincoat with a hood pulled over his head was sitting. What is he thinking about now? Thought Naruto, closing his eyes. Imagination immediately draws the moment when the brunette almost killed Sarah. He, like me, is a shinobi, so he was ready for death. I did everything right. The brunette calmed himself, shifting his gaze to the wreckage. Sensei, you know that he did everything right. There's no point in looking at him askance, especially for people like us, said the man, sitting down next to the old Hokage. That's who, but I didn't expect to see you here. Turning his head towards his former student, Hiruzen said. But you're right, he did everything right. I'm glad you understand that. What are you doing here? It depends on how Uchiha folds the seals for the next fire technique, the old man said. I came to watch my son's performance. And maybe also visit his old friends. Orochi smiled, although it was not visible because of the hood. I think you were more than satisfied. Hiruzen said. Kagami, meanwhile, knocked out her opponent with an accurate kick from her foot. The winner is Uchiha Kagami from Konoha. The examiner notified, after which the doctors took the unconscious body of the guy and took it to the infirmary. This fight was not as spectacular as the previous one. Naruto, I'm off, now is my fight. Itachi said, passing by his friend. Don't lose. Smiling and getting up from the floor, Naruto said, of course, I think it will be easy. Uchiha said, looking at the scoreboard again, his fight will be against a shinobi from Konoha, Sae Inuzuka. Are you ready? The examiner asked when both participants went down to the arena. Both guys nodded and prepared for the fight. Let's get started. Hayato shouted, jumping back. Itachi immediately activated his Sharingan, and a member of the Inuzuka clan took out his faithful comrade, Ninken. Itachi didn't bother for a long time, and therefore, as soon as he saw the puppy, he used a fairly simple genjutsu on him. Sae didn't even notice it, rushing into close combat, hoping that thanks to the preponderance in numbers, he could win. Itachi began to quickly put together the already boring seals, fire techniques. A big fireball. Blowing out an impressive ball, Itachi whispered. Inuzuka, as expected, jumped away, dodging the technique, but fell right into the Uchiha trap. A loud explosion rang out throughout the arena. There were kunai with explosive seals that Itachi threw to the place where Sae jumped, immediately after the technique. Inuzuka was not badly injured, although the explosion was strong, but touched him tangentially, yet Uchiha did not want to injure his opponent too much. Sae could no longer continue the fight, which means Itachi won. A strong generation, however, is growing up in Konoha. Reikage said, appreciating Uchiha's abilities. Itachi is a real genius, I would say that here he surpassed even me. Minato said, smiling good-naturedly at Ei. Ni-san, as always, I think he will easily give up and become a chunin. Said Sasuke, who was sitting next to his father. I think so too, Itachi is well done. Mikoto said, smiling. Fugaku, on the other hand, looked proudly at his son, but did not say anything, such was his character. Itachi will easily become a chunin, what do you think? Menma asked, addressing Kushina. Well, it seems to me that only Naruto can compete with him. Honestly, said Kushina, who was analyzing the fights all the time. However, the strong genins this year are much stronger than us, probably. Laughing, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade, who was standing next to her, just nodded. They have a huge potential. Dan remarked, and added a little later. It's a pity Navaki is on a mission now, I think he would have liked today's fights. I think so too, but still, who will win in the end? Jiraiya asked, thinking. Well, only one thing pleases, we will find out about it soon. Said Tsunade and smiled. New names appeared on the scoreboard. Hyuga and Genin from the cloud were supposed to fight now. Their fight ended pretty quickly. As they say, for Shinobi Kumo was an inconvenient opponent, to whom he could not oppose anything, and therefore quickly lost to him. Rei also acted next, against the Genin from Konoha. I think his name was Sarutobi Day. The fight also took place in One Gate, against the elements of the storm. The improved genome, a member of the Sarutobi clan, could not do anything, and therefore lost quite quickly and with numerous injuries, was sent to the hospital, where doctors already took care of him. After this fight, Naruto dozed off. Hey, Naruto, wake up, your fight is against. Itachi shook the brunette by the shoulder, looking at the scoreboard again. There were two names there. Naruto and Rei. And what? Mikami asked sleepily, opening his eyes. You're finished. Genin promised from the cloud, passing by the brunette, Rei said. Wow, it seems like it will be interesting. Orochimaru hissed, and Hiruzen only tensed slightly. "Don't worry, Naruto will definitely win," Tsunade said, stroking her daughter's hair. "I hope," the girl only whispered softly. The Kage visibly tensed up, because they understood that this fight was unlikely to end in kindness and friendship. Both Minato and Hei closely followed every step of the genins, who could safely be called weak jonins. "Can we refuse to hold this fight?" Minato asked, noticing his colleague's tension. "I think that the two fastest shinobi will have time to intervene in the duel, before the bloody end," Hei said without taking his eyes off Naruto. "As long as it turns out to be true," the fourth said, turning his attention back to the arena. "Don't even think you're going to get out of here alive," Rei said. He definitely had a reason for hatred, even though Naruto did not know him, but Orochimaru, while still young, brutally killed his parents, leaving the boy an orphan. You will say that it is stupid to take revenge on someone for what his ancestor did, whether it was his father or a distant relative, but Rei had no other option. He could not kill or take revenge on Orochimaru in any way, and therefore the choice fell on his son. "Do not throw words to the wind, but rather prove it with your actions," Naruto said, putting his right hand on his katana. "Naruto, show me what you're capable of. If you die, I won't forgive you," Itachi thought, activating the Sharingan. "If only everything would work out," Aya thought, looking at the brunette. "There is a clean horizontal above me. Silence is a dear old creature to might's time to go to prime, where guests are not ashamed, where they would not get drunk in the edge. And our backbone is right there. It feels like I don't know anyone, and now I'm definitely not with you or with you. Hey, now you and I are nobody. That's the shameless tone. Do not throw words to the wind, but rather prove it with your actions," Naruto said, putting his right hand on his katana. "I'll kill you," Rei said through his teeth, looking withering at his opponent. "Are you ready?" Seeing two weak nods, Gekko waved his right hand shouting, "Let's start." Then he hurried to get away from the arena. Minato and Hei became even more tense and attentive. Rei slowly put his hand on the sword resting behind him. It was much larger than an ordinary katana and at times slower and more maneuverable. Naruto began to involuntarily release the thirst for murder, just like Rei. Everyone wanted to feel the smell of blood, its warmth on their palms. The thirst for murder began to resonate with each other, spreading throughout the arena. Some genins fell unconscious, even adult shinobi who had gone through many battles, saw death in its most terrible manifestation, shuddered, and Murazuki passed down their backs. Naruto with a deft movement snatched the katana from its scabbard and ran straight at Rei, intending to hurt him or at least move from his place. Genin Clouds was not afraid of a lunge from his enemy, but on the contrary, was completely ready for it. Taking out a large sword from behind his back, Rei blocked the first blow. Clashing, the weapons knocked out a spark, and the ringing of metal resounded throughout the arena. The horizontal strike was blocked by the sword again. Naruto began to accelerate, and a little later gradually began to pass the chakra through the katana, making it more deadly. Blow, block, another blow, block. For each lunge of the brunette, Shinobi Kyumo found protection, but Naruto did not even think to slow down the pace. On the contrary, he began to accelerate more and more, passing more and more chakras through the katana, which is why the latter had already begun to sparkle and emit sounds characteristic of lightning, namely crackling and a high-frequency sound similar to birds singing. Lightning literally broke from the katana, and the blows began to gradually push Genin out of the cloud. Realizing that he was about to lose, Rei swung his sword, deflected another katana blow, thereby winning for himself a few moments, during which he jumped back and began to fill the seals. Seeing this, the brunette also began to fold the seals. Storm Element, Storm Fang. The improved genome that Rei possessed was an order of magnitude higher than the usual techniques of water and lightning, in terms of destructiveness and strength. Raiden, Thunder Dragon. Simultaneously with the opponent, Naruto shouted, waving his arms. The fang of energy, consisting of natural transformations of water and lightning, went straight to the dragon consisting of lightning. Damn, his technique is stronger, flashed through the head of the brunette, after which he quickly jumped back, and a second later, in the place where he was standing before, the enemy's technique, which took the form of a fang, like a kiba, pierced. Hall looking at all this with a sinking heart, it seemed that even no one was breathing, everyone was so absorbed in the battle that they did not notice anything around. For all the spectators, there was only an arena and two guys who fight on it. I'll have to use this, even though I haven't honed this technique to mastery, but I think it will work, Naruto thought, folding his hands crosswise, creating a shadow clone. Suetun, tsunami, futon, tornado. Two Naruto said at the same time, after which an impressive tornado appeared in the arena, which gradually turned into a whirlpool on wheels, intending to drown, but at the same time tear to shreds anyone who falls under this technique. However, the brunette did not even think to stop there, and as soon as the technique began to take shape, he began to stuff again seals. Raiden, a stream of 100 lightning bolts, thanks to the coordinated actions of Naruto, it turned out to be quite a deadly and dangerous technique that rushed straight at Rei. While the brunette was busy preparing for the technique, the shinobi from Kumo did not stand still, and therefore also prepared his technique. It was the strongest technique in his arsenal, and if he could not kill the brunette with it, then everything was in vain, because he would lose almost all the chakra, storm element, raging destruction. It would seem that nature itself obeyed Rei's command, near which energy of colossal proportions began to concentrate. I'll kill you. Launching techniques at the enemy, two guys shouted at the same time. There was hatred and boundless anger in their voice. A huge, resounding explosion resounded through the arena. It could be heard even in the most secluded corners of Konoha, and the raging elements could be observed from any corner of the village. Kage realized with horror that they were too late. Damn it! Minato shouted, jumping up from his seat. Quiet, calm down. Hey said. There is someone standing on his feet, which means that everything is not so bad. Reikage himself got up from his seat, carefully peering into the center of the arena. A couple of minutes later, when the raging elements faded, the outlines of a brunette who could barely stand on his feet, but stood, became visible. The whole arena watched the denouement with a sinking heart. Everyone was eager to find out the end of this fight, who would win. Cold raindrops washed away the blood from the sand, Naruto's hair got wet quickly, and the brunette himself barely stood on his feet. At the last moment he succeeded, but he spent all the chakra, and if his enemy is still on his feet, then he lost. From his right hand, the clothes on which were torn to shreds, blood trickled and dripped to the ground, which was immediately washed away by raindrops. The clothes on the right side hung in tatters, exposing the guy's bloody torso. Picking up the katana that was lying on the ground near the guy, Naruto slowly walked in the direction where Rei should be. Genin from Kumo was lying in a semi-conscious state. There was literally no living place on him. How he turned out to be alive was still a mystery. Naruto squeezed the katana tighter and began to slowly approach the enemy. All the skin on the upper part of his body was turned into minced meat. Blood was flowing down his body and the rain just didn't have time to wash it off. You've lost. Naruto said in a hoarse voice, raising the katana over his head. Having passed the remnants of the chakra through the katana, the guy began to lower his weapon to take the life of the one who encroached on him to prove to himself that he is stronger than the upstart from the cloud. Hatred and anger, the desire to finish everything, that's what drove the guy. However, Naruto did not have time to lower the katana. Someone grabbed it tightly. The guy turned back and saw Reikage, who was seriously looking at the brunette. Through the wet hair that covered his eyes and seriously interfered with the view, the brunette saw an unwillingness to see death in the eyes of the Reikage. He did not know how to explain it, but he knew for sure that the Reikage did not want to see another death, which he had already seen enough. Turning his head and looking at Rei, Naruto saw Hokage, who was yelling something about doctors. "Let go of Mr. Raikage, I'll put away the katana," Naruto said in a low, barely audible whisper. "Hey, let go of the weapon," which immediately fell near the guy, with a dull clang. Probably the blade fell on a pebble, Naruto thought before he fell unconscious. An interesting fight. In other things, I have already learned everything I needed. "See you, sensei," said Orochimaru, disappearing into Shunshin. "He won," Aya shouted, with joy in her voice. Turning around, Aya did not see her mother, who was already in the center of the arena and began to treat both genins, trying to save them. The wounds that the guys inflicted on each other were monstrous and very serious. They both urgently needed a blood transfusion, and therefore they were quickly and promptly taken to the hospital. "Don't worry, he'll be fine, your mom is treating him," Jiraiya answered with a smile, which calmed the girl, who was still looking after the departing doctors. The remaining fights were cancelled, and everyone who reached this point was given the title of Chunin. Hokage and Raikage were engaged in settling political issues. Itachi ran fast, not looking at the road, stepping into puddles every now and then, but did not pay any attention to it. He ran to the hospital, where he just had to find out the condition of his friend. "Survive, do you hear?" Itachi said, turning to the void. "Roofs of houses, crows in the sky, ash drips on gray heads, there are faces around you, but you are alone. You thought you were going to fall in love, but you just crashed and time goes by. It does not regret, it does not forgive the mistakes of fate. You want to go home, but who's waiting for you? Run while you can, run." Opening his eyes, Naruto saw that Itachi was sitting next to him, with his head on the bed. He was sleeping peacefully but sensitively. "Damn, how everything hurts," Naruto thought, looking down at his right side of the body, which was all bandaged up. "TC, enduring the pain," Naruto said through his teeth. "Naruto? Are you awake?" Immediately jumping up, Itachi said, opening his sleepy eyes. "Don't shout like that," said Naruto, who, in addition to everything, also had a headache. "You need to lie down, otherwise your wounds may open." "I'm ignoring my friend's request," Itachi said. Okay, just keep it down. Listen, I'm still tormented by the question, how could you survive?" Itachi asked, looking at his friend. Uchiha saw everything perfectly through his Sharingan, only Naruto had to die there in the arena. Rei's technique was too strong, she should have just torn the brunette, but for some reason she touched him tangentially. Flashback. "I'll kill you." Launching techniques at the enemy, two guys shouted at the same time. There was hatred and boundless anger in their voice. "Damn, if it goes like this, then I'll die," Naruto thought, passing almost all the remaining chakra through his katana. The weapon instantly began to sparkle blue, and from the blade lightning flew out in different directions every now and then, without touching the brunette himself. A blow that tears the heavens. A swing of the katana, from the right shoulder, horizontally to the ground, released a huge amount of concentrated energy that took the form of an arc. Great, Naruto thought when he saw that thanks to his blow, the enemy's technique should not have hit him now, but only slightly hurt him. If you want to win, you need to sacrifice something, the guy thought, and the next second he felt a hellish pain in the area of his right shoulder. I won. Seeing that his techniques, including the last one, had achieved their goal, Naruto squeezed his eyes shut from severe pain. End of flashback. I shifted his technique a little to the right, which is why it touched me tangentially, but even so, I was badly hurt, which indicates my weakness. I won't protect anyone this way, Naruto thought after explaining everything to his friend. Damn, you could at least not scare me like that, I already thought you were dead. Sighing with relief, Itachi said. I'm not going to die that easily. Naruto smiled and closed his eyes, wild fatigue rolled over him, and therefore he fell asleep again. Itachi, realizing that the brunette needed peace, quietly left the ward, casting a glance at Mikami. The old man? The next time Naruto opened his eyes, he saw Hiruzen walking from side to side, with a worried face. "Thank God, you seriously scared me," Sarutobi said honestly, taking out his pipe and sitting down on a chair next to the bed. "I'm sorry," the guy said sadly, looking at his sensei. "It was a great fight, I'm glad you didn't kill him after all." The old man, Naruto said seriously, drawing attention to himself. "I'm thinking of leaving the village for a while. I need to become stronger so that I can protect those who are dear to me. Those who raised me, those to whom I owe you, Au, Itachi. But I'm too weak right now." Looking out the window, avoiding the old man's gaze, the guy said. "You want to go to Orochimaru, don't you?" Hiruzen, who had been wanting to talk about this for a long time, asked. Looking out the window, the old man saw a slightly overcast sky. Bare tall trees towered above the ground, and the cold autumn wind made many shinobi and ordinary people shiver. Even though they were indoors, but still, looking at such weather on the street, you yourself get a little cold. Autumn is a time of sadness and depression for many. It is symbolic that at this time of the year, the brunette decided that he needed to leave Konoha. "I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a long time." Taking a drag and exhaling smoke in rings, the old man said, still looking at the landscape opening outside the window. The crackling and flashing of the lamps in the corridor caused a strange oppressive feeling. "I can't stop you, I can only advise you how to do it better, and then it's up to you to decide whether you will listen to me or go the way you chose initially. Orochimaru is a good person who was unfairly declared an enemy of the people and a traitor to the village. I know that you are going to him, he is your father, the legendary Sannin, he will be able to teach you much better than me. However, if you want to leave Konoha, then you should come up with a better excuse for leaving than, I need to leave the village to be trained by an S+ rank renegade." The old man smiled and looked at his disciple. "But still, if you decide to leave, then don't come to me, it's not worth saying goodbye to anyone at all. It will be harder to leave. The scroll is under your pillow," the old man advised finally, after which he got up from his chair, smiled warmly, and left the ward. The sound of his footsteps resounded for about another minute, after which it gradually began to subside, and then completely disappeared. "It's decided, I'll leave today at dawn," Naruto thought, looking at his watch. Taking out the scroll and unfolding it, Naruto found the seals that need to be folded for this technique. "The summoning technique, I hope it will take me to the snakes, from where then I will be able to move to my father," Naruto thought hopefully, folding the scroll and hiding it back under his pillow. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning. On the street you could occasionally see people, and then it was shinobi who either went on a mission, or on the contrary, hurried to hand over the report on the completed mission as soon as possible, and then go home to his wife and children. The hospital seemed to have died out, although sometimes footsteps could be heard, but those were nurses who made night rounds in order to check on very seriously ill patients, of whom there were many. The world of shinobi is dangerous and equally cruel to everyone. Naruto quietly got out of bed, the wounds received in the recent battle no longer hurt, put on his kimono, which was neatly lying on one of the chairs, unfolded the scroll and began to reread it again, fearing to make a mistake in the hand seals. Hanging the katana on his belt, the guy was ready. Reverse summoning technique. Hitting the floor, Naruto said, after which he found himself in a strange cave. "We've been waiting for you, Mikami Naruto." A hissing snake voice came from the darkness. "Ryakudo?" Naruto asked into the darkness. After his words, torches lit up in a cave that smelled of dampness, illuminating the entire space and blinding the guy. Covering his eyes with his hands from the bright light, the brunette began to carefully look around. "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you," said a huge snake that was several times bigger than the boy himself. "Come with me." said the snake, and turned around, crawled inside the cave, and Mikami hurried after her. While the guy was running, he examined the cave in detail, which turned out to be extremely beautiful, especially illuminated by the light of torches. Hokage-sama, Mikami Naruto, has disappeared. Running into the offices of the Hokage, the doctor who did the night round said. How did he disappear? Minato asked, jumping up from his chair. The sky loved me, but I didn't open my eyes. A lonely problem in a lonely you. Sadness flows down in my skin, my voice trembles in you. You and I are so different, having lived the same way. Hokage-sama, Mikami Naruto, has disappeared. Running into the offices of the Hokage, the doctor who did the night round said. How did he disappear? Minato asked, jumping up from his chair. Wolf, tiger. The fourth one spoke, after which two umbu in a tiger and wolf mask appeared in his office. Have you been summoned, Hokage-sama? Standing on one knee, the Anbushniki asked. Urgently gather the jonin so that they comb the entire Konoha and the territory near. Mikami Naruto disappeared. There is. At the same second, two shinobi disappeared from the Hokage's office and separated on the street, headed to the houses of Konoha's jonins, interrupting their sleep. Thank God that the Raikage had no questions, because of the injuries inflicted in battle, Minato thought, before whose eyes Rei appeared again, without one arm, which he lost due to the last blow of the brunette. For years Latera tall guy was walking along the dusty road, wearing a white kimono with a hood of the same color, on the back of which hung a katana with a white handle. A black snake was embroidered on the back of the kimono. The sun was at its zenith, it was a hot summer day, the guy was already approaching one of the greatest hidden villages in which such brilliant shinobi as Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen were born, and it was founded by two shinobi gods, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Massive Konoha walls with open gates have already appeared on the horizon. Mingling with the crowd of tourists, the unknown entered the village. And nothing has changed here, probably it's worth looking at Itachi first, the guy in the kimono thought, and headed down the road to the Uchiha quarter. Releasing a white snake from the sleeve of her clothes, she crawled in the opposite direction from the block. The snake felt the chakra perfectly, it was something like a sensor, and therefore headed towards the source of Itachi's chakra. Interesting, the guy thought, and went after the reptile. Tall, massive green trees decorated the village, and under their high crowns and scattered branches, it was possible to hide from such an annoying sun. A cool wind was blowing in the shade, which could not but please the guy. The snake led the guy to a large lake, on the shore of which two people were sitting. As you may have guessed, that unknown man in the raincoat was Mikami Naruto. The brunette saw a couple of young people who were sitting and eating dango, one of whom was Itachi, and the second was a short girl with the same black hair as the guy. Standing a little behind a tree, Naruto began to listen to their conversation, trying to make out what they were talking about. Itachi, how is the service in the Umbu? The girl asked, sending another ball into her mouth. Hush, I asked you not to talk about it like that, you never know, you forgot, I'm a censor, there are no people around us for 100 meters, so you don't have to worry. The girl answered with a smile. Sorry, Izumi, something slipped my mind. Everything is fine, Hokage said that I will soon become a captain. Itachi replied, marveling at the pristine nature. Itachi, the girl said in fright, starting to look around, looking for that center of the chakra, which she only felt for a second behind one of the trees. What is it? The guy was alerted and activated the mainjek. It seems we are being followed. Uchiha said, finally finding a tree with her eyes, behind which she felt a foreign chakra. It was quite dark, which scared the girl. Where? Itachi, who knew about his girlfriend's abilities, immediately asked a question. There. The girl answered in the same whisper, pointing to the tree. Understood. Taking out the kunai, Itachi was near that tree in a second, but he saw nothing but a note written in a clumsy handwriting. It was clear that it was written hastily. Unfolding a piece of paper, Itachi saw only one sentence. Today at 1800 hours on the mountain with the faces of Hokage, come alone, I still can't hurt you. After reading it, Itachi was very surprised, but after putting the note in his pocket, he still decided to go there and see who still risked spying on him and eavesdropping. It was about 3 p.m. on the clock, so there wasn't a decent amount of time before the meeting. And therefore, returning to the girl, Itachi calmed her down and said that there was no one there, not even traces of chakra. I must have imagined it. The girl replied, smiling stupidly. It happens to everyone. Itachi replied, patting her on the head. Naruto, who was standing on a branch of another tree, just smiled, watching his friend, but then quickly disappeared into Shunshin, yet he still had a task from Sensei. Naruto found himself on one of the abandoned polygons. It seems it was the 75th polygon. Somewhere here there had to be an entrance to Orochimaru's underground hideout, in which Naruto had to find a couple of scrolls, and then use a callback to send them to his father. Quickly finding a metal door overgrown with grass leading down, Naruto lifted it with difficulty. Looking around, Naruto went down inside, closing the hatch behind him. Due to the fact that he was perfectly oriented in the dark, he did not even need a torch or any other lighting. The shelter smelled damp and musty. It was clear that no human foot had set foot here for a long time. Everything was covered with cobwebs, and bugs and worms crawled here and there. Orochimaru explained well how to get to the room where everything you need is, and therefore Naruto quickly found it. Already an hour and a half later, the scrolls were in one of Orochimaru's laboratories, and Naruto with a calm soul went to the mountain with the faces of the Hokage, waiting for the moment when Uchiha would come. Until Itachi came, Naruto, sitting on the head of the third, watched Konoha. Today was one of the holidays that is held every 6 months in Konoha, the end of the Chunin exam. Many parents with their children, whether shinobi or ordinary people, walked around Konoha, having fun. From Hiruzen's head, Naruto was even able to see Minato and his family, who, along with Fugaku, Mikoto and Sasuke, were walking along the evening streets of the Hidden Leaf, having fun talking about something. So Sasuke and Menma have become friends so much, Naruto thought, lingering a little longer at these families. The wind blew pleasantly with coolness and freshness. And there was a smell of freshness in the air and leaves, no matter how strange it might sound. I know you're here, you don't have to hide. Naruto said, smiling, although it was not visible because of the hood. Well, who are you? Why were you following me? Itachi asked, clutching the kunai tightly in his hand. Looking back, Naruto glanced at him, as if studying. Mangekyo Sharingan? Naruto asked in surprise, how do you know about my dojutsu? Getting ready for battle, Itachi asked. Oh, I know a lot about him, but only from stories. Alas, I don't own it myself, and I can't. Naruto said with a smile, putting his right hand on the katana. Who are you and why were you following me? Itachi asked the same question again. Who am I? Does it make sense to know that? And if you find out, what will you do? Will you kill me? Will you be happy? I have imagined our meeting many times, but I could not even imagine how it would take place. So does it make sense to spoil it all? Can we just sit quietly and talk? Naruto asked, getting up from the rather cold ground, even though it was the height of summer. Either you stop joking, or I'll kill you. With a menacing look and no less menacing voice, Itachi said. Your family is walking around Ko right now. However, the brunette did not have time to finish. The words about the family forced Itachi to rush into battle, with cold fury. Kunai's blow was blocked by a katana, on which a snake was engraved. Ninpo, snake hands. A large number of snakes immediately crawled out of the sleeve of the brunette, intending to grab and twist the attacker. However, instead of Uchiha, the snakes tied up a log. Replacement technique, interesting. Naruto said, dodging a fireball that was flying at Mikami with great speed. You wouldn't waste your technicians, otherwise you'll attract a lot of people, and I don't need that. The guy said, looking at the village. Don't worry, when they come, you'll already be dead, Itachi assured him. Okay, if you want to fight, let's fight. The guy shrugged his shoulders and passed the lightning element through the katana. The weapon immediately lit up with a bright light, sparkled, and from the blade, as usual, lightning began to fly out, which randomly beat around the guy. Naruto quickly headed towards Itachi, swinging his katana to strike, but when he had already lowered it, the weapon was met by an obstacle in the form of red ribs from the chakra. Susanoo? Naruto asked himself, jumping back to a safe distance. You know too much. Folding the seals, Itachi said. Futon, a rush. Kato, a big fireball. Two techniques flew towards Naruto, but he easily dodged. That's just, Naruto? Itachi asked in shock when he saw who was standing in front of him. With a gust of wind, the hood fell off the brunette. A tall young man appeared, with long, smooth black hair, bright circles around his eyes, with a snake pupil, pale skin. It was definitely Naruto. You are considered dead because they could not find traces of escape, which means you were competently abducted. Itachi said and smiled. He was certainly glad that his friend had finally returned and they could again, as in the good old days, walk in the evenings, chatting on different topics, have fun. Now it's my turn to ask you questions. Sitting down comfortably, Naruto said, and a sly grin appeared on his face. Go ahead. Already anticipating what questions the brunette will ask, Itachi said. Who is this Izumi? Are you serious? Naruto asked mockingly. I think so. She is from the same clan with me, an old childhood friend who has been in love with me for a long time, just like me. Itachi honestly admitted. I see, then the next question. Naruto became serious. Where did you get the Mangekyo Sharingan from? I read that you can only get it if you kill your best friend, or see him die. And this, I myself found out about it only a year after he woke up. The moment Ray launched his technique at you, I already thought you were dead. Thanks to my two-wash Sharingan at that time, I knew perfectly well that his technique was much stronger than yours. I thought that you had died and the strong emotions that I experienced were the impetus for awakening first the third Tomo, and a second later the Mangekyo. That's how it is. It's nice to know that you care about me. Naruto replied with a smile. Have you been to AI yet? Itachi asked, glancing at his friend. Not yet, but to be honest, it's scary to go there. I left without even saying goodbye and without warning in any way. I think that at best, she will kill me. That's right, Tsunade-sama taught her a couple of her techniques and now she has become quite a formidable opponent. Guys are running after her in a crowd. Of course, she is the daughter of Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 Sanins, and even a beauty, but she is still waiting for you, believing that you are not dead and will return sooner or later. Itachi said, looking up at the sky, which was already dark and stars began to appear on it. The cheers in the village slowly began to subside, everyone began to disperse. The holiday was coming to an end. I think I'll go to her tomorrow, but I still need to go to the Hokage. Naruto said, lying down on the ground, so you can see the starry sky better. We can go to the Hokage tomorrow. I think that when I become the captain of the Umbu, you will look good in my platoon. Itachi answered with a laugh, to which Naruto only nodded. Then I'll go to Aya's house and call her to the street, where you will meet. Well, I'll go about my business. How do you like this plan? Naruto, after a little thought, agreed, getting up from the ground, today he still had one thing to do. Then tomorrow at 8 a.m. Itachi said, diverging from the brunette in different directions. Okay. Naruto headed home to Hiruzen, whom he had not seen for a long time. Having quickly reached his house, Naruto knocked on the door, after which he heard dissatisfied muttering and quiet footsteps. "It's been a long time, old man," Naruto said when Hiruzen opened the door. The third one froze, not believing his eyes. "Naruto? That's the one." Passing inside, the guy said. "That's who, and I certainly didn't expect to see you," said the old man, smiling good-naturedly. "I'm sorry it's so late, there were still things to do." Mikami apologized as he walked into the kitchen. "Well, tell me, how are you?" Naruto returned home closer to 2 o'clock in the morning. The gatherings at Hiruzen were slightly delayed, and then when the alarm clock rang at 7 in the morning, the guy barely opened his eyes. After going to the shower in the morning to dispel the dream that did not want to leave, Naruto left his apartment, which was covered in dust and in places even in cobwebs. It was obvious that no one even came here. "You're late," Itachi said, squinting at his friend. "Sorry, I went to bed too late yesterday," Naruto answered, yawning. "Okay, let's go, Hokage is already waiting," heading towards the residence, Uchiha said. The brunette silently trudged after him, falling asleep on the move. After knocking on the door, Naruto and Itachi went inside, where team number 7 was, who had recently passed the genin exam. Menma, Sasuke and Sakura, and their mentor was Kushina Uzumaki, who turned around at the incoming. "Sorry I'm late, Hokage-sama." Itachi apologized, bowing his head slightly. "Long time no see, fourth," Naruto answered in his own manner, waving his hand. "Mikami Naruto?" Minato asked, blinking his eyes in surprise. "Were you expecting someone else? Where have you been?" Namikaze asked. "I'll tell you later, we'll wait until the genin team takes their assignment. Minato, I think they can be given a C-rank task, I think they are ready," Kushina said, turning to her husband. "Okay, you will need to escort the bridge builder to the village of Waves, provide him with protection until he completes the bridge, all the information is here." Holding out a folder with papers, Minato said. Shouting joyfully, team number 7 left the Hokage's office and residence, going to collect things. "So, now you. Where have you been?" Minato asked, turning to Naruto. "I was getting stronger in Ryukido." Naruto answered, lying. "I studied senjutsu and honed my ninjutsu skills." In order to avoid further questions, the guy explained. "I understand that you want to return to the number of Konoha shinobi?" The fourth asked, rubbing his temples tiredly. The genin team pretty much ruffled his nerves, begging for a task of a higher rank. "Hokage-sama, I want Mikami Naruto to be enrolled in the Umbu, specifically in my squad. I think his skills are quite enough to fight on equal terms with the strongest Konoha jonins," Itachi answered for Naruto. "I'll deal with it later, I need to think about it. I'll call you when I make a decision, and now, I'd like to be alone." Naruto and Itachi nodded silently and left the residence, heading to the Senju quarter. Somehow he easily took all the information. Naruto said, addressing Itachi. "Yeah, but I think everything will be fine," Uchiha said when they were already approaching Tsunade's house. "Wait here, I'll call Aya." Naruto just nodded, crouching down under a tree. "Hello, Tsunade-sama, is Aya-chan at home?" Knocking on the door, Itachi asked. "Hi, Itachi, I'll call her now." A couple of minutes later, Aya was standing in the doorway, with a mute question. "Come on, there's someone who wants to meet," Itachi said with a soft smile. "Who?" wearily asked the girl, who has changed a lot, and for the better. The chest of the second size was clearly visible, a narrow waist, a beautiful face, long hair tied back in a ponytail. "Secret, he's waiting for you under that tree," Itachi said, pointing with his finger, then disappeared into Shunshin. Damn Itachi. The girl thought, but still interest took over, after which, she headed in the indicated direction. Already from afar she saw familiar outlines and could not believe her eyes. "Is it really you?" The girl changed her already habitual step to a fast run, getting closer and closer to the tree. "Naruto?" Aya shouted, addressing the guy sitting under the tree, who was peacefully dozing. "Where have you been?" Hugging Naruto, the girl asked, tears of happiness flowed from her eyes. She had been waiting for his return for so long, and now, when she was already desperate, he finally returned. Burying her face in the guy's chest, Aya hugged Naruto tightly, who only smiled, gently stroking the girl's hair. "Where have you been all this time?" Senju asked, her eyes swollen with tears. "I was getting stronger to protect you, Itachi, the old man, everyone, who is dear to me," Naruto said, also hugging the girl. Then why didn't you tell me anything? Why didn't you warn me? You could have run to me, you know how worried I was. When did I decide to visit you again, and the ward is empty? When Hokage said that you disappeared, tears gushed out of her eyes again. Naruto silently hugged the girl and began stroking her hair, whispering, "Sorry," in her ear. The day was already coming to an end, and Naruto and Aya were still lying in an embrace under a perennial tree, the shadow of which hid them from the heat. "Naruto, here you are being summoned to the Hokage with me. It's urgent." Itachi appeared, broke the already established idol. Naruto sadly looked somewhere into the sky, and then, carefully getting up, headed towards the residence. "Sorry, Aya, let's go for a walk tomorrow?" Naruto asked, turning around. "Of course, will you come for me?" Naruto just nodded, then disappeared into Shunshin, leaving Aya satisfied and happy, alone. "Do you even know why we were called?" Naruto asked, running up to Itachi. Uchiha shook his head negatively, then went inside the residence. "Come in," Minato said in a stern voice. "Have you been summoned, Hokage-sama?" Itachi asked, getting down on one knee. "Yes. Naruto, I was thinking about enrolling you in the ANBU. If you complete the mission that I will give you now, then you will be enrolled in the ANBU units, without additional verification. Itachi will go with you." "I agree, but what kind of mission?" Naruto asked, looking seriously at the Hokage. "Yesterday, I issued another C-rank mission, to be precise, it was team number 7. That's just, the mission turned out to be not rank C, at least rank A, the customer deceived me, apparently he did not have the money to pay for a mission of a higher rank. All the details are in this folder. You should hurry up, otherwise the geniuses are finished." Minato said, from the look of him, it was easy to tell that he was angry. "But, Hokage-sama, why can't you teleport yourself to the Jonin mentor? Moreover, as far as I remember, this is your wife, Uzumaki Kushina. I am a Hokage, which means I should always be in the village, especially since the mission needs to be completed, and only then to sort things out. I just don't have time for that," Minato said, handing over a folder with a detailed description of the mission and the current coordinates of team number 7. "Are you taking on a mission?" "Yes," Naruto replied confidently, then added, "In 5 minutes at the Konoha gate." The brunette disappeared in Shunshin, appearing on one of the roofs. Quickly heading to his home, the brunette did not even think about the fact that he was very tired today, all because he had not slept well for many nights in a row. 5 minutes later, Naruto was standing near Konoha's gate, waiting for his friend and teammate, Itachi. Uchiha did not look his best when he heard that his younger brother might be in serious danger. he became very gloomy and became more serious. "We will get to the land of waves in about 4 hours," Naruto said with a sly smile. "What? How do you get to such a distant country in just 4 hours?" Itachi asked, looking at his friend with a look that does not tolerate jokes and stupidity. "Don't worry, we'll get there. Biting his finger, Naruto said, after which he began to fold the seals. Summoning technique. Slamming on the ground, Naruto whispered. From a huge cloud of smoke, an equally huge snake appeared, black in color, with 2 horns on its head. "Naruto-sama, what do you want?" Snake asked politely. Itachi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets from this. "Taya, we need to get to the land of waves in 4 hours." Looking at his call, Naruto said. "Okay, get in." By lowering its head to the ground, the snake simplified the task of climbing on it. "Attach the chakra, otherwise you will fly off," Naruto advised before Taya started moving. "Okay." Giving the chakra to the legs, thereby attaching to the snake, the Uchiha replied. "After 3.5 hours, thank you, Taya," Naruto said, bowing respectfully to the snake, which disappeared in a cloud of smoke after a couple of seconds. "So where do we look for them?" Itachi asked, approaching his friend. His hair stood on end and stuck out in different directions, making him quite funny. "I don't know, I was hoping you were a censor," Naruto answered honestly, sitting down on the sun-warmed ground. "Damn it!" Itachi swore, then froze. "Do you hear that?" "What?" Naruto asked, also listening to the surrounding sounds. "Yes, 8 o'clock," Naruto said, exploding from the spot and heading in the direction from which the sounds similar to the clang of metal came. "I hope that at least now we will have fun." Exposing the katana, Naruto said, licking his lips like a predator. Itachi, having activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, looked ahead of himself, trying to finally see those who are fighting, if they are, of course. After a couple of seconds, our heroes jumped out into the clearing, where they saw team number 7, opposite which stood one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Momochi Zabuza, and near him were several renegades of the rank of Chunin and Jonin. Quickly assessing the situation, Naruto took the kunai out of his sleeve, charged it with lightning chakra to such an extent that the metal could barely stand, and lightning flew in different directions. Quickly throwing it at one of the renegades, on whose head was the crossed-out protector of the village of Mist, kunai. Accuracy did its job, kunai pierced through the enemy's body, tearing the heart into several pieces. Shinobi fell dead. "Kushina-san, stay behind us and protect the genins and the customer," Itachi said, standing between the Konoha team and the renegades, exactly like Naruto. After seeing the death of a person, Sakura threw up. This is quite normal and natural. Sasuke and Menma held on better than their friend, barely restraining the urge to vomit. The guys continued to watch the rapidly developing events with fascination. "Itachi, I'll take over Momochi, while you deal with the rest," Naruto said, passing the wind chakra through the katana. "It's better this way," Mikami thought, glancing at his weapon. "Mom, they can handle it, right?" Menma looked worried. If Itachi and Naruto lose, then they are most likely the end. The guys understood this perfectly well, and from the realization of this, their knees began to tremble by themselves. "Don't worry if the Hokage comes to save us," the red-haired woman reassured Geninov. Without looking away, Kushina closely followed every action of opponents and allies. Momochi Zabuza, a renegade from the village of Mist, one of the 7 legendary, once, swordsmen of Mist. Addressing a guy with a bandaged mouth and a huge sword in his hands, Naruto said, pulling his hand with a katana down. "I'm flattered that some kid who thought he could at least detain me knows about me. Better get out of the way, there's no point in taking your life," said the renegade, giving the last chance to the guy, drop everything and escape, but alive. Well, attack, let's see which of us is stronger. Getting ready for battle, said the brunette, and I gave you a chance to just leave, but you didn't take it. Zabuza ran straight at Naruto, raising a huge sword. So few reasons, no more incentive, so little room to grow somewhere. I've been wrong so many times and again, it's not enough for me, Mom, forgive me, and there are not enough phrases, and so there is not enough of you, but there are so few reasons to write and to start everything from scratch for some reason and so little for us. There were minutes to recreate this world, but there is no strength and desire to destroy it from the inside. So few answers, how many did not ask to give? So little money, so little time is given for everything. I'm not getting any younger, there's nothing to believe in and nothing will save me. Zabuza ran straight at Naruto, raising a huge sword. The guy blocked the chopping blow from above with his katana. This is the power, accelerating the chakra through your body faster, thereby strengthening your physical parameters, Naruto thought. With more effort, the brunette threw back the sword of Zabuza and went on the attack himself. The swordsman did not expect such a quickness from the boy, and therefore almost missed the blow, but when he came to himself, he jumped back, breaking the distance. Maybe it will be fun. Zabuza said to himself under his breath, involuntarily remembering the last time he could have been caught off guard. You should not be distracted, otherwise you will lose, to some kid. Already running up to the opponent, taking the katana aside for a blow, Naruto said. Don't underestimate me, puppy. Momochi easily blocked the brazen lunge of the brunette, and then with a kick from his foot, sent him flying. After flying a few meters, Naruto finally crashed into a tree, stopping his flight. CSR, it was painful. Getting to his feet, Naruto said, but at the same second he was forced to use a substitute in order not to die. Momochi's heavy weapon cut and tore into splinters some kind of log. CSR, I managed. The fog shinobi said with annoyance, looking around in search of the enemy. Folding his fingers into a seal, a thick and dense fog descended on the battlefield, visibility became zero. Mikami's heart was pounding wildly, death was too close. With such an opponent, you should not even relax for a second, otherwise I will die. Also this fog, most likely this is his technique, flashed through the thoughts of the brunette, who sheathed his katana and sat down in the lotus position. Meanwhile, Itachi, using Sharingan, easily fought off 3 Nukanins of different ranks. Taking the kunai out of his pouch, Uchiha quickly threw them towards one of the apostates. 2 kunai entered exactly into the neck, and the remaining 3 stuck to the hilt in the stomach of the apostate, killing him on the spot. Damn, he killed Ruga, you're finished, said the shinobi with the crossed-out tread of the Cloud Village. Nukenin from Kumo ran straight at Itachi, who was standing in place with his eyes closed. Having opened them, the pattern of his Sharingan began to change, the volumes began to spin, merging into one point, from which a kind of 3 petals began to diverge. Amaterasu. The black fire embraced the 2 remaining Nukanins in a second, bringing a terrible and painful death. The screams of pain quickly spread across the clearing where they were fighting. You shouldn't underestimate me, I already told you, Momochi said, appearing behind the brunette and raising his sword. Damn, I did. Jumping back, Naruto felt blood flowing from his right hand. Now you're definitely going to die, Naruto said, standing with his eyes closed. Don't get cocky, boy. Zabuza headed straight for Mikami again, intending to end his life. The brunette opened his eyes and with unprecedented agility and speed dodged the lunge, finding himself under the weapon of the apostate, sticking his katana into Momochi's stomach. Coughing up blood, Momochi looked down, meeting Naruto's gaze. Cold amber eyes, with a snake pupil, looked as if through Zabuza, which caused the latter to have goosebumps all over his body. Naruto quickly pulled out his katana and started attacking again. The horizontal cutting blow was blocked by a huge sword, after which Momochi jumped away from a tree branch, intending to break the distance and disappear into the fog again. Ninpo, Snake's hands. Snakes quickly crawled out of Mikami's sleeve, intending to bind the renegade from the mist. But one of the 7 legendary swordsmen Kiri, with just one swing of the sword, killed almost all the snakes. Naruto's attack choked at the beginning. Zabuza disappeared into the fog again. "Do you think you can get away from me?" Naruto asked, looking exactly at the place where Momochi was now. Naruto soaked the katana with the lightning chakra, ran straight to Zabuza, intending to finally finish this fight, yet the full hermit mode was not eternal, especially since the brunette did not train him so often and studied all his subtleties. Die. The katana clearly entered Momochi's throat, who could not have expected to be seen in any way. This concealment technique was perfect, no one could see through the fog, even the best sensors could not always detect it, and here some kid could. It's impossible. Naruto was already beginning to rejoice at the victory, as Momochi splashed on the grass. It was a water clone. Suetun, Water Dragon. The original Zabuza was standing to the right of the brunette, preparing his most powerful technique. A large dragon, consisting entirely of water, headed straight for the brunette. Futon, a rush. Folding his fingers into a seal, Naruto said in the hope that his technique would somehow weaken the water dragon, but everything was to no avail. Momochi's technique knocked Mikami off her feet and hit the nearest tree with all her might. The brunette was on the verge of losing consciousness. He was already beginning to realize that he had lost, all because he believed in himself too much, played too much. "It was a good fight, I haven't fought so well for a long time. You will die like a worthy shinobi in battle," said a suitable Zabuza, whose appearance was rather shabby. Naruto was already fully prepared for death, not even regretting his actions. "I think that Itachi, the old man and father will be very upset, but they are strong, they will be able to survive this," Naruto thought with a smile on his face, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Minato could not find a place for himself. He kept thinking about what was happening there now. Did Naruto and Itachi get to Kushina and team number 7? He was all on pins and needles. "Dad, don't worry, everything will definitely be fine," Haru said, running into the office and hugging her father. "Of course, daughter." Smiling as much as possible, said the exhausted-looking Minato. Itachi, sensing something was wrong, ran in the direction from which the sounds of battle, the clang of metal, had come earlier. "We need to help Naruto, after all, Momochi is one of the strongest swordsmen," Itachi thought, speeding up the pace of running. "Just don't lose, Naruto." Orochimaru, as usual, was in one of his many shelters, of which there are a huge number scattered around the world. Sorting through the documents and scrolls that Naruto sent him from Konoha, he found quite interesting information. I think he will definitely be interested in this, assuming that his mother is from this clan," Orochimaru thought, handing the scroll to one of the snakes. "I think I'll see you soon, Naruto," Sannin thought, unwrapping another scroll. The cards were opened. "I saw everything in advance by my eyes, each of 1,000 roads without end. Feed my hopes by understanding with my head that we won't see you again. I think that Itachi, the old man and father will be very upset, but they are strong, they will be able to survive this," Naruto thought with a smile on his face, closing his eyes. The guy had already said goodbye to his life, because it's no wonder. The sword was sinking lower, the smell and presence of death was already in the air. It seemed that he could be felt by every cell of his body. "Die." Momochi's last words rang in the brunette's ears. "I don't want to die." Only in the last seconds of his life he realized this. He is afraid. But he is not afraid of death itself, he is afraid of oblivion, that all the joyful and not very moments, all the people who surrounded him before, with whom he talked, laughed, was just around, will take and sink into the unknown, he will forget what he so ardently wanted to remember and protect. Not now. The red-haired girl's scream seemed to resound throughout the forest, followed by a thud. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw a sword lying next to him and a woman standing next to him, whose hair was blowing in the wind. Hardly realizing that his life was no longer in danger, the guy began to breathe deeper, his heart began to beat furiously, trying to jump out of his chest. He realized that he was alive again. He will be able to enjoy the smiles of his friends again, he will be able to talk to them about something again. The realization of this warmed his heart and soul. Thanks. He put all his gratitude into this word, he was truly happy that he would be able to see the light of this world again. How are you? The woman asked affectionately, shifting her gaze to the heavily breathing brunette. I'm fine. Exhaling loudly, Naruto said and got to his feet. And where is Zabuza, killed? Said Itachi, who appeared near Kushina. He, taking advantage of the moment while Zabuza was recovering from the strongest blow of the bloody habanero, cut his throat. But, I finished him off, everything is fine, now it remains only to send a letter to the Hokage that everything is fine with Kushina-san. Itachi reassured his friend. Oh, I almost forgot, Jonin said, rubbing the back of her head. Thank you for coming to the rescue. Without you we would not have coped and most likely we would already be dead. And what about the genins? Naruto asked. Everything is fine with them, they are sitting under that tree, together with the customer, pointing with his hand towards the old and mighty tree, Itachi said. They come to their senses after what they saw. Then, as soon as they come to their senses, we need to move on. And then, something I'm already tired of this mission. Smiling stupidly, the brunette honestly said. Itachi and Kushina only silently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zabuza's corpse was slowly cooling down, but the swordsman was not at all saddened by his death, on the contrary, he was even glad that he died in such an interesting and difficult battle for him. The last thing the apostate was thinking about was a girl whose image was popping up in his head by itself. Short, with long black hair, cute facial features. Once, a long time ago, Zabuza was passing through a village, where he found a homeless girl who was barely alive. It was freezing outside, so Momochi took pity on her and took her with him. All the following years, he trained her, made her stronger so that she could stand up for herself. Year after year, he gradually fell in love with her, but he never showed it, kept it to himself and just enjoyed the company with her. The girl was also not indifferent to the apostate, but she was in no hurry to open her thoughts to him, probably she was afraid of being rejected. I'm coming, Hakeyu, the last words, along with the breath, were picked up by the wind and carried away into the distance. Words that meant much more to the apostate than you can imagine. He would finally meet the one he loved with all his heart. The one who left him so early. Within a few hours, Team Number 7 and its companions arrived in the land of waves. Hokage, as usual, was sitting in his office, among a huge stack of papers. The window was wide open, letting in fresh, cool air inside. A crow flew into the residence, on whose paw a note was fixed. Minato, I immediately understood who this bird came from. Only Itachi sends me letters this way, Namikaze thought as he unfolded the note. After reading it intensely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God they're all right. Leaning back in his chair, Hokage spoke almost in a whisper, fixing his gaze somewhere in the sky. In a short note from Itachi, only a couple of sentences were written. Hokage-sama, may I? Entering the office, Obito Uchiha said. It was a tall young man, part of whose face was hidden behind a bandage from the protector, and all because of an incident that happened a couple of years ago. Obito, during the mission, almost died due to a cave collapse, a huge boulder fell on him. Yes, of course, did something happen? Minato asked, a smile never leaving his face. Obito, like Kakashi and Rin, were students of the 4th Hokage, the strongest of Konoha's Jonin. I would like to clarify with you about my new genin team. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said. Obito was a cheerful guy who, no matter what, went to his goal. His secret dream was to become a Hokage who would be respected all over the world. Even as a child, he constantly talked about becoming a Hokage. Oh, right, I'm sorry, something completely slipped my mind. The 4th began to justify himself, rummaging through the papers. Well, if you are ready, then Kushina can leave her duties as a temporary mentor to John and transfer this difficult burden to you. Really? Not believing that it could be true. Yes, you are the new captain of team number 7. I think that under your leadership, Janini will be able to achieve unprecedented heights. Minato said with a warm smile. I won't let you down. Uchiha answered firmly and loudly, yet when the Hokage himself trusts you with his son and the son of the head of the Uchiha clan, you can't help but rejoice. I will definitely make first-class shinobi out of them, Obito promised himself before he left the walls of the residence. Naruto was lying in one of the rooms in the house, which was kindly provided by Tazuna. Lying on the floor, the brunette replayed recent events over and over again. All his thoughts, feelings, everything led him to only one result. I was too weak again, I don't have enough experience. I will not be able to protect anyone who is dear to me. Time after time, only such conclusions came to his mind. Hey, Naruto, how are you? Entering a friend's room, Itachi asked. It's fine, and you? The brunette replied aloofly, still immersed in his thoughts. I sent a short report to the Hokage about the situation. I think he will tell us to return soon. Sitting down on the floor, Itachi replied, shifting his gaze to the window, behind which the sky was clear, without a single cloud. I hope we're here for a while, otherwise I already want to go home. Itachi nodded his agreement, still not taking his eyes off the nature outside the window. Can we take a walk? Uchiha asked, breaking the silence and drawing attention to himself. After looking at his friend and finding the place where he was looking, Naruto thought a little. I think a short walk wouldn't hurt. Smiling and getting up from the floor, Naruto replied. Then I'll wait for you outside. Itachi said and quickly got up and left the room, again leaving the brunette sitting on the floor, alone. Meanwhile, in the woods nearby, Kushina was training with the genin team. I wanted to get away from this world, which I destroyed by my own efforts. There was no incentive to go anymore. I lost it along the way. The 20th floor and a life lived. I'm standing on a cliff and I just want to leave. Meanwhile, in the forest, nearby, Kushina was training with a team of genins who had already more or less moved away from what they saw. Death always changes people, no matter whose, whether it's a loved one or the first person you meet. No matter how much you don't want to show that you don't care, somewhere in the depths of you there will be one very strange feeling. A person has died, he will no longer be able to see those with whom he was familiar. It will no longer be possible to touch it. We won't be able to talk anymore. But no one cancelled the training. After what they saw, the genins realized how weak they were. They need to become stronger to protect themselves first. Passing by genins diligently trying to climb a tree with the help of the chakra, Naruto involuntarily remembered his training. How are you? Itachi asked, seriously concerned about his friend's mental state. It will go, breathing in the cold air with a full chest, Naruto replied. It was surprisingly cool today, but it's no wonder, because winter is coming soon. The trees had already thrown off their robes and were practically naked. Absolutely not protected from this cold world. Don't worry about me. I won't do anything like that. Smiling, a little fake, the brunette replied, looking into the Uchiha's eyes. I'm glad to hear that. A warm smile appeared on Itachi's lips. It came from the heart. He was really happy for Naruto. I think Hokage will tell us to return with team number 7. Naruto said, sitting down on the cold ground. Yeah. Anbu replied shortly, looking where Naruto was looking. On a team of 3 genins and Kunoichi diligently explaining something. You need to channel so much chakra, the tree didn't break, they didn't fall. Snatches of phrases of the red-haired shinobi were heard. Naruto put his hand on the katana that rested on his belt. Can we have a sparring match? Naruto thought that it would distract him from depressing thoughts, and therefore suggested such an idea. I don't mind, but let's not use large-scale techniques, we don't need extra attention. Activating the Sharingan and jumping back, Itachi said. Of course, of course. Naruto answered with a strange lick, bearing his katana. After passing a small amount of chakra through it, he abruptly ran at the enemy. You're as fast as always. Blocking the blow and striking sparks, Uchiha replied. The clang of metal attracted the attention of the resting genins. They looked with bated breath at the fight between 2 shinobi of the level of Jonin, and maybe even higher. Kushina also did not stay away and began to observe. Kato, a big fireball. Jumping up and away from Naruto, said Uchiha, blowing fire. Naruto, however, simply dodged the ball at a fast speed and ran back to Uchiha, who was already folding seals for another technique. Futon, a rush of blades. Naruto said after folding just one-handed seal, which greatly surprised the genins. Abruptly ceasing to fold the seals for the next fire technique, Itachi, seeing everything with his Sharingan, created a shadow clone and with the help of it dodged all the blades, after which he threw 7 kunai at Naruto. Not expecting such a rush, one of the kunai still touched Mikami, damaging his clothes and leaving a knot-deep cut. KS, said Naruto, landing on the ground, a few meters from Uchiha. And yet Itachi is a genius. Menma said, looking at the dance of 2 shinobi. Exactly. Sasuke supported him, proud of his brother. Okay, if that's the case, then we'll dance now. Naruto confidently declared and pushed off from the ground with all his might. Literally in a split second, he was near Itachi and struck. Strange red ribs appeared near Uchiha, and the eye pattern changed. It was no longer 3 volumes, it was Mangekyo Sharingan. KC, Susanoo. This is problematic. Naruto declared, jumping away. I think it's worth ending with this, because even more destructive techniques will go further. Dispelling the technique, the genius of the Uchiha clan said, deactivating his eyes. Do not use your eyes so often, otherwise you will go blind before you should. Putting the katana in the sheath, the brunette said. I know, but against a strong opponent, you should not spare your strength, otherwise you will regret later that you gave your life. I am flattered by such words. Naruto turned around and walked towards the house. The training battle had really sorted out all his thoughts and now he knew for sure what to do. A breath of cold wind made the genins shiver and they also gathered in the house. Soon they will have to return to the village and hand over the first successful mission, because the bridge has already been completed. How are you doing with Izumi? Suddenly asked Naruto, entering the door of the house. Why are you asking? Yes, it's just, Naruto said with a shrug, it suddenly became interesting. A sly smile appeared on his face. I don't like it. Noticing this behavior of a friend, Itachi said, but still began to speak. She's been my friend since childhood. She doesn't see me as the genius that everyone else sees. Or rather not so. She sees not only the genius, but also me. There are only 3 such people. You, Mom and Izumi, that's why I fell in love with her. She always took care of me and wanted the best for me. That's it. briefly told Itachi the whole situation while they were going up to the second floor. Clearly, a warm and sincere smile appeared on Naruto's face. Now he was really happy for his friend. That he found a loved one. That he's doing well in life. What about you and Aya? Itachi asked, having already entered the room. Yes, I do not know, honestly. How to say that? Looking down at the floor, Naruto said. I'm not sure that I love her in the usual sense of the word. It seems that I generally began to feel all the emotions worse. I do not know what to do. Opening his soul to his interlocutor, Naruto looked into his friend's eyes, hoping that he would not see contempt there, hoping that he would find an answer there. I think you should just lie down and think about it, without lying to yourself. You know the right answer, and when you accept it, no matter what it is, it will be better for you. I think so too. Okay, I'm tired, so I want to sleep, you don't mind. Itachi shook his head negatively, after which Naruto left his room, heading to his room. Sort everything out. Don't lie to yourself. After all, he's right, I'm constantly lying, to myself, to others. We need to get rid of this habit, it only makes it worse, Naruto thought as he went to his room. Meanwhile, a raven flew to Itachi, whom he had recently sent to the Hokage. The order to return him from Naruto and Team Number 7 has been successfully delivered. That's why I came to change everything. I will carry this cross to the end and I'll find something new to forget. To forget all the roads back. Waking up the next morning, Naruto saw Itachi in his room. Is something wrong? Looking at a friend with sleepy eyes. No, I just wanted to make sure you didn't do anything like that tonight. Uchiha shrugged his shoulders. Naruto immediately measured him with a stern and angry look. I think I already told you. I'm not going to do anything. That, quickly throwing on his clothes, Naruto left the room, slamming the door loudly. A letter has arrived from Hokage, it's time to return. Before, loudly leaving, Naruto heard. Then it's time to go back. To the village where I'm not really expected, Naruto thought as he went outside, breathing in fresh but cold air with a full chest. Looking at the overcast sky, he was thinking about his own. Loud conversations were heard in the house. Genins have woken up, Naruto thought with a sigh and got into the house. I need to apologize to Itachi, he still wanted the best. Taking his hands out of his pocket and opening the door, Naruto went inside. We're going with Team Number 7, Hokage's order, said Itachi, who was standing near the entrance to the kitchen. Yeah, sorry, I got a little angry. Passing by a friend and raising his hand in agreement with Itachi, Naruto said. It happens to everyone. Meanwhile, Team Number 7 was already standing in the living room, saying goodbye to the carpenter's family, with whom they had already become very close to. Thank you very much for not abandoning the mission and saving our country, Tazuna said, addressing the Genins and Kunoichi. Come on, it's our duty, Menma said, smiling stupidly. Well, we have to go, the red-haired woman said cheerfully and as always fervently. Naruto and Itachi meanwhile disappeared somewhere. And where is Itachi and what's his name? Sasuke asked, going outside. I don't know, but the Hokage ordered us to return with them, so I guess we'll have to wait for them. Most likely, one important task has appeared, said Kushina, who had no idea where the two Anbu disappeared. The two Umbu were moving northward, kicking dry branches with their feet. For the life of me, I don't understand why you need it. We have completed the mission, why overdo it? Itachi asked, who was running behind Naruto. One of the tasks that I did not have time to complete while I was with my father. And it will be even better for the village if we do it. If you don't want to, I'll handle it myself. The cold gaze looked exclusively ahead. Of course, that's how I'll let you go alone against potentially 40 shinobi," said Itachi, who has already cursed this idea 100 times. "Well, then don't whine." Naruto abruptly stopped on one of the trees and sat down in the lotus position. Opening his eyes a few seconds later, Itachi saw the hermit mode. Amber snake eyes that looked coldly and abstractedly at everything around. The purple lines around the eyes became brighter, and the hair turned white. "Hermit mode?" Itachi asked in shock, seeing his completed form for the first time. "That's the one." Having bared the katana and passed the lightning chakra through it, so much so that lightning flew from it, Naruto disappeared from his place. Uchiha did not have time to track where his friend went. Well, the speed, he thought with admiration, after which he activated the Sharingan and began to look around in search of a partner. Appearing in front of a huge house, one could even say a castle, Naruto saw the guards. 2 shinobi looked at the newcomer with surprise. "Who else are you?" He was not destined to finish. Katana, like a hot knife in oil, cut off his head. The second shinobi was waiting for the same fate. 2 corpses fell almost simultaneously. The white-haired man's face was covered with blood, and his eyes became richer. "It's time to finish." Ninpo, Feast of 1,000 Snakes. Releasing a huge horde of snakes from the sleeve of his kimono, Naruto said. The snakes moved towards the castle on command, killing everyone who got in their way, except for one person. Once inside, Naruto easily got through the corpses to Gato's room. "Who are you?" a small man asked in shock and blood of his own subordinates. There was a whole ring of snakes around him. There was fear in his eyes. Naruto asked with a sneer. "Nobody." At the same second Naruto cut Gato's throat, without even giving him a chance to escape. Without even letting him say that he was ready to pay any money, if only he would save his life. Undoubtedly, money solves many issues, but not with Naruto. He has long been a murderer who does not care about the feeling of pity and compassion for the enemy. "There you are. Why the hell did you do it all by yourself again?" said Itachi, who appeared. He was not a bit embarrassed by the lying corpses or the blood on the white-haired man's clothes. "You shouldn't have gotten dirty in the blood of stupid animals. Your brother might have thought something bad of you," Naruto said, deactivating his hermit mode. As if on command, the snakes disappeared with a soft pop, leaving behind red rivers. "Okay, we have to go back, they are already waiting for us," Uchiha said, disappearing into Shunshin. "Of course." Disappearing after him, Naruto said. 30 minutes passed, but the genins were already frozen, standing on the street doing nothing. "Where does he wear them?" Sakura asked, her teeth chattering. "Shall we go?" Itachi asked, appearing with Naruto in front of team number 7. Mikami looked coldly at the genins. He didn't have time to wash his clothes and hair from blood. Although the blood was faintly visible on the black hair, but it was clearly visible on the white kimono. Such a set instilled primal horror in the genins. "What's wrong with you? Whose blood is this?" the pink-haired girl asked in a trembling voice. "You don't have to know that," Naruto replied shortly, turning and walking towards the village. "Well, it's time to go," said Kushina, who did not react to the appearance of the brunette in any way. Genins, seeing the reaction of their sensei, calmed down a little, realizing that this is most likely normal for shinobi. But they still looked with apprehension at Mikami, who was walking ahead of them. "And now I have a question. What kind of speed is this?" Itachi asked, who now thought Naruto was faster than the fourth. "Hermit mode and the lightning chakra that I wrapped around my body," Naruto said with a shrug. This speed came to him thanks to diligent training and, of course, various substances, thanks to which Naruto developed his body. I see. Itachi answered shortly, ending the conversation. A few days later, they returned to the village, with a successfully completed mission. While team number 7 was going to the Hokage, 2 dark-haired men were already in his office. How was the mission? Successfully. Gato and his mafia are destroyed, the bridge is built, team number 7 returned in full strength and health. Itachi answered shortly. Great, then from today Naruto Mikami is listed in your squad. Where to get a mask and a uniform? Itachi will show you. Questions? Hokage asked, pleased with the report. Can I only take the mask? I need my kimono for many summoning techniques. Naruto asked, and seeing a short nod, disappeared with Itachi from the office. And a second later, the whole team number 7 went in there. Mission successfully completed, the genins declared with one voice. There was a tired but joyful smile on their faces. Great, then Kushina-san, bring in the full mission report later. You will receive the money at the checkout. Minato said and smiled. And I almost forgot. From this day on, you have a new Jonin mentor. Kushina-san was temporary. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. at the 17th training ground, you will meet there. Hokage said, after which the team left the fort's office. No matter how much time I spend, I'm getting worse antidepressants. I don't need anyone anyway. It was 10:30 in the morning, but Obito was already at the training ground number 17 and was waiting for his genin team. Obviously, he was worried about how the genins would perceive him. Although Menma and Sasuke knew him and he often trained them, but still, there was jitters. You're not even late. Kakashi said, coming out from behind the bushes. Oh, Kakashi? A little scared of the sudden appearance of his teammate, Obito replied, looking at the ash-haired Jonin in confusion. Wow, this is the first time I've seen you so excited. Noticing the behavior of his friend, Kakashi said. What are you doing here? Minato-sensei said that you are the new captain of team number 7 from today. I came to support you. Hatake replied with a shrug. I'm flattered. Obito answered honestly, when he is next to Kakashi, he feels calmer. Well, okay, the main thing is not to worry, it's written right on your face, relax, everything will be fine. Jonin said before disappearing into Shunshin. Who do you think is our new sensei? Menma asked, already approaching the training ground, together with his team. I don't know, Kushina-sensei and I had a good time. Sakura said. Come on, I don't think Hokage-sama would have given us a mentor worse than Kushina. Moreover, it was initially clear that we would have a new sensei. Sasuke said, calmly walking along the road, peering into the distance. Hello. I'm your new sensei. My name is Obito Uchiha. Appearing in front of the genins and smiling happily, Obito said. Obito? In one voice, Menma and Sasuke asked in shock, who clearly did not expect to see Uchiha as their new sensei. Well, it seems they are not happy with me, Obito thought sadly. Thank God, a good mentor. I think he's better than Kushina, said Sasuke, after Menma's words. This boldly all Uchiha's doubts and a smile shone on his face again. Well, let's go train? Jonin asked, looking at the genin team, who nodded and ran after sensei. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's old hideout. Here, as always, mustiness and dampness reigned. Stepping through puddles and collecting not uncommon cobwebs with his face, Naruto quickly moved along the corridor. Damn, it seems to be starting again, he thought, feeling pain all over his body and feeling worse. Quickly reaching the room, he went inside. The closet door creaked open. Naruto took out one of the bags, which were covered with a small layer of dust, and took out a pill from there. Quickly throwing it into his mouth and swallowing, he sat down on the bed. After 5 minutes, the pain began to recede, and the state of health returned to normal. Someday I'll quit, the brunette thought, looking at the ceiling, feeling a surge of strength and energy. It was a drug that was synthesized and produced in the laboratory by Mikami Jr. himself. In 1 year, he had already developed a strong addiction, which was already difficult to fight. The funniest thing for Naruto was his words, "I have no dependence on anything, so it's also easy to quit here, just play around." As you have already understood, he was wrong and very much so. The drug was stimulating, which means that the brunette could no longer sit in place. Quickly getting out of bed, he disappeared into Shanshin, taking with him a couple more bags of pills. Appearing on one of the trees outside, he summoned a black snake, which immediately crawled to the east. I need to meet Itachi, Naruto thought, following the snake. Hiding his large pupils with the help of henge, he collected a little more natural chakra, which is already constantly in his body, merging with nature, thus becoming a part of it, hiding from censors. After running a decent distance, he ran out to the river, which flowed outside the village, not that far, probably a couple of kilometers. Naruto saw Itachi and Izumi, who were chatting sweetly about something. Damn, apparently he's busy, Naruto thought, sitting down on a branch and focusing on their conversation. How did the mission go? The girl asked, looking affectionately at her beloved. Fine, but not without adventures, as usual. The guy jokingly responded, feeling that they were being watched. However, remembering that Izumi is the best censor in the village, he calmed down a little, but this feeling has not left him until now. Naruto watched the couple with emotion, not even listening to what they were talking about. He was just glad that his friend was happy, and therefore was about to leave, because he could no longer sit in one place. It was difficult for him. Already about to leave, his attention was attracted by several centers of chakra, which were moving towards him at a fast speed. Itachi, someone is moving very fast here. The girl said excitedly. How much and from where? The guy asked calmly, getting up from the grass. Well, why can't anything go well? If it's you, Naruto, then I'll torture you thoroughly in Tsukuyomi, Itachi thought, activating his eyes. A second later, 4 people in strange long cloaks with red clouds appeared in front of him. Akatsuki? Not understanding what they forgot here, the guy asked himself. During the time spent with Orochimaru, he learned a lot, including about this organization. Orochimaru used to be there, but he left, for which they are now looking for him and want to kill him. Who are you and why have you come here, Itachi Uchiha? The man in the center said more affirmatively than with a question. Who are you and why have you come? Itachi repeated his question, taking the kunai out of his pouch. We're not going to fight. We just came to talk. We have a suggestion. Uchiha did not trust the words of strangers, and therefore he was as focused as possible and was ready to repel an attack at any moment. Izumi hid behind the guy's back, looking with fear at the unknown. And to make the conversation more productive, I'll probably do this. Smiling, though a straw hat with a bell hit it, said one of them, the far right. Throwing out his hand, and then quickly pulling on himself, he pulled Izumi to him. Itachi just didn't have time to cut the threads of the chakra with which the puppeteer pulled the girl to him. Well, shall we talk? Having put the poisoned kunai to the girl's throat, the puppeteer asked it. You're wrong. Naruto, who entered the perfect hermit mode, was behind the puppeteer with lightning speed. Barely visible lightning bolts passed through his body. He quickly sent the puppeteer, who was holding the girl, flying. With the same speed, he picked up Izumi and was behind Itachi. Literally a second passed, maybe 2. Itachi couldn't keep track of the guy's speed, even with the help of a Sharingan. Akatsuki, what are you doing here? Don't you have other things to do? Naruto asked with a sneer, and a nasty snake smiled. Orochimaru's offspring, I guess. Said the guy who initially started talking to Itachi. Seeing the nod and hearing Naruto's quiet laugh, fine, today is a beautiful day. With your help, we will lure this hunted snake. We're in the shit. Itachi said, looking with a Sharingan at the potential leader of the group. Why? Naruto asked. I think this guy has a Rinnegan. Itachi said, which shocked Naruto and at the same time interested him very much. It seems it will be interesting. That's just, will we pull it? Naruto asked himself, looking at his opponents. Naruto, can we do it? Itachi had the same question. He never took his eyes off Akatsuki for a second. Abruptly, the pattern of his eyes changed to Manjek and I've been looking for your footprints, but I haven't found them anywhere. You're shooting me in the face. I'm afraid it's not a dream. All our dreams flow through our fingers like sand. Abruptly, the pattern of his eyes changed on the Manjek, and the black flame enveloped the partner of the red-haired guy with the Rinnegan. Amaterasu. A thin trickle of blood began to flow from Uchiha's right eye. A second later, there was a smell of fried meat in the clearing, and a second later there was a piercing cry of pain and horror. However, the black pin stuck in the throat stopped the heart-rending scream. Well, let's have fun. Naruto said, his hair turned white, his eyes became more saturated in color, the outline of the purple color became brighter. Itachi, I'll try to detain him, deal with the other one. My punch should have done a good job of applying it. Naruto said, drawing his katana and passing the lightning chakra through it. Barely noticeable lightning bolts ran through the body. Taking off instantly from the spot and in a split second being behind the Akatsuki member, he struck a vertical blow from top to bottom. However, he managed to dodge, simultaneously throwing off some strange technique of the white-haired one. Shinra is closer. Crashing into a tree, Naruto heard. Rinnegan technique, thought Naruto, quickly getting to his feet and dodging the black pin flying at him. I'm a god. You can't beat me. After putting a couple of seals around the redhead, 5 more of the same red-haired and pierced people appeared, and everyone had a Rinnegan, he said. Damn pain, Orochimaru was talking about you, you should have listened to him more carefully. Naruto said softly, assessing the situation. We need to stall for time until Itachi comes. Dodging another technique. Naruto stopped in place. No, even the two of us will not pull it. We need to take him away from Uchiha so that he can walk to the village with Izumi. Naruto thought and rushed straight at the enemy. However, someone right in flight managed to grab his hand and then knock him to the ground and grabbing him tightly so that he did not get up. However, the natural energy that was beating like a waterfall in Naruto's body instantly turned the enemy into stone. Senjutsu? It seems Pain was talking to himself. You are dangerous, you need to be destroyed. I'm glad to hear it, that's just. You're the one who's dangerous. I'm cute and fluffy. Naruto's gaze has changed. Cold-blooded and calculating, but so deep, if you look for a long time, then you will begin to tighten. In places, he is insane, and from this look, as well as from himself, there is a desire to kill. The look of a killer. The call. After folding several seals, one of Pain's bodies summoned a giant multi-headed red dog. Summoning technique. After biting his finger, Naruto immediately invoked his personal summons from the world of snakes. Me, take on the doggy. A huge black snake, immediately assessing the situation, obeyed its owner and moved towards the dog, in whose eyes Rinnegan also sparkled. It feels like these eyes are being distributed to everyone. I would take it for myself, too, Naruto thought, folding seals for equipment. Swithin, the breath of the deep. Raiten, the fall of heaven. Futon, wind blades. Naruto said, using 3 techniques one after the other. Having formed into one, they began to resonate with themselves, strengthening each other. One of Pain's bodies got in the way of the combined technique and, putting his hands in front of him, absorbed the entire technique. What? Thought Naruto. A huge amount of natural energy was injected into the technique. Naruto was sure that this would help him win. That it would work. But everything was useless. Well, then let's do this. Naruto became even more serious. And disappearing from his place, leaving a small crater there, he found himself near the body that had just absorbed the technique. With one movement of his katana, he cut off his head and headed for another body. Once Orochimaru told me that the leader owns the technique of the 6 ways, which are enclosed in 6 bodies. One of them can raise the dead. Quickly finding this body with his eyes, Naruto headed towards it. General vision did not help to avoid the death of 2 bodies. They fell to the ground with an interval of half a second. Chibaku Tensei, said the main body of Pain, raising his hands. The path controlling gravity. Naruto thought, and he began to be sucked up to the ball, which had already formed from the layers of the earth. However, Naruto was again able to avoid this technique thanks to his speed. Damn, I'm slowly running out of steam, Naruto thought, noting to himself that the cover from the chakra is already beginning to disappear, which means it will slow down now. Another man in the same raincoat appeared next to Pain, except that his hat hid his face. Konokovtsi are moving here. It's time to leave, we don't need any problems, do we? Right? The unknown asked, and Pain just nodded. Sasori landed near them, whom Naruto sent flying at the very beginning. What's with Itachi? Naruto immediately thought and was about to move towards his friend, but he was stopped by Pain's words. Initially, we were going to invite Itachi Uchiha to our organization, but after seeing your level of strength, I changed my priorities, said the red-haired man looking at Naruto. I will never join you, Naruto said with an indifferent look. I have something to interest you in. Your friend is lying in the bushes right now, he's alive. I didn't even get to Sasori. He's seriously ill, I'm surprised you didn't notice. He has at most 6 months left. I can cure him, but only if you join us, Pain said before disappearing. Which one? Naruto asked anxiously into the void and quickly summoned the snake and headed towards Itachi. Me disappeared as soon as the many-headed dog disappeared. His task was completed, and therefore he went to Ryukido. Hearing a loud cough, Naruto sped up and ran to Itachi, who was lying on the grass and spitting blood. Itachi, are you okay? Naruto asked immediately, starting to treat him. Uchiha became noticeably easier after a few seconds of intensive treatment. The cough started to go away and Itachi wiped the blood flowing down his chin, smearing it on his face. I'm fine, Itachi answered faintly. What the hell is going on here, your mother? Naruto asked himself. Where is Akatsuki? Itachi asked, trying to get up. We'll talk about everything later, Naruto said, summoning 2 clones. He sent one for Izumi, and the second to meet a detachment from Konoha, but it was not necessary. A 4th Hokage with Anbu landed near the guys. What happened? Where are the enemies? Minato asked, looking at the 2 brunettes. The hermit mode is already gone. Itachi urgently needs medical help. The enemy is gone, more details later, when I take Itachi to the hospital, Naruto said, disappearing into Shunshin. He didn't care about the Hokage, his friend's life was more important. Activating the cover of the chakra, Naruto quickly headed towards the village, carefully carrying Uchiha in his arms. Just in time, Naruto thought, looking at the unconscious body of a friend resting on his hands. Flying like a bullet into the hospital, Naruto immediately went to Senju Tsunade's office, ignoring the other doctors and the rest of the medical staff who were telling him something. Going into the office without even knocking, she saw Tsunade looking at him in shock. He needs help urgently. I can only rely on you. Seeing Uchiha's body in Mikami's arms, Tsunade immediately jumped up and took Itachi away. I'll take care of him. Heading towards the operating room and giving instructions, Senju said. Thanks. Naruto disappeared into Shunshin again, appearing in Hokage's office. What was that? Minato asked, hinting at what the brunette had done. The life of a friend and commander was more important to me. The enemy had already left, there was no danger. Naruto said, receiving memories from the disappeared clone who brought Izumi to the village, to the Uchiha quarter. What does that mean? Fugaku, Hokage's right-hand man, asked angrily. That's what it means. Naruto said indifferently, looking at the head of the Uchiha clan. This is your son, what the hell, Naruto thought, but did not change his face in any way. The life of a shinobi is more important than the leader of the village, am I right? The life of one of the strongest shinobi of the village. Naruto corrected him. This does not change the essence of the question, said Fugaku, staring intently at Naruto and preparing to blow his head off if the answer is yes, because this is equivalent to treason of the village. That's enough. Minato said, interrupting Naruto. Let's drop this topic. What happened in the forest and who attacked? Fugaku did not agree with this decision of his friend, but still kept silent, promising himself to keep a closer eye on Mikami. Akatsuki. They came to recruit Itachi, I happened to be next to him and we started fighting. Pain is also the leader of a criminal organization, owns a Rinnegan, the strongest dojutsu. Naruto said. His words shocked two seasoned shinobi. Rinnegan? Are you absolutely sure? Minato asked, looking at Naruto. Yes, and how did you manage then? Fugaku, who had heard about the power of this dojutsu, asked. While Itachi was dealing with two other members of the organization, I restrained pain. It was difficult, and if the fight had continued I would have died. I managed to destroy only 2 of the 6 bodies, the so-called paths. Each path is specialized. One controls gravity, the other is able to resurrect the dead, and so on. Naruto told everything he knew. And why did they leave then? After thinking about Naruto's words for a couple of minutes, the fourth asked. They've detected your approach. And so they left. Silence fell again and Naruto turned his gaze to the window, behind which autumn was raging with might and main. It began to rain, which drummed monotonously on the roofs of buildings, leaving puddles behind. The only thing on the brunette's mind was the health of his friend. You said he wasn't alone, who else was there? Fugaku finally asked a question, not even paying attention to the rain pounding on the roofs. Akasuno no Sasori or Sasori Red Sand, a shinobi renegade from the village of Sand. The most skilled puppeteer in the shinobi world. Naruto replied, briefly describing one of the Akatsuki members. The second is unknown. Well, I hope next time you tell me everything first, and then you will do the rest of the business. Free. Minato said. I ran away. Appearing on the wet roof of the building, Naruto said. Quickly heading to the hospital where he brought Itachi, he thought about those words, I can cure him, but on condition that you join the organization. Going inside, Naruto went to the first doctor he saw. Where is Senju Tsunade? Asked the guy whose face was covered with wet hair. Tsunade-sama, in her office. The doctor replied and Mikami immediately headed toward Senju's office. Wait, you can't go to her. Naruto ignored any words of the doctor, confidently heading toward Tsunade. Come in. Hearing the knock, the woman answered. Naruto silently went inside, closing the door behind him. What about Itachi? Naruto asked after half a minute of silence. Tsunade was still silent, just looking at the guy sadly, as if trying to find words. What's wrong with him? Naruto asked viciously. He is alive, his condition has now stabilized. He's still unconscious. But... After a pause, the woman continued. It turned out that he has a very serious illness and, according to my calculations, he has about 6 months left. I know this, there is an opportunity to cure, and what is this disease? Naruto asked, looking at Tsunade. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do at the moment, just to ease his attacks. What kind of disease? We don't know ourselves. It seems to devour him from the inside, and as I understand it, he has had it for quite a long time. I understand, do your best. Let me know when he regains consciousness. Naruto said, disappearing into Shunshin, leaving Tsunade alone. Appearing on the mountain with the faces of Hokage, Naruto sat down on the wet and dirty ground. What am I supposed to do now? He asked himself. He has only 6 months left. What should I do? Damn. Damn. Damn, Naruto thought, hitting the ground with his fist. Scattered splashes of mud splattered the already dirty and bloody, once snow-white kimono. Tears flowed from his eyes. I won't let you die, so I don't have to do it, Naruto thought, folding the seals for the reverse summoning technique. Once in Orochimaru's lair, Naruto immediately went to his father's room. In order to ask for advice and ask for help. Wow, Naruto, I never expected to see you here, said the third Hokage, who was sitting at the table with Orochimaru. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on a political mission, aren't I right? Naruto asked, sitting down at the table. Is something wrong? Orochimaru asked, immediately noticing Naruto's depressed state and the dirt with blood on his clothes. Yes. I need help. Mikami Jr. replied and immediately became sad. Itachi is sick with something, he has at most 6 months left. Tsunade can't cure him. If even Tsunade can't cure him, then I'm even more so. Sannin replied calmly. I know, that's not why I came. I need more knowledge in medicine. And you know a lot more about Tsunade. I need all the knowledge, from the easiest techniques to the forbidden ones. Naruto replied, looking seriously at his father. Well, all right. Orochimaru licked his lips and replied. It will be interesting. Thanks, I'll come back tomorrow. Old man, you should come back too, you never know what. Disappearing into Shunshin, he said. Leaving two no longer young people alone. Something tells me that he didn't say everything. Hiruzen said, to which Orochimaru only nodded. Naruto returned to the village in the early morning and immediately went to a friend's room. Tsunade informed him that Itachi had regained consciousness. All dirty and wet, Naruto entered the hospital and immediately went to Itachi's room. Near the entrance to which there were 2 Uchi. You can't go to Itachi-sama. One of them answered, blocking the way. Perish or die. Naruto said seriously. Are you hard of hearing? You can't come here. Activating the Sharingan, the second guy said. Bastards. 2 unconscious bodies fell to the floor at the same time. Hatred, bitterness and sadness, all that was visible in Naruto's eyes. Stepping over 2 bodies, he went inside. Itachi looked at him with sad and guilty eyes. Meeting a look full of bitterness and disappointment, Itachi was a little scared. Tell me. Taking a chair and putting it next to the bed, Naruto said, looking closely at Itachi. And what is it? Don't pretend to be an idiot, I'm not in the best condition to joke with me. I do not know what to tell you. What exactly do you want to know? Itachi asked, looking at his friend. How long have you been ill? For about 2 years now. Why didn't you say anything to Tsunade when it first appeared? Naruto asked, squeezing the back of the chair with his fingers. I don't know. Why didn't you tell me anything? I didn't want you to worry. I thought I could handle it myself. Why bother you once again? I wanted the best, did I do it? No, is it better? No. Realizing what the guy was driving at, Itachi lowered his eyes to the floor. Fine, do you know how long you have left? Naruto asked, staring intently into Uchiha's lowered eyes. No. About 6 months. Mikami's words shocked Itachi. What was it like for you? To find out that your friend has 6 months left, Itachi thought with fear. Now you know. Tsunade will treat you here in the village. Just try not to take your medication while I'm gone. If that happens, I'll kill you myself. Naruto said, well, where are you going? To my father. I need to find a way to heal you. If I can't find him in 2 months, then I'll have to use an invitation to Akatsuki. Itachi looked at him in surprise and asked questioningly, what other offer? What are you hiding from me? When I fought with Pain, he told me about your illness and how long you had left. This was later confirmed by Tsunade. He said he could cure you, but only if I joined the organization. Naruto replied calmly. What? Are you serious? Will you just go to them like that? And for what? Shut up. Naruto glared at Itachi for the first time. If you haven't forgotten, it's all because you decided not to tell anyone anything. Maybe it would have been different. I'll do anything for my friends to live, understand? Throwing a chair into the wall and turning it into a pile of splinters, Naruto asked, looking into Itachi's eyes. Sorry, Uchiha only said, he had nothing to say. And how else? Replied Naruto, heading towards the exit of the ward. You need peace. Go to bed. After leaving the office, Naruto ate a pill that he took from the shelter. Feeling after a while a small surge of strength and an increase in mood, it's no wonder, serotonin increases 9 times, Naruto headed home. You need to get enough sleep and think with a fresh head what to do. That's all Naruto came to today. Tired and dirty, he went home. After washing up, he returned to the kitchen. After pouring himself a cup of tea and lighting a cigarette, he began to look at one point, thinking about his own. Damn life, what else do you need from me? Naruto asked, turning into the emptiness of his thoughts. Outside the window it began to rain again and a strong wind howled. Meanwhile, Itachi reflected on the words of a friend. Looking out the hospital window that looks out onto the street. How are you feeling? Tsunade asked, entering the ward. It's fine. I brought the medicine. They need to be accepted. Of course. Remembering Naruto's words, Itachi said. What the hell, I wake up with you, not remembering anything. You fall asleep hoping that I won't die there. Naruto was sitting at the table in his room. Having scattered the road on the table, he sniffed the drug without delay. After a couple of minutes, he began to act. 2 months have passed. I have studied all possible and impossible medical techniques. That's just, none of them will be able to help Itachi. Is this a joke? Asked Naruto, looking up at the white ceiling. When the tingling in his nose ended, Naruto got up from his chair and headed towards the exit. It's time to decide something, otherwise. The brunette headed towards the Uchiha quarter. He periodically disappeared from the village for several weeks, then returned and carried out the mission and all over again. Inhaling the frosty air, he shivered a little from the cold. Exhaling steam from his mouth, he slowly walked along the usual road. Sad eyes looked somewhere ahead. I've already decided everything. He must live. Naruto thought, entering the Uchiha quarter. Knocking on the heavy, oak door, the guy began to wait for him to open. Oh, Naruto-kun, it's you. Mikoto, Itachi's mother, said. A beautiful and cheerful middle-aged woman. Hello, is Itachi at home? Yes, he's in his room, come on in. Said the woman, letting the brunette into the house. Shaking off the snow from his shoes, he went inside and took them off. Going up to the second floor, he reached Itachi's room. After standing in front of the door for a while, collecting his thoughts, he knocked again, and then went inside. Before that, Naruto had talked with Tsunade Senju, and from this conversation, alas, he did not take out any new information. His current knowledge of medicine will not be able to help his friend. And Naruto is you? Itachi visibly cheered up. During these 2 months, he has become very thin. The disease burns him from the inside, Naruto thought, remembering Sannin's words. How are you? Sitting down on the floor, not far from the door, the guy asked. I'm much better. Itachi said with an exhausted smile. His eyes expressed nothing but pain and regret. Blames himself, Naruto concluded, noticing Itachi's look. What did you come for? Asked Uchiha, who was really glad that Naruto came to him. To see you. Naruto replied shortly. Seeing the look and general condition of Itachi, Mikami immediately decided everything for himself. I will give everything I have, just so that you live, Naruto thought with a weak smile. How is your treatment going? I felt better, honestly. You don't really look it. Naruto got up from the floor and walked up to Itachi and looked into his eyes. I'm going to leave the village for a while. Please don't die. Where are you going? Itachi asked. To his father, maybe he found something. Poking 2 fingers into the Uchiha's forehead, as he usually does with his younger brother, Naruto disappeared into Shunshin. I will miss you, Naruto thought, folding several seals, disappearing into the white smoke. Naruto, you've been coming to me a lot, said Orochimaru. There are reasons for that. Can you tell me where the Akatsuki are? Naruto asked, sitting down on a chair, realizing that the dialogue could not be avoided. What do you need? Sannin asked with interest and a hissing voice. For 2 months I have not come to anything. I became a master in the medical field, but all to no avail. I can't help him, but I know who can. Naruto was as serious and focused as possible. Although it was quite difficult to sit in one place, but he held on. No one yet knew about his hobby, which has long since turned into an addiction, both psychological and physical. And who can, one of Pain's bodies, which resurrects people. According to my assumptions, it can cure Itachi. Naruto said, realizing that Orochimaru obviously wouldn't appreciate the idea. How are you going to get him to do that? He offered it to me 2 months ago. When we first met them. He was the first to tell me about the disease and how much Itachi was left, and then Tsunade confirmed it. And what will he need to give in return? Orochimaru understood perfectly well that the leader of a criminal organization would not do it just like that. He will cure Itachi, only on condition that I join the Akatsuki. At least that's what his words sounded like 2 months ago. There was a silence that was deafening with its ringing. Whatever I say won't change your mind. Seeing the nod, Orochimaru continued. Then I'll tell you right away where their hideout is, so you don't waste time. Sannin said, licking his lips, thanks. Naruto sincerely replied, getting up from the table and taking the proffered scroll with coordinates. Naruto said. Be careful. Don't trust them, or you'll die. I know, I'll see you, old man. Explain everything to Hiruzen so that he doesn't think anything. Disappearing into Shunshin, Naruto said. Appearing on the tree, he took out a pill from his pocket, which he immediately ate. Nevertheless, the dose has increased and very much. But come on, I'll deal with it later. Without stimulants, I wouldn't be able to master everything so quickly, Naruto thought, covering his body with a lightning chakra. Having unfolded the scroll and carefully read everything, he rushed from his place. Akatsuki's hideout was a few days away from a standard shinobi. Naruto managed it in 4 hours. Pretty tired at the same time. Having regained his strength with the help of senjutsu. He went inside a lonely 3-story house in the middle of the forest. And they have taste, Naruto thought after knocking on the door. A second later, a kunai was put to his throat. Who is he and why did he come? Keep in mind, if you don't like the answer, you will die, said the guy in the Akatsuki cloak, with long red hair. I didn't think the Uzumaki were still alive. Naruto voiced his thoughts out loud. Kunai immediately began to move, intending to slit the throat of the uninvited guest. However, Naruto was behind Uzumaki with great speed and knocked him out with an accurate blow to the neck. Yeah, and these are members of a criminal organization, thought Naruto, carefully laying the guy's body on the snow. I think they already know about me, I'll be waiting. The front door creaked open and Pain's body, which controls gravity, appeared from there. You still came. I thought you'd show up earlier. Pain said calmly. I have considered your offer and I agree. Mikami said confidently, looking into the greatest dojutsu on the planet. Well, then tomorrow we will meet at the border of the land of fire. At dawn. Satisfied? Yes, but where is the guarantee that everything will work, that this is not a trap? If I had to kill you, I would have killed you back then, in the forest. However, you are alive. In general, if you want your friend to survive, then you know what to do. Of course. Having folded the seals, Naruto disappeared into the white smoke. Pain stared off into the distance for a few more seconds, then took Uzumaki's body and went back into the house. I hope everything will be fine. It remains to figure out how to persuade Itachi to come with me. Naruto thought, noting to himself that it would be fun. Smiling, he headed with great speed towards Konoha. Arriving at the hidden village, he first went to Aya, which I haven't been to for about a month. Naruto, where have you been all these days? The girl asked menacingly, threatening the guy with her fist. Here's the thing, we need to talk. Smiling stupidly, Naruto touched her hand, folded several seals and they ended up on the mountain with the faces of the Hokage. What? Tomorrow I leave the village and become an apostate. Sitting down on the cold white snow, Naruto said. What is it? Are you completely crazy? Hitting the guy on the head, who didn't even think to dodge, the girl asked with tears in her eyes. Now, sit down, calm down. And don't yell. I'll tell you everything, and then think for yourself. Having overcome a huge desire to hit the guy and stopping the tears, the girl still sat down next to him, preparing to listen carefully. Itachi is sick. For several years now. I found out about it 2 months ago. Then I was told that he had 6 months left. Much less now. A month at best. At worst, a week. His condition is deteriorating at an incredible rate. I spent all these 2 months studying medical jutsu. Forbidden and all possible. That's why I've been missing so often. But all to no avail. Even with a huge amount of knowledge, I can't do anything. However, the Akatsuki leader offered to help me. He will heal Itachi, and I will join the organization after leaving the village. As you already understood, I agreed. Tomorrow at dawn I will leave Konoha and forever. By the end of the story, Aya had already burst into tears. And you're going to leave me? Finally a settled life? The village? Ruin your life? And for what? Maybe it won't save Itachi, how can you be so sure? The girl asked hysterically, after a few minutes of sobbing and crying. That's why I don't like people. You don't understand me and my actions. Although I've always done everything for the two of you. But you chose not to notice it. And now you're sitting and crying because I'm going to leave you alone in the village because of just the life of my best friend, my own. Naruto said, looking angrily into the girl's eyes. You are all ridiculous and disgusting to me. Fucking people, garbage. You are looking for benefits only for yourself. You prefer not to notice the pain of another person, but if they suddenly hurt you, then everything is over at once, the end of the world. For often you bring great pain with your own words, without even noticing it. I'm definitely leaving now. There's nothing keeping me here. You'll wake up tomorrow afternoon when I'm gone. Don't worry, you'll never see me again, resident of List. Aya looked at the brunette in shock, not knowing what to say. She had not yet fully realized the full meaning of the guy's words, and therefore stood silently, as if rooted to the spot. Naruto put the girl to sleep with one technique and brought her back home. Laying on the bed. After he disappeared into Shunshin, leaving the girl alone. Everyone prefers not to see anything but themselves. I hate people, Naruto thought, heading to his house. The drug gradually ceased to work. I had to take another dose. Running home and undressing, he drew 2 rods of white powder, after which he sniffed it through both nostrils. It remains to wait for the morning. Looking at the clock, which showed 10 p.m., Naruto lay down on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Itachi, I hope you won't hate me. You, the old man and the father, are the only ones I have left. I can't lose you in any way, the guy thought, and a single tear flowed from his right eye. He was disappointed in people again, but this time, this person was close to him, which made it even more painful. The cold wind howled outside the window, the frost drew bizarre patterns. The sun had not yet risen, and the street was lit only by rare lanterns. The whole village was asleep, as if it had died out. The emptiness of the streets brought aesthetic pleasure to Naruto, who slowly walked towards the Uchi quarter. Day X has come, Naruto thought cheerfully as he entered the territory of the great clan. Quickly and imperceptibly, he made his way to the house of the head of the clan and just as imperceptibly found himself in Itachi's room, who for some reason was not sleeping. Why did you come? Plunging the shocked Naruto into an illusion, Itachi asked. Why aren't you sleeping? Naruto asked, realizing that they were in an illusion. I can't sleep. So what did you come for? Me? Just to see you. Naruto abruptly dispelled the illusion and knocked Itachi out with a quick blow, who apparently did not expect this. I'm sorry, it was necessary. Taking the body in his arms, the guy whispered. Quickly leaving the village with the help of the reverse summoning technique. Naruto found himself next to Orochimaru's lair, which was not far from the border of the Land of Fire, where they agreed to meet with Pain. It remains to wait. There are still a few minutes before dawn, Naruto thought, peering into the distance. After a couple of minutes, the Akatsuki leader appeared in front of him. 6 bodies with Rinnegan were carefully studying the 2 guys. What to do? Naruto asked, looking at the main thing, the strongest in his opinion, Pain's body. I'll do it myself, but you'll need to move a few meters away. The red-haired man said. Do not try to throw anything away, otherwise you will regret it. Naruto said, jumping back a few meters. Pain didn't answer anything, just walked up to Itachi and summoned a strange gate with eyes and a huge mouth, through the Uchiha there. After a couple of minutes, the gate spat out the body of the brunette and Naruto instantly found himself next to him, feeling for a pulse. Normal, the guy thought, calming down. His hands were covered with a green glow. He began to examine Uchiha's body. It worked. Mikami said in shock. Thanks. Naruto said sincerely, thanking the guy. Now it's your time to fulfill your part of the contract. The red-haired man said. I need to take his body to the village, after which I will return to that house in the forest. Naruto said. I will never forget what you did, and therefore I will return as soon as I finish in Konoha with Itachi. Pain just nodded, realizing that Naruto would not lie. It doesn't make sense. I'll be there soon. Disappearing into the white smoke, Naruto said. They found themselves not far from the village. The sun was just beginning to rise. Nobody should have noticed the loss of Uchiha. Just as quietly and imperceptibly, Naruto returned to Itachi's room and put him on the bed. After another glance at his friend, he was about to leave. Tell me, why did you do it? Raising his head and looking seriously at his friend, the guy asked. So it still didn't seem to me. You immediately regained consciousness as soon as you were thrown out of that strange gate. Am I right? Turning around and meeting his friend's eyes, he asked Naruto to pull him into an illusion. Yes. Appearing from a flock of crows, Itachi said. You know, I didn't expect gratitude from you. But you should understand me, too. Naruto sat down on the ground and prepared to listen to everything that was thought about him. I was against it. But you did it your way anyway. You will never change. But, Itachi fell silent, looking sadly at Mikami, who only looked up at him. Thank you. I'd do the same thing if I were you. You destroyed everything you had. Life in the village. A career in the ANBU. Possible love with Aya. And all for my sake. In my place, it's stupid to be offended or express something to you. Just know that I will always be on your side. After all, I'm your friend. Itachi said and smiled, hugged Naruto, who had tears gushing from his eyes. I'm glad we met once. Mikami replied, smiling, finally genuinely happy. I have a little gift for you. This is a very important thing for me. I give you the eyes of my best friend, Shursui Uchiha. He was killed by Danzo, but I can't do anything about it, even knowing. He tried to steal his eyes. But he was able to escape. Before he died, he gave them to me with the words, use them when you see fit. I believe that you are worthy of owning the eyes of our clan. Dispelling the illusion, Itachi said. Shocked, Naruto sat silently on the floor, unable to say anything. Are you sure? Looking at a jar with 2 Sharingans, Naruto asked. Yes. Good luck to you. Drop by sometimes. Itachi said with a smile. Okay. Having put the cans in the spatial pocket, Naruto disappeared into the white smoke. Leaving the village forever. Leaving everything behind. Burning all but 2 bridges. But Naruto didn't feel regret from leaving. He saved a friend's life by sacrificing his bright future. But it was definitely worth it. Kunai drew a flat horizontal stripe on the tread of the village hidden in the foliage. Congratulations, now you are officially an apostate and a member of the Akatsuki organization. Pain said, looking at Naruto, who was already wearing a raincoat characteristic of the organization. You kiss my blue lips, a perfect day to kill yourself. Kunai drew a flat horizontal stripe on the tread of the village hidden in the foliage. Congratulations, now you are officially an apostate and a member of the Akatsuki organization. Pain said, looking at Naruto, who was already wearing a raincoat characteristic of the organization. Welcome. After these words, the brunette left the house on the street. The bright sun illuminated the forest in a white robe. Well, that's all happened. I saved a friend, what will happen to me now, thought Mikami, sitting down on the cold snow. Looking somewhere deep into the forest, he talked about his own. Hi, your name is Naruto, right? The guy with the red hair asked. Mikami had more time to look at him now. Not very long red hair, square. Green eyes that looked at the brunette with interest. Average build. A handsome, neat face and an impatient character, which for the most part gave him away as a member of the once great Uzumaki clan. Naruto just nodded, answering the question. My name is Uzumaki Miro. Nice to meet you. Extending his hand in greeting, the guy said. Yesterday you wanted to drive a kunai into my neck, and today you hold out your hand with such words. The brunette noticed, but shook hands anyway. I'm sorry, but you know better than to trust outsiders, especially when you're a member of a criminal organization. Miro said, sitting down next to me. That's true, that's true. Taking out a pill from a kimono, Naruto threw it into his mouth, swallowing it quickly. I have a question that, go ahead. Looking also at nowhere said the guy. How did you end up in the organization? A ray of sunlight blinded Naruto and he blinked a little, turned his gaze to the red-haired one. You know the history of my clan, right? Seeing the nod, Miro continued, my ancestors were captured and brought to the village of clouds. Women have become hostages, since Uzumaki genes allow you to strengthen Kekkei-genkai, not much, but significantly, and men are free labor. I was taken by Deidara-san. On one of the missions he destroyed the building in which I was being held. That was a few years ago. Then I didn't even know what a chakra was and who shinobi were. Deidara-san took me with him and that's how I joined the organization. All these few years I have been training day after day to finally save the remnants of those who are still alive from my relatives and finally take revenge on these bastards. But I'm still too weak. Naruto looked away from the red-haired man and took out a hidden pack of cigarettes from his kimono, lit up. He didn't do it often, in some cases, rather more for the soul. Do you hate them? Exhaling smoke in a long stream, Naruto asked. I want to kill them more than anything in the world. The guy said seriously. Well, if you ever become dear to me, then together we will make everyone from this village regret their choice. Especially the Raikage. Naruto said, taking another drag. Miro looked at the guy in shock, seeing his absolutely calm gaze, he was a little confused. And why did you join here? Finally, after a couple of minutes of silence, Uzumaki asked. My story is not as tragic as yours. And I had no desire or purpose to get here. Let's say it was forced. I spent my entire childhood as if in a nightmare. The whole village hated me, they poured mud on me, beat me, and even tried to kill shinobi. All because my father is a nuke-nin and one of the most dangerous criminals in the world. Everyone hated me for my father's actions in the past, for his sins. Naruto paused a little, choosing his words and putting out his cigarette on the snow. But I became stronger and over time they stopped beating me, because I could easily fight back. But this does not mean that they started treating me better. Rather the opposite. They saw that I was getting stronger and their hatred only grew stronger. But there were people who became dear to me. One of them is why I ended up here. My friend was terminally ill. I have learned all medical techniques, from the simplest to the forbidden. But nothing could help him. Pain, your leader, offered me something like a deal himself. He will cure my friend, and in return I will join you. That's how I ended up here. Do you hate the people of your village? Uzumaki asked, repeating a recent question from Naruto himself. Not really. I hate all people, no matter where they come from. All people are rotten and carrion. And I am the worst manifestation of them. No one is perfect, everyone has something to hate or kill for. Therefore, I would kill everyone except those who are dear to me. The hand would not have risen. Lighting another cigarette, Mikami said. And who is your father? Orochimaru. One of the 3 legendary Sanins, am I right? The strange man asked, if he could be called a man. A shark-like guy, about 20 to 25 years old. A huge sword rested on his back. Hashigeki Kisame? Surprised by the nod, Naruto took a drag and relaxed and rolled his eyes. Yes, you're right. I am Orochimaru's son. These words have once again shocked Uzumaki. Kisame sat down next to Naruto, putting his weapon on the snow. Eavesdropping is not good. Naruto replied a few minutes later. What's the difference already? One of the 7 mist swordsmen shrugged his shoulders. That you hate me now too? As far as I know, Father created quite a few problems for you while he was a member of the organization. There's nothing to hate about you. I think it's stupid to hate a person for the actions of another, even if it's a native. Kisame said, looking at the forest. And now 3 guys sitting in the snow were looking at the bare trees, which were covered with a small layer of snow. Kisame-san is right. There's nothing to hate about you. Uzumaki said, smiling. His teeth were already chattering, he was very cold. Go inside, I don't want you to catch a cold yet. Hoshigake's tone did not require objections, and therefore Miro immediately went into the house, throwing a brief glance at Naruto before leaving. Who is in the organization at all? Naruto asked, putting out another cigarette. The drug began to take effect, it was difficult to sit in one place, and the speech accelerated. Tsukuri Deidara is a renegade from the village of Stone, an improved explosion genome. Akasuno no Sasori is a renegade from the village of Sand, the best puppeteer in the world. Matsurashi Haiden is the immortal priest of Jashin. Kakuzu, I don't know much about him. Uzumaki Miro is a renegade from Uzushio, he is still weak, but he has a huge potential. You already know about me. Konan is an apostate from a village hidden in the rain, the right hand of the leader, as far as I understand this is his childhood friend. Black and White Zetsu is a spy and intelligence officer of the organization. Pain is the leader and the strongest among us. And recently Naruto Mikami is a renegade from the village of List. It is clear, well, we will need to get acquainted with everyone. My father told me that you work in pairs. When will I find out who my comrade in arms is? The brunette asked ironically, getting up and shaking off the snow. It will be either me or Uzumaki Miro. But we should not exclude the chance that you and I will be put together, and Mira will be given to teach. It turns out that there will be 3 of us. Hoshigake said, also getting up from the snow. Well, it will be interesting. Heading into the house together, Naruto said. Itachi, how are you there, thought Naruto. Meanwhile, Orochimaru came to Hiruzen in the morning. Sensei, I have news for you. Going inside the huge mansion, Sannin said. Is something wrong? The third has not slept for a long time. Naruto joined Akatsuki. Most likely he has already left the village. He asked you to notify him of his decision and tell him everything. Spit it out. Sarutobi, who had heard a lot about this organization, said seriously. Well, Orochimaru's story is busy for about 10 minutes. So he did it for a friend. It pleases. The third Hokage said with relief. And now what? Who knows, soon the village will find out that Naruto has disappeared. He even gave me the exact time. At 1300 hours, that is, in 4 hours. How can you be so sure? Hiruzen asked, to which Orochimaru just shrugged his shoulders. See you later, sensei. Disappearing into the white smoke, Orochimaru said. It was a shadow clone. Naruto, I hope you're doing well there, thought the old man, smoking his pipe. It was already 12 o'clock on the clock, so soon the whole village will be on its ears, looking for a brunette. Meanwhile, Aya came to her senses. The first thing she remembered was Naruto's words. All of you are ridiculous and disgusting to me. Fucking people, garbage, these words were spinning over and over in her head. Tears welled up in her eyes. And somewhere inside the girl, hatred towards Naruto began to boil. That's right, we need to tell the Hokage everything. He's become an apostate, the girl thought, quickly jumping off the bed. Hatred filled her mind more and more every minute, from love to hate is one step. Quickly packing up, she headed to the Hokage, without even having breakfast, flew out of the house. Hokage-sama, I have urgent news. Mikami Naruto left the village today at dawn. He joined the criminal organization Akatsuki. He told me about it yesterday, after which he put me to sleep with a strange technique. The girl said, going into the Hokage's office, she omitted some details of the conversation that would not change the essence in any way. What? Fugaku asked angrily. I knew I couldn't trust him. Damn Mikami. I'll kill him with my own hands. The head of the Uchiha clan said with anger and hatred. Wolf, dog. Minato said, menacingly examining the ANBU who immediately appeared. Report to all the Jonin, elders, and clan heads that I am gathering an urgent council. The two ANBU disappeared silently. A rat. Kneeling, another member of the ANBU appeared in the office. Notify the third that Mikami Naruto betrayed Konoha and became an apostate. Tell him that I'm calling him to me and that it's urgent. Another Anbushnik disappeared from the office, leaving behind only a light breeze. Aya Senju, you can be free, thank you for the information. The girl also left the office and headed home. I hope he gets caught. They will definitely kill him for betraying the village, the girl thought. There was no place for past love in her soul, only hatred towards this man remained. She wanted Naruto dead. The third Sama, the fourth Sama calls you. Naruto Mikami betrayed Konoha and became an apostate. Opening the door that was knocked on, Hiruzen saw Anbu in a rat mask, who immediately told him everything. Glancing at the clock, which showed 13:02, Hiruzen grinned to himself at how much Naruto had calculated everything, and then headed towards the residence. Itachi, meanwhile, was already on his way to the Jonin Council, which was being assembled by Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of the village hidden in the foliage. He already guessed what the reason was, and therefore he was a little worried. Still, he was worried about Naruto. Uchiha reached the residence and went inside. So, I'm starting the meeting open, said Minato, who had already talked to the third about Naruto and listened to Hiruzen's point of view, who agreed to declare Mikami Naruto a new Nin. Sarutobi should not have shown compassion to Orochimaru's son, otherwise he would not have been understood. Mikami Naruto is announced as an S-rank new Nin from today. The reward for the head is 3 million Ri. This was Minato's final decision, which certainly shocked Itachi. Too much money for the head of a 13-year-old boy. Naruto, survive, no matter what, Itachi thought, going along with a reconnaissance squad to search for Naruto in the land of fire. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting quietly at the kitchen table and drinking tea, waiting for all the members of the organization to return in order to get to know everyone. A new life begins. Let's see where it takes me, the brunette thought, smiling a little at his thoughts. When all the members of the organization returned to the shelter, each of them met a new member of the organization. Everyone had different thoughts about Naruto. Someone was happy with the new members of the organization, people like Miro, Deidara and Zetsu. Someone didn't care, like Kakuzu and Haiden. And someone was against it, Sasori. He still remembers what happened 2 months ago in the forest. But in general, the atmosphere was friendly. Now they are one family and will have to get along somehow. A knock on the door interrupted Pain's thoughts. Come in. The door creaked open and Naruto entered the office of the leader of the organization. Called? Naruto asked, going inside. Miro and Kisame were already waiting for him there. As you probably know, Akatsuki work in pairs, but here we will make a small exception. You will be paired with Kisame, but Uzumaki Miro will also be with you. He is still too weak to be a full-fledged partner, so you will take him and train him if possible. Or he will simply gain experience with you on missions. Is everything clear? The leader asked, looking at Mikami. Yes. He answered shortly, feeling swelling all over his body. He began to let go. The departures began. It was necessary to take another dose urgently. Damn, it's time to finish, otherwise I don't like it anymore, Naruto thought, leaving the leader's office and heading towards his room. Quickly entering and closing the door behind him, he poured the white powder on the table. Quickly drawing 2 roads, he sniffed them. God, these tingling in my nose is the best thing I've felt in my life, the guy thought, leaning back in his chair. However, a knock on the door slightly disrupted his plans. It's open. Naruto, we have been given a mission, we are leaving tonight. The leader said he wants to see what you're capable of. So I will just be in the role of help if it is needed. Hashigake notified the brunette, after which he went about his business. I wonder what's in Konoha now. I should have left my shadow clone there, Naruto thought with annoyance, but quickly forgot about these thoughts. He was more concerned about how Itachi was feeling and what to do with Shirsue's eyes. I'll have to drop by my father, ask him to perform an operation on me, Naruto thought, lying down on the bed. However, he quickly got up from it and threw on a raincoat, headed to the kitchen, where he spent the rest of the time before the mission. We have to go. Miro said with a smile, who was glad that he finally had the opportunity to visit the mission again. Yes, of course. Naruto said, getting up from the sofa. Only where to go? The brunette asked, looking at Kisame, already on the street. We need to kill a group of criminals who appeared after Gato's death in the Land of Waves. Good money will be paid for this, so the organization took up this case. Kisame said. The Land of Waves again? I thought that there would be a stable situation there, after what I did with Gato and his henchmen. Well, if not, then there is no trial. Naruto thought. The snow crunched under his feet, and the sun was already setting over the horizon, leaving red streaks in the sky, like a criminal who cut his victim's throat and is now trying to get away from the crime scene. Naruto, have you ever killed before? Miro asked. Yes, when I trained with my father, I completed a lot of missions of various kinds that he entrusted to me. Most of the missions were connected just the same with the elimination of a particular goal. So my hands are up to the elbows in the blood of people of different ages. Naruto replied shortly, looking confidently in front of him. Meanwhile, all the Umbu patrols returned to Konoha. No one was able to find the traitor. Damn Mikami, I knew he couldn't become a shinobi. Fugaku was angry, he wanted to kill the brunette with his own hand. Relax, even if he wasn't Konoha's shinobi, he would have left anyway. Minato said, looking wearily at the reports. We will continue the search. Leaving the office, said the head of the Uchiha clan. When the door slammed shut, Minato exhaled wearily and leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. And what should I do now? You're nothing but trouble, Naruto. Namikaze thought. Gather all the Uchiha clan shinobi in half an hour. Entering the territory of the clan, he said to one of the Umbu Fugaku. So, as you already know, Mikami Naruto became a renegade shinobi. The primary task is to catch and punish the traitor. I have my own plans in this regard and now I will share them. Fugaku said. The crowd of shinobi began to listen carefully to their leader. Itachi was horrified by his father's further words. All means are good for achieving the goal. This is the main rule of the Uchiha clan. I propose to kill the third Hokage. A wave of whispers swept through the hall. During his reign, Sarutobi repeatedly put a stick in the wheels of the Uchiha clan. We were even moved to the other end of the village. And as far as I know, the traitor and the third Hokage had a warm relationship. So in case of the death of the latter, the apostate will definitely come to the funeral. What do you think? Shinobi immediately began to whisper. Many agreed with their leader. Itachi stood in complete shock, and horror slowly covered him with a wave. What? Father, what? Was all that was spinning in his head. We can't let this happen, Uchiha thought. Why would we do that? Apostate. Having said this, Itachi winced inwardly. Joined a criminal organization, which sooner or later will begin to act, and it will become known about it. That's how we'll get to him. It is excluded. No one knows how long they will hide in the shadows. Maybe we will never hear about them at all. But if we kill the third one, Konoha will immediately start an investigation. The Hokage will immediately come out on us, and then it will be even worse for us. And the third did not deserve to die. Some members of the clan supported Itachi, because such a decision could greatly change the situation, not in favor of the clan. You're missing one important detail. I am the right hand of the Hokage, and the Uchiha clan is the military police, and such incidents are trusted by us. And as for the fact that the third did not deserve it, it's ridiculous. He raised 2 traitors of the village, constantly interfered and tried to destroy the Uchiha clan during his reign. He just deserved to die. Said Fugaku, answering 2 questions posed by Itachi at once. Then how can you be so sure that Mikami will return to the village and catch our eye? Do you really think he will be able to make such a mistake? He won't hide from the Uchiha. Said Fugaku, activating Sharingan. Well, I propose to vote and decide what to do with the opinion of the majority. Raise your hands, those who are for the murder of the third. Looking around the crowd, Fugaku counted the number of hands. Unanimously. Everyone raised their hands except Itachi. I must not allow this to happen. Otherwise. Itachi thought, quickly heading for the exit. However, several people from the Uchiha clan pinned the guy down. Itachi, you will stay in the dungeon for now, otherwise you will spoil our plans. Coming up to his son, said Fugaku. You won't wait. This is a betrayal of the village, then why are you better than Naruto? Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan and summoning Susanoo, freed from the grip, Itachi asked. Cancel Susanoo and give up, otherwise it will be worse. Said the head of the Uchiha clan, looking menacingly into his son's eyes. No way. You decided it yourself. Calling incomplete Susanoo, Fugaku hit his son, sending him flying into the street. Damn. Activating the completed Susanoo, Itachi said. A huge red warrior grew up in a clearing. Opposite him was also a completed blue Susanoo, which was taller than Susanoo Itachi. You can't beat me. The katana of the huge ghost war descended, intending to destroy his opponent's technique. However, Itachi's artifact was able to repel the attack, namely Yato's shield. Realizing that with the help of Susanoo, Itachi would not be able to win, since he was losing in all respects, he decided to use Tsukuyomi. This was his strongest technique. Quickly dispelling Susanoo, Itachi headed towards Fugaku, who also cancelled the technique. Coming to terms with him, Itachi introduced Fugaku to Genjutsu. Tsukuyomi? Fugaku asked calmly, who suddenly found himself crucified on the cross. In reality, Itachi froze in place, and a trickle of blood flowed from his eye. All the members of the Uchiha clan silently watched the battle of their 2 strongest representatives. Why would you do that? Itachi asked, appearing in front of his father from a flock of crows. We need to catch the traitor. But this is not a reason to kill the third. Several more Itachi appeared with katanas in their hands. You have become very strong, I am proud of you, son, but you still look at the world through the prism of rose-colored glasses. Fugaku continued to speak after a few seconds of silence. Tsukuyomi is a wonderful technique, but even it has disadvantages. It is quite difficult to get out of it, even impossible. But if you dragged in the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan with the same ability, being weaker than him, then your opponent can easily seize control of the Tsukuyomi world. Having said that, Itachi suddenly found himself crucified on the cross, where Fugaku had been before. Steel pierced the guy's body and he barely restrained a scream, bit his lower lip. You miscalculated, Itachi. Another katana entered the hand of the brunette. I hope this will bring you to your senses. By canceling the technique, Fugaku came out of the illusion, just like Itachi. That's just the last one collapsed unconscious. Take him to the dungeon. He won't wake up soon. Fugaku said as he walked back into the building where the meeting was. A couple of people from the clan picked up Itachi and took him to the dungeon. So back to the question of the third, Naruto and his team have reached the land of waves. Having reached the camp, where the goals of the organization should now be located, they stopped. Naruto sat down on a tree branch and entered the completed hermit mode in a few minutes. His hair turned white. Taking out a katana and passing the lightning chakra through it, so much so that lightning flew from it, he covered his body with a raiden and took off, breaking into dust the branch on which he had been sitting before. A powerful gust of wind almost blew away the world, which was not ready for such a turn. From the place where the apostates from Akatsuki stood, the whole camp was clearly visible. Naruto killed everyone who got in his way in cold blood. The snow-covered clearing was littered with the corpses of those who a few seconds ago were quietly living, unaware of anything. The remnants of the survivors gathered in a bunch and prepared to give battle to the enemy who suddenly appeared. He dealt with so many enemies so quickly. He is a true professional in his field, said Kisame, who was looking with admiration at how dead shinobi with cut throats were falling with an interval of several seconds. Miro also had mixed feelings. On the one hand he admired how cleverly and quickly Naruto killed everyone, and on the other he began to be afraid. He understood that if he wanted, Naruto would easily kill him, and he wouldn't even notice it. Who the hell are you? One of the apostates asked in a voice trembling with fear. Naruto did not answer him, he just quickly folded a few one-handed seals, after which he said, "Great fiery destruction." The wall of fire blown out of the mouth of the white-haired man burned his opponents to the ground, without leaving any ashes from them. Sensing that several more shinobi were alive, Naruto once again took off. Finally done with everything, he found himself in front of Kisame and Miro. Deactivating the hermit mode, he appeared before them covered in the blood of enemies. Wiping the blood from the katana, he put it away. I did a great job, and now we're going back, Kisame said with a grin. And yet he is strong. Now I understand why the leader was so interested in him, the apostate from the fog thought as he walked along the snowy road. Naruto did not leave a strange feeling of anxiety. It's like something bad is going to happen. But here's the thing, he didn't know. Why are the heavens burning, burn forever before your eyes? The wind today there was mourning in the whole village hidden in the foliage. Tonight, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart stopped. He was already old, so no one was particularly surprised by his death. Everyone will retire sooner or later. Tsunade, he lived a good life, I think he would be against us mourning him. Sitting at the bar and drinking another shot, Jiraiya said to his old friend. You're probably right. Tsunade had tears pouring out of her eyes, yet the teacher was dear to her. We still need to pass this news to Orochi. The white-haired man said sadly. Will you do it? The funeral has already passed, the whole village came to say goodbye to them. The Uchiha, on the other hand, kept an eye on the order, looking for Mikami Naruto among passers-by. Except he wasn't there. Yes. After finishing the last bottle, Jiraiya got up from his seat and headed for the exit. He was saddened by the death of the third, because he replaced his father. Well, Orochi, wait, I'm coming with bad news, Sannin thought, folding several seals and disappearing into the white smoke. Meanwhile, in the main meeting house of the Uchiha clan, all the shinobi of this clan gathered. The renegade has not come to the village, most likely he does not yet know about the death of the third. We will wait without loosening our grip, said Fugaku, with whom all shinobi agreed. This meeting is over. Everyone started to go about their business. Meanwhile, Itachi was still in the dungeon. His guards thought that he was unconscious, but in fact it was not quite so. He was guarded by 10 members of the Uchiha clan at once. Fugaku knew his son's strength perfectly well and he understood that if Itachi suddenly ran away, then his whole plan would collapse, because he would definitely tell everything. Is he still unconscious? Hearing the voice of his father Itachi, he immediately tensed up and began to listen carefully. Yes. Keep an eye on him. If he escapes, I'll blow your heads off. Footsteps were heard retreating. It's stupid. He can easily escape. There are not even seals that prohibit the use of space-time techniques. What is the leader thinking about it all? Exhaling wearily, one of the people guarding Itachi asked. At first, he still killed the third, despite the fact that many were against it. Now he keeps his own son in a cage. So also without due care. Calm down. As far as I know, Itachi doesn't have a summoning, and he's not stupid enough to use the reverse summoning technique without a contract. He can be summoned to an empty domain where the summoning animals have died out. And since the murder of the third, it's generally funny. Who are many? Only Itachi made a speech, everyone else was silent. I guess you're right after all. Where will this choice lead us? The guy asked philosophically, leaning against the wall, looking at Itachi lying down with pity. You don't deserve this, the guy thought. So they did kill the third one after all? Damn father. Damn clan. I need to tell Naruto everything. But how will he react? I hope he won't hate me after that, Itachi thought, carefully and imperceptibly cutting his finger on a sharp stone. He immediately began to fold the seals and silently disappeared, leaving behind a shadow clone. Appearing in the world of crows, Itachi's personal summoning. Uchiha began to fold the seals again and has already moved again. Only not far from Konoha. Appearing on the cold snow, Itachi ran in the opposite direction from Konoha. I hate my clan, the guy thought, picking up speed. Jiraiya has already reached Orochimaru's hideout. He had been there many times over the years. Still, they were friends, despite what was going on between them. Jiraiya? What are you doing here? Asked Orochimaru, who was really puzzled by the fact that an old friend came to him. Hi, I have news for you and not the best. Sitting down at a chair, said Sannin. Is something wrong? Orochimaru asked seriously, who knew that Jiraiya wouldn't joke like that. The teacher died last night. After a short pause, which gave Orochimaru time to think about everything, he continued. His heart stopped. The funeral has already passed. You shouldn't go back to the village now, because the Uchiha are literally prowling at every step. They can notice you. They probably think someone killed the third one. Hiruzen, you still found peace, Orochimaru thought, and a sad smile appeared on his face. I hope he's in a better world now. Taking out 2 bottles of sake, Mikami said. I hope so. Taking the proffered bottle and immediately taking a sip of it, Jiraiya said. It will be necessary to inform Naruto about this, Orochimaru thought, postponing this matter until tomorrow. The next day, Naruto came to the forest near one of Orochimaru's runaways. His father made an appointment for him for some reason. What could have happened so urgently? Naruto wondered sitting on the white snow. Naruto. Itachi's cry was heard, which the brunette was very surprised by. What the hell? The guy asked in shock when a friend ran up to him out of breath. There is no time. A disaster has happened. Wow, we have a whole meeting of classmates here? Orochimaru asked, landing not far from Naruto. What the hell is going on here? Can someone at least explain to me? Naruto asked, getting up from the snow. For this, I understand, we came, right Itachi? Orochimaru asked, looking at Uchiha. I do not know why you are here, but I have very important news for Naruto about the third. There was guilt and regret in Uchiha's eyes. And also, what was not typical for him, hatred. Naruto immediately noticed this and tensed up. What happened to the old man? The third is dead. Said Orochimaru. What? Naruto's heart seemed to stop. He didn't believe it. The third is dead. Orochimaru repeated again. Are you kidding? Orochimaru shook his head negatively. The realization that the one who had become closer to him than his father was dead slowly consumed the brunette. Memories filled the brunette's head. Then maybe you will become my disciple? I'm already old, especially on a well-deserved vacation. I have a lot of free time, so I can teach you. You're not kidding. Hiruzen just looked at him seriously. So what? Of course I agree. The brunette shouted, jumping up and down with joy. So he became a student of the third. He spent a lot of time with him. The old man took care of him. And now he's gone. He's dead. Old man, damn. I won't be able to talk to you anymore. I will never be able to see you again and discuss something with you. Ask for advice. Tears flowed from the eyes of the brunette. Thank you, I'll come tomorrow. Old man, you should come back too, you never know what. A picture from the past reappeared, when Naruto last saw the old man. The old man, closing his eyes with his hand, Naruto finally burst into tears. No matter how hard he tried throughout his life to get it into his head that death is inevitable. That everyone will die sooner or later and there is no point in extolling death over other life events. There's no point in mourning someone's death. He couldn't. Tears flowed from his eyes, and memories filled his head. Damn. Naruto, that's not all. Itachi said, sitting down on the snow next to his friend. What else? What could be worse than that? What? Morally, Naruto was destroyed. The Uchiha are to blame for the death of the third. I tried to stop my father, but I was immediately pinned down and when I woke up, it was too late. I couldn't protect the third one, I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry, Naruto. The guy's tears stopped by themselves. The gaze froze in one place. And a lot of thoughts were spinning in my head. The Uchiha are to blame, Fugaku, killed, they, killed, the old man, hate, I will destroy, kill, everyone, I'm going to kill everyone, hurt them the same way they hurt me, I'll send them to hell, people, hate, rage, anger and hatred replaced sadness, bitterness. It would be more accurate to say that they pushed these feelings to the depths. Fugaku, the guy hissed through his teeth. His eyes were swollen. The strokes became brighter, and the hair instantly turned white. Two small horns spilled on the head, like a summoning snake. I'll kill you. I'll kill them all. Creatures. Hate. Dead, Orochimaru knocked out the brunette with a blow of his hand. Itachi was sitting in shock, it was the first time he had seen Naruto like this. I will send a clone to Akatsuki, who will tell their leader about everything. Naruto will stay with me for a while. And you're going to follow me now and tell me everything in more detail. Orochimaru said menacingly, creating a clone and picking up his son in his arms. There is no need to send a clone anywhere. I'll report everything myself. Let Naruto come back as soon as he can, said Kisame, who appeared 10 meters away from the shinobi from Konoha. Great, thanks. Orochimaru folded several seals, transferred them with the help of a callback to the lair. Putting the brunette on the cot, they sat down next to him. Tell me, Orochimaru was extremely serious. It is understandable, the case concerned one of the few close ones for Sannin. Okay. After Itachi told everything from and to, Orochimaru sat in silence, but it was clear from his eyes that he was furious. I'm sorry, I couldn't save the third one. Looking down, Itachi said. Come on, it's not your fault. You did everything you could. What will happen now? Itachi voiced his thoughts out loud. When Naruto wakes up, tell him everything again. Most likely he will take revenge. You decide for yourself, you are his friend, and if he decides to take revenge, then he kills a good part of the Uchiha clan, your clan. Will you agree to this or not? And what if you are against it? Said Orochimaru, leaving the room. A few hours later, Naruto woke up. Itachi was by his side all the time. Opening his eyes, Naruto remembered everything again. Itachi. Naruto didn't see his friend, but he felt his presence. Yes? Asked Uchiha, in a guilty voice. Tell me in detail why you couldn't save the third one. And what happened at all. On a cold head, Naruto decided to find out all the details and make decisions based on this. After Itachi retold the full story, Naruto got up from his bunk and walked over to the Uchiha standing by the wall. The guy squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for a blow or death. But Naruto just hugged him. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Naruto said, tears began to flow down his cheeks again. But. No buts. Pulling away from his friend, Naruto sat down on a chair. Taking out a bag of white powder from his pocket. Naruto poured it out on the bedside table. Drawing 2 roads, he smelled them through the bill, which was also always next to him. What is it? Drugs. Naruto answered shortly because of the tingling in his nose, which brought pain. He could not speak. How long ago? It's been like a couple of years, probably. Said the brunette, after a few minutes. It won't do any good. Obvious things are obvious that everyone understands them. But it's not as interesting as one question. Which one? What should we do next? Itachi stood silently. I won't leave it so easy, I think you understand that. They must die, at least those who participated in the murder and the one who gave the order. Naruto said, something that was bothering him. I do not know what to do. Honestly. On the one hand, I will not leave it so easy. But on the other side. This is your clan, your family, and you are very dear to me, and I can't hurt you the same way they hurt me. I'm at a crossroads. To stay with a person who is dear to you and is still alive, or to avenge someone who is already dead, I think the answer is obvious. So if you're against it, then I won't do it. Naruto said with a creaking heart. Old man, I'm sorry, life is a complicated thing. Sometimes you have to make decisions that you don't want to make, but it's better this way. Drown in hatred and stay alone, or live on, but with a loved one? Correct answers and actions often look silly. Those who did this should not go unpunished. Naruto was very surprised by these words, he did not expect to hear them. Thinking that Itachi was joking, Naruto looked into Tom's eyes, which were full of seriousness and determination. My father has been making stupid decisions for a long time. That was the last straw for me. He has lost all the good things he once had. I agree that they should be punished. But I'm against you mowing down all the Uchi. Most of them do not support my father, they are good people and I would leave them alive. A bloodthirsty grin appeared on Naruto's face. Well, that's great. Father! Naruto shouted loudly. The door to the room creaked open and Orochimaru walked in. Did you want something? Firstly, eavesdropping is not good, and secondly, you need to perform one operation for me. Naruto's smile became even more scary. Which one? Orochimaru was surprised. Transfer them to me. Naruto handed over 2 cans of Sharingans. Where did you get them from? Orochimaru asked, looking at his son in shock. A gift from my loved one. Naruto looked at Itachi and smiled with a normal smile. Itachi, are you going back to the village? Or is there nothing holding you there anymore? I will stay with you and return to the village only after all the guilty have been killed. And Izumi? My father doesn't know that I'm related to her, like everyone from the Uchiha clan. I've already sent her an email with the reasons why I left and when I'll be back. Said the brunette, smiling warmly. Well, that's great. Then we'll go to the operating room, and you stay here. Make yourself at home. Naruto and Orochimaru left the room heading to the operating room. Where will this road lead me? People often make stupid choices, which they later regret, but they do them with full confidence that this is the right decision, that it will be better this way. That's why life is a complicated thing. After all, you never know what awaits you after your choice and whether it will be right. Meanwhile, Itachi was found missing in Konoha. Fugaku was furious, but did nothing to those who guarded his son. The head of the Uchiha clan has already reported Itachi's disappearance to the Hokage. He was also declared a new Nin. With whom you will be led, from that you will gain. Minato said, exhaling wearily. He has lost 3 strong shinobi of the village in the last few weeks. Why do I need all this? Minato thought, looking at the ceiling. You're right, I'll be watching Sasuke more closely. Leaving the office in the twilight of the night, said Fugaku. Having finished with the papers, Minato disappeared from the office with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared at his home, where his loving wife and beloved children were waiting for him. Minato. You look tired, is something wrong? A red-haired kunoichi asked with a frying pan in her hand. Yes. Itachi Uchiha also betrayed the village and became an apostate. Sitting down on the sofa, exhaling, said the fourth. What? Itachi couldn't, said Menma. Anyway, he left Konoha and according to Fugaku has not appeared for 4 days without warning anyone. Itachi, how so? Because of what? For Menma, Itachi was an ideal to look up to, he was an idol for him. But now that Itachi has betrayed Konoha, he can no longer look up to him and he didn't know what to do now. I will definitely catch Itachi and bring him back to the village, said the eldest son of Hokage. Menma was brought up in such a way that he became a patriot of his village. He understood perfectly well that Itachi had to pay for betraying the village that protected him. He must be punished. I will wait. Minato smiled, even though he didn't believe his son's words. The fourth one knew what he thought of Itachi Menma. He knew that this news was quite a blow to him. Okay, Minato, everything will be fine. We still have a lot of strong shinobi. There are apostates in all villages and this is normal. Sooner or later we will catch them and they will be punished at the highest level. The woman said cheerfully, smiling broadly. You're right. Minato felt much easier after his wife's words. A few days later, Naruto finally woke up. He had a blindfold over his eyes, and he was lying on the bed in his room. Occasionally drops falling from the ceiling made an unpleasant sound to the ears. Naruto pulled the blindfold down and slowly began to open his eyes. A sharp and intense pain pierced the guy and he moaned softly. After a while, when the pain subsided, he tried to open his eyes again. This time he managed to go a little further, but because of the pain he closed his eyes again. The gray ceiling was blurring. An hour later, he still managed to open his eyes completely and looked around. All the same gray walls and the same color ceiling. Standing next to the bed is a bedside table from which Naruto took out a bag of pills. Throwing one of them into his mouth and swallowing, he put the bag back, then lay back on the bed. "Old man, wait a little longer and I will finally avenge you," the guy thought, smiling weakly. 5 minutes later, Naruto got out of bed and dressed, left the room. Feeling Itachi's chakra not far from him, he headed towards him. "Naruto? Why aren't you in bed? You need to rest," said Uchiha, who as soon as he saw Naruto, immediately stopped training and jumped up to a friend. "Yes, somehow I don't want to lie down and stare stupidly at the ceiling. I'd rather look like that," the guy said with a smile. "How are you feeling?" "It's fine, my eyes have already got used to it, although in the first half hour it was very painful when I tried to open them." After Naruto's words, Itachi liked his eyes and was very surprised. "Naruto, what's wrong with your eyes?" Itachi knew that if you transplant a Sharingan to another person, it will always be activated. But Naruto wasn't like that. "What about them?" "They're ordinary. Sharingan does not burn in them," Uchiha said in shock. "Maybe they took root?" Naruto himself was at a loss. He had read a lot and knew about the Uchiha clan dojutsu. "As far as I know, this is impossible." "Wow, your mother's genes played to your advantage here, too." Smiling, Orochimaru said, approaching the two brunettes. "Mother?" both guys asked in unison. "Yes. Who is she?" Naruto has never been interested in this question, only in childhood, when he was alone. "Your mother Kunoichi from the Uzumaki clan, what?" Naruto asked skeptically, looking at his father. "Yes, you heard right. She died in childbirth. As you know, Uzumaki genes are able to amplify the genes of other clans, but what is most surprising? The genes of the Uzumaki clan are able to accept the genes of any clans. Apparently this helped you in this case." Licking his lips, Orochimaru said. "That's how it is. Well, then I don't understand one thing. What exactly?" "As far as I know, the Uzumaki clan values their relatives very much. Then why didn't Kushina do anything, or she didn't know that I have Uzumaki blood in me? Only the third Hokage and Jiraiya knew about my relationship with your mother, whom I asked to keep quiet about it." "What was her name?" Naruto asked, who was happy to find out who his mom was. He remembered how he missed her as a child, how he lacked parental love and warmth. "Uzumaki Haya." So Sharingan because of Uzumaki's genes took root and became like members of the Uchiha clan? Itachi asked, looking at Orochimaru. "Yes, maybe even stronger because of the Uzumaki clan's genes again, but I'm not sure about that. Now you have a long and hard training ahead of you. I will go to my old shelter for a while, which is located in the territory of the Wind Country. See you later," Naruto said in the wake of the departing Orochimaru. "Can you activate Sharingan?" Itachi asked, who wanted to see his friend's Sharingan as soon as possible. "You need to put the chakra in your eyes." "Like this?" Naruto's eyes changed. Instead of amber eyes, there were 2 3-washed Sharingans. "Give me some more chakra, so you activate the Mangekyo." Naruto did as Itachi told him, and indeed the pattern of his eyes began to change. Except they weren't Shirsue's eyes. "What is it?" Itachi asked in shock. "What is it?" Naruto was a little scared by the unusual behavior of his friend. "Your Mangekyo's drawing is not the same as Shirsue's. It's impossible. Really? Itachi carefully looked at the strange drawing of Naruto's eyes. The world for Naruto began to distort and change. He suddenly found himself in a green clearing, around which grew mighty and ancient trees. What the hell? Naruto asked out loud, a whiff of wind ruffled his hair. Mikami Uzumaki Naruto? The girl with the black hair asked. A beautiful and sweet face expressed curiosity. Who are you? Naruto asked, jumping away from a potential enemy. Ahahaha, the girl laughed. There's no point in you being afraid of me. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead by now. These words do not inspire confidence in you, did you know? The guy asked seriously, looking at the girl. Well, apparently you're Naruto after all. My name is Amaterasu. God? Naruto asked in shock, who had read about the deities of this world in his life. The girl just nodded. And what did I forget from you? A good question to which I know the answer. Everything is simple. The manjique drawing that has changed is only a confirmation of my words, but more on that later. You have awakened my eyes. A mixture of the genes of the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan helped you awaken them. That's how you ended up here. The girl fell silent, thereby giving the guy time to think about everything. Naruto silently looked at the girl, trying to sort out all the new information he received. As for your Mangekyo, he has the same drawing and abilities as me. The girl said with a smile, her eyes sparkled with manjek. An unusual pattern in the form of flames enclosed in a triangle. Beautiful, Naruto thought, after which his Mangekyo was also activated. I'll see you again and I'll tell you everything in more detail. Right now, you only need to know a few things. Be careful with the power of your eyes, it is destructive, and about the rest later. The girl said, laughing loudly, after which the world began to distort again and Naruto found himself at the training ground in Orochimaru's shelter. Really, what? Interrupting Itachi, Naruto shouted, after which he fell on the artificial grass with shocked eyes. What are you doing? It was clear from the Uchiha that he was a little scared of the unexpected scream. You, what the Naya? Naruto was still talking, the eyes deactivated by themselves. What happened? Seriously concerned about the behavior of his friend, Itachi asked. You, I either went through the roof on tablets, which is impossible, or it's all true. Naruto mused aloud, not paying any attention to Uchiha. A ringing blow on the cheek brought Mikami to his senses. And? Looking up at the serious Itachi, Naruto smiled faintly. What happened? What pills? What's true? I was pulled into some strange place. There was a girl with beautiful black hair. She introduced herself. Naruto took a short pause, as if considering whether to talk about it. He thought that Itachi would consider him crazy, but still continued, Amaterasu. I know it sounds stupid and delusional, but it really was. And what did she say? Do you believe me? Naruto asked in surprise, to which Itachi only nodded. She said that I have the same eyes and eye abilities as her. And that's it, she said that the next time I see her, she will tell me everything. So my guesses turned out to be true. Itachi smiled broadly, he was happy for his friend, but that's why he was so happy. Naruto didn't understand. You, at least someone will explain to me what's going on here? Amaterasu is one of the goddesses who is revered by the Uchiha clan. And if you turned out to be with her, then it means that you have awakened the same eyes as hers. Potentially, you are equal in strength to Amaterasu. Itachi finally finished his thoughts. Naruto was sitting in complete shock, I would even say There was only one question on his tongue: what the fuck just happened? For a second, Naruto thought he heard a girl laughing. Let's continue training. Because I still feel like I've lost my mind. Naruto answered honestly. I don't eat these pills anymore, you never know. The brunette thought apprehensively. Okay. Activate the 3-wash Sharingan. We will conduct a training battle. Uchiha said, also activating his eyes and jumping back a few meters. Well, let's try. Naruto activated the Sharingan and pulled out his katana, through which Raiden immediately led, after which he rushed at Uchiha. The clang of metal resounded throughout the training ground. Itachi blocked the blow with his tanto. With his free hand, he grabbed a few shurikens and threw them at Naruto. Naruto, thanks to the power of his eyes, saw everything in slow motion and, having calculated the flight path, dodged the iron flying at him. And Sharingan is a convenient thing to, don't relax. Itachi attacked from above, trying to hurt the brunette, but thanks to his speed, he managed to get away from the blow. Only Naruto wanted to attack Itachi again. As his eyes were pierced by severe pain, the katana fell out of his hands and fell to the grass with a thud. Naruto himself fell to his knees holding his eyes, which were bleeding. "T," said Naruto, whose hands were slipping because of the blood. "Damn, I forgot about that. We've strained your eyes too much. Your body and eyes need time to get used to everything." Itachi picked up the guy in his arms and carried him into the room. Naruto lost consciousness from the intense pain. When he opened his eyes again, he did not feel any pain or blood on his cheeks. Looking back, he was again standing in the same clearing, and Amaterasu was standing in front of him. I already thought I was crazy from the pills. Because of Naruto's words, the girl laughed out loud. And I'm up all night long until the roosters scream. I can still imagine the outlines of you, your green eyes and gently sharp fangs, and your hair that's the color of coal, and I do not know how to live and I do not know how to eat and I only want to be with you. When he opened his eyes again, he did not feel any pain or blood on his cheeks. Looking back, he was again standing in the same clearing, and Amaterasu was standing in front of him. I already thought I was crazy from the pills. Because of Naruto's words, the girl laughed out loud. It's not funny, Naruto noticed sitting down on the green grass. Well, ask the questions you are interested in, I will try to answer them. The girl smiled again and sat down next to the guy. What's next? What do you mean? Well, what will happen next? You will help me in some way or vice versa. Will I have to fulfill some important goal that is usually written about in various stories? Naruto asked wearily, lying back on the grass. A cool breeze ruffled his long hair. The smell of freshness hit the nostrils, saturating the lungs with oxygen, intoxicating the brain. And that's the only thing you're interested in? Naruto just nodded. Isn't it interesting to know how you ended up here and why? It's already happened, so I don't care. The grass tickled his neck a little. What's next, huh? I don't know. I don't need anything from you. I will help you master this power and then you will take my place. There is no other way. The girl said with a weak smile. In what sense will I take your place? Raising himself on his elbows, the guy asked. The gods don't live forever, my power is gradually fading. Therefore, someone appeared who had awakened the same eyes as mine. Therefore, when you are fully settled and live out your term, you will take my place here, among other gods. For people, a whole life is a lot, but for deities it is nothing. They have been living for as many years as they can't count, so some 40 to 60 years for them are like a couple of hours for us. It was this realization that saddened the goddess a little. No one wants to die, and what will happen to you? Sitting down, Naruto asked, I will die, or rather, I will be killed. But why and by whom? Why? Because I am too weak, my strength is not the same as before. No one needs a weak god. But who will kill, you will find out later, not immediately reveal all the cards to you, right? Amaterasu said, laughing again. There was a strange feeling in Naruto that he had never experienced before. He looked at the goddess's small and neat lips, at her neat and beautiful face, and something seemed to tingle in the depths of his soul. Strange, Naruto thought, looking away from the insanely beautiful green eyes of the black-haired girl. What's strange? Amaterasu asked, looking closely at the guy's face. Can you hear what I'm thinking? Naruto stared at her in surprise. What did you think? You are now on my territory, you can say in my world. The girl laughed again after her words. Well, it's time for you, if you want to come here again, just mentally ask. And how does it work? When you address me, I can hear your thoughts. I'm a god, after all. The girl smiled, after which the world around Naruto began to distort and change. For now. The last thing Naruto heard before disappearing, the girl's voice was sad. Opening his eyes, Naruto was lying on the cot, and Itachi was sitting next to him, worried. How are you feeling? Uchiha asked, looking at Naruto lying down. Me? It seems to be normal, as if in some kind of prostration, Naruto said. How long was I unconscious? 20 minutes, maybe 30. Itachi said guiltily. I'm sorry, I completely forgot about the fact that you can't overexert your eyes yet. Come on, nothing terrible happened. I'm alive, which means everything is fine. The brunette smiled getting up from the bed. Went to continue training? Are you sure? Naruto nodded, threw on a clean kimono and headed out of the room. Itachi followed him. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Team Number 7 went on another mission, only this time it was a mission of rank C. Before that, they had completed about 100 missions of rank D, and therefore Hokage entrusted them with a mission of a higher rank. Obito-sensei, we will definitely cope, especially since you are with us, one of the strongest lists Jonins. Menma said, with a big smile. Next to him were Sasuke and Sakura. The younger Uchiha has already managed to move away from the news that his older, beloved brother betrayed the village. No, don't think about it, he didn't hate Itachi like everyone else in Konoha, on the contrary, he was eager to find out why his brother did that. Sasuke knew perfectly well that Itachi would not have done such a thing without a good reason. But he also understood that if his brother did it just out of stupidity, then he would need to return him to the village so that he would answer for his actions. Sasuke, are you ready to complete a C-rank mission? Menma asked cheerfully. With his mood he charged his team with positive emotions and maintained morale within it. Of course. Beating off the outstretched fist, Uchiha Jr. said. Well, since you are so determined, then go ahead. We need to get to the village hidden in the sand. What are we going to do there? Sakura asked, running between Menma and Sasuke. Every year, hidden villages send one group of genins to other villages, so that they gain experience and thus strengthen relations between villages. And why were we sent to the sand, and not to the village of clouds, for example? Menma, who was the last of the group, asked. These are no longer questions for me, but for the Hokage. 2 weeks have passed during this time. Naruto has learned to fully use the three-wash Sharingan, without threat to health and life. Can we continue our sparring, which we didn't finish last time? Itachi suggested when they once again came to the training ground. Only this time with technicians. Okay. Naruto jumped away from Itachi and they both activated the three-wash Sharingan. Naruto took out a katana and covered it with lightning chakra, as well as the body. Itachi took out his tanto and prepared to repel Naruto's attack. Taking off from his seat, leaving behind a small pit, Naruto found himself in front of Itachi in a second and tried to hit the brunette with a horizontal blow. However, thanks to Sharingan, Itachi was able to block the attack. The clang of metal rang out all over the landfill, laying ears. The blow knocked out sparks from 2 metal weapons and tore several lightning bolts from Naruto's katana, which immediately flew into the ground. Wind chakra? Looking closely at Tonto, Naruto asked. That's the one. The wind is stronger than Raiden, so Itachi protected himself from a katana soaked in lightning chakra. Naruto jumped a little away from the brunette and began to fold the seals. Futon, wind blades. A huge number of blades rushed towards Uchiha, who, thanks to his Sharingan, dodged all the blades. However, Naruto did not stand still, he rushed at Itachi again. However, the attack was again blocked by Tonto. Blow after blow, but all to no avail, Itachi blocked everything. Naruto jumped a little away from the brunette to catch his breath. Shurikens appeared from Uchiha's sleeve, which he was going to throw at Naruto, who, realizing that it was better to immediately jump away and avoid the attack, jumped up. However, several thorns burst out of the ground, the technique of the earth. When did he manage to fold the seals, thought Naruto, dodging all the spades on the move. However, one still touched the guy and pierced him through. At that moment, Itachi tensed up a little, but after Naruto disappeared with a loud pop in the white smoke, he became alert. Looking around, he realized that he was standing alone in a clearing. The blade of the katana slid slightly over Itachi's neck and he realized that Naruto was behind him and that he had lost. When you had time. Deactivating the Sharingan, Uchiha asked. At the moment when the clone disappeared. When I was supposed to be pierced with a pike, I created a shadow clone and while the smoke was dissipating and you were distracted, I replaced myself with that fallen shuriken from your hands. That's how I ended up near you. You didn't notice the difference between me and the clone because everything happened too fast. Naruto sheathed his katana and stood smiling broadly. But I looked around, you weren't anywhere. Itachi was at a loss how Naruto managed to pull it off. Before the clone was pierced by a peak, I managed to throw a kunai into the ground and when there was smoke, I replaced myself with a kunai replacement technique and hid behind an earthen peak. That's all. Naruto sat down on the ground with a slight shortness of breath. Still, without the hermit mode, it's hard to maintain a fast mode. I think that in the hermit mode you won't give me a chance. Itachi said with a smile, sitting down on the grass, which has suffered a lot in these 2 weeks. Somewhere it was burned, somewhere it was not left at all. Also, for 2 weeks, Naruto visited Amaterasu every day and just talked to her. He felt good around her, but he still couldn't quite figure out why. The goddess often told interesting stories from her life and it seems she was also interested in communicating with a brunette, yet she was practically alone for several centuries. Naruto didn't tell Itachi anything about these meetings, why? He doesn't know himself, it just didn't come up with a topic for this. Tomorrow I will return to Akatsuki, are you with me? Naruto asked, running his hand over the burnt grass. Do you think they'll accept me? Of course, if you haven't forgotten, Pain originally went to Konoha for you, not for me. Can we try your Mangekyo? Itachi suddenly asked, he was interested in the abilities of Naruto's eyes. Come on, just maybe we'd better go outside, you never know. Remembering the words of Amaterasu, Naruto said. Itachi only agreed with him. Going outside, a cold and frosty wind hit them in the face, from which both guys shivered. It's cold today. Itachi said with a smart look, which made Naruto laugh. You're right as always. After moving a little away from the shelter, walking through large snowdrifts, the guys finally stopped. His legs were knee-deep in snow. I hate winter. Giving the chakra to the eyes, Naruto said. The pattern of his eyes changed, tongues of black flame enclosed in a black triangle. Most likely you own the sacred fire of Amaterasu, a black flame that burns for 7 days and 7 nights. Itachi said. Concentrate on one point and imagine that it caught fire with a black flame and give the chakra to your eyes. I know it may not be easy, I also suffered with it for a long time at first, but maybe you will succeed faster, which I have no doubt. Well, let's try. Naruto concentrated on the tree and put the chakra in his eyes. The trees burst into black flames. You overdid it with Naruto's chakra, so you will burn the whole forest. Itachi shouted, and Naruto, having come to his senses, stopped giving the chakra to his eyes, but a good part of the forest was already burning. And how do we put it out? Naruto asked, who was noticeably warmer. It cannot be extinguished, at least I do not know how. Itachi said, watching the black flames devour the forest. The snow was quickly heated and turned into water, the temperature became several tens of degrees higher. Concentrate and imagine that the flame has disappeared or that the flame is going to one point, and give the chakra to the eyes. Amaterasu's voice rang out in Naruto's head. What are you doing in my head? The brunette asked, addressing the girl. Act faster or the forest is over, he heard again in his head. Naruto concentrated on one point, imagining that the flame was going there and gave the chakra into his eyes. It worked, the flame, as if on command, quickly flowed into one point, after which it disappeared, because Naruto presented it by submitting a chakra. It took a lot of strength, because the brunette immediately fell to his knees breathing heavily. Well done, he heard in his head, and a smile appeared on his face. How did you do that? Itachi asked, helping his friend to his feet. I imagine that it gathers at one point, and then disappears. Taking a helping hand, Naruto said, getting to his feet. Naruto, come to me today, I will finally tell you about your Sharingan completely, said Amaterasu, which obviously interested the brunette. Okay, Naruto agreed, looking up at the sky somewhere, as if the girl was there. Well, are we going back now? Yeah. Itachi said, and the guys headed towards the shelter. Here, as always, it smelled musty and damp, but the brunettes had long been accustomed to this smell, and therefore it did not bring them any discomfort. Tomorrow, as soon as we wake up, we will go to Akatsuki, and now I want to sleep, said Naruto, who was really tired today. That performance with Mangekyo took a lot of strength and chakra. Restoring the chakra was not a problem, given that Naruto usually uses a natural chakra. Okay. Itachi is also pretty tired. 2 weeks of only training and training, from morning to evening. Such a lifestyle takes too much effort. Naruto lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, quickly fell asleep. But he did not appear in the kingdom of Morpheus, but in the world of Amaterasu. Hello. The girl answered with a smile. Naruto just nodded. Did you want to tell me something about Sharingan? The two of them have long since switched to you. After all, they are theoretically equal to, yes, you got the genes of the Uchiha clan from the Uchiha Shisui Sharingan, right? Naruto just nodded, sitting down on the grass. This means that his Sharingan has not gone anywhere, even though you have awakened my eyes. Shisui's Sharingan and mine merged into one. That is, you have both the power of my eyes and the power of his eyes. Find out from Itachi in detail about the power of Shisui's eyes. The girl said with a smile. That's how it is, Naruto said thoughtfully. I think Itachi once mentioned that Shisui's eyes are a treasure of genjutsu. There is a huge power in your eyes, which, I assure you, you will need very soon. And in what way? Naruto asked with interest, looking at the goddess. Well, it won't be interesting if I tell you everything now. Laughing, as usual, the black-haired girl replied. From her ringing laughter, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Wow, who's smiling? You're always walking around with a stone face. The girl said, laughing again. Naruto didn't answer anything, there was only a weak smile on his face. Okay. Amaterasu calmed down. The rustle of leaves slightly drowned out her voice. They talked until the morning, after which Naruto returned back to his world. He did not get tired of the fact that his consciousness was in the world of Amaterasu every night. It was like a dream. Waking up, Naruto groped for a pill with his hand and quickly swallowed it into his mouth. After about 5 minutes, he got out of bed and dressed, left the room. Having felt Itachi's chakra at the training ground, he realized that the brunette was no longer sleeping, and therefore went to him. When he arrived at the landfill, he saw a rather strange picture. Tired Uchiha slept on the grass without hind legs. Did he train here all night? Naruto asked himself. Coming closer to his friend, he sat down next to him and began to wait, meditating along the way. A few hours later, Itachi woke up and the first thing he saw was Naruto sitting in the lotus position. "Why did you go to sleep here?" Mikami asked, opening his eyes. "Me? Yes, I couldn't sleep in bed, we decided to lie down on the grass, as you can see." It helped, realizing what he had just said. Itachi laughed at, "Don't overexert yourself, it may end badly." Naruto said, getting to his feet and holding out his hand to Itachi. "You're right." Both guys headed out of the shelter. "Well, it's time to go to Akatsuki," Mikami said, jumping up a tree. Itachi jumped after him. Half a day later, the two guys reached the Akatsuki lair. They were met by Miro Uzumaki and Kisame Hashigake, as they felt an unfamiliar chakra. "Naruto?" Kisame asked, who was surprised that the leader had spotted only one of the two potential opponents. Although the leader has never been wrong before. And is Itachi Uchiha next to you? What's he doing here? "Hi, it's been a while. Waving his hand, Naruto said, running up with Itachi to the two apostates. "Old man, don't even think that I forgot about you. Soon, when I return to the village, I will be able to visit your grave," Naruto thought. "And who is Itachi Uchiha?" Miro asked Kisame. "A renegade from the village of List and my friend. Actually, I would like Itachi to join us too. Therefore, I need to see the leader. I think he is already waiting for me," Mikami said, smiling a little. "And he has changed in these 2.5 weeks, Kisame thought, turning towards the shelter. "Well, let's go, I think the leader will not mind another strong ally," Kisame said, hooking a huge sword behind his back. Having reached a 2-story house standing in the middle of the forest, Naruto and the company went inside, where, as always, it was quite noisy. The newcomers immediately attracted the attention of the other members of the organization. "What's that? Replenishment?" Haiden asked, peering into Uchiha's face. "Oh, and you're Naruto back, B, and you couldn't find a reason to drink. And he himself, your mother, came," Haiden said, bursting into laughter. "We'll be right back and I'll introduce you," Naruto said as he walked further down the corridor. Itachi trailed after him. "Don't worry, they're all good guys, even if they're apostates, but they're fun," Naruto said, walking through room after room. "Come in." It was heard from behind the door, after knocking on it. 2 dark-haired men went inside. "Pain-sama, can Itachi Uchiha, who is now listed as an apostate from the village hidden in the foliage, join the Akatsuki?" Naruto asked, looking straight into the leader's Rinnegan. "And why do you want to join us?" Turning to Uchiha, the red-haired man asked. "I became an apostate of my village, I have nowhere else to go and Naruto called me with him. And I am not eager to return to the village," Itachi said, lying a little at the end. "Well, I agree, come in together tomorrow for full information," Pain said, and the 2 brunettes bowed and left the office. "Well, now to the kitchen. It's time to get to know everyone," Naruto said with a smile. "There is no strength to move on, which means it is destined to be so hate your fate and pour fire into yourself to grieve in the evenings, realizing that you are nobody after all. I'm holding your palm and I don't feel anything. The next morning, the Akatsuki organization gradually rose from the dead. Everyone was obviously drunk yesterday, but everyone got to know Itachi. Itachi, we need to go to the leader. Getting to his feet, Naruto said. That night he was at Amaterasu again, as in other things and always. Oh, yeah. Itachi said sleepily. I quickly cleaned myself up. The guys went to Pain's office. Itachi Uchiha, you will be in a team with Naruto Mikami, since you have known each other for a long time, this will be the best solution. Pain said, looking into Uchiha's eyes. The guys just nodded in agreement. So, your first task will be to kill the feudal lord of the Wind Country. He has been putting sticks in the wheels of our organization for several years, especially since they pay a lot of money for his head on the black market. When to move out? Mikami asked seriously. The sooner the better. The guys nodded and bowed, left the leader's room, heading to collect their things. Feudal lord means? They gave us a big deal, however, Naruto thought, taking a white powder with him. Naruto was waiting for Itachi at the exit of the shelter. There were melted snowdrifts on the street, puddles on the roads, and the first buds appeared on the trees. Gradually, spring comes to life. According to the leader, the feudal lord is now halfway to the village. It seems that he is accompanied by several dozen elite jonins and with him 2 teams of genins, who were taken to strengthen relations between the countries. Itachi was briefly informed by Naruto. Genin teams? Itachi asked in confusion, looking at the back of his friend who was running ahead. From Konoha and Suna, who do not know. Jumping from branch to branch, the guys slowly picked up speed. I hope not team number 7, Naruto thought, looking at Itachi over his shoulder. We are about a day's journey at this pace. Uchiha only nodded, agreeing with Naruto. Meanwhile, the feudal lord of the Wind Country, a team of genins from List and Suna, and the elite jonins guarding them, made a halt. Obito, sensei, I have a bad feeling. Sakura said, sitting down by the bonfire that the jonins had lit. There are several dozen elite shinobi around us, they will definitely be able to protect us. Obito answered with a smile, after which he added, especially since I'm nearby, so you don't have to worry. Obito and Sakura turned their gaze to Menma, Sasuke, and Gaara, who were talking enthusiastically about something. Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Biju, but the village did not treat him with contempt and hatred. On the contrary, they considered him a hero who restrained such a powerful beast inside himself. Thanks to this attitude, Gaara never had a surge of the chakra of the one-tailed tanuki. Sakura, tell me about your village. Temari said, sitting down next to the pink-haired one. Temari was Gaara's older sister and a very kind and sympathetic person. What are you interested in? Realizing that Obito was no longer needed here, he stood up with a kind and cheerful smile, and headed towards the head of the guard to discuss a few details about the completion of the mission. The sun was already beginning to sink, turning the sky pink and orange. Now they were on the borders of the land of fire and the land of wind. On one side is a desert, on the other a forest that wakes up from sleep again. There are still 3 minutes to the goal. Naruto said softly, who, thanks to the Senchakra dome, hid both brunettes. The guys stopped on a tree branch. What are you doing? We haven't got there yet. Standing with a 3-wash Sharingan, Itachi said. Wait. Naruto poured a handful of white powder into his palm and sniffed everything with a rolled-up bill, not even leaving crumbs. Aren't you thinking of quitting? Itachi asked, but remembered that Naruto is usually unable to speak after taking a dose. Too much pain in the nose and sometimes in the throat. Naruto threw his head back and breathed evenly. I'm not going to yet, but one day I'll get to it. Mikami answered honestly, drawing his katana. Are you ready? Itachi just nodded. Well, it's time to have fun. From a tree branch, there was a view of a small makeshift camp. Several tents, a bonfire with fire. I just need to concentrate and imagine this picture, right? Closing his eyes, addressing the goddess, Naruto asked. Yes, remember how I taught you, Aim said, smiling, even though Naruto didn't see it. Well, let's try. Opening his eyes, in which the Mangekyo Sharingan was burning, Naruto concentrated. Ninpo, Dance of the Black Flame. Suddenly, the camp was engulfed in black flames. The tents burst into black flames in a second, as did the people who were in Naruto's field of vision. A piercing cry of pain was heard. Two dark-haired men in the uniform characteristic of the organization landed in front of a group of jonins. Straw hats hid their identity. Obito, with the help of the ability of his Mangek Sharingan, was able to save the feudal lord and the gawking genins. They simply became intangible for this world. Menma, Sasuke, Sakura, protect the Sand team. Leave all the work to the jonins. Obito stayed with Baku near the team of genins and the feudal lord. What have the Akatsuki forgotten here? The head of the guard asked, addressing two unknown people. We are not interested in you, we only need a feudal lord. Naruto said, looking through the Mangekyo at all the enemies. And you think we'll just give it to you? Otherwise we will capture both the feudal lord and the Jinchuriki. The choice is yours. You're being overconfident. Behind the two members of the Akatsuki, two jonins appeared who tried to cut their throats with kunai, but both brunettes easily escaped the attack and sent two attackers into a long flight with simultaneous kicks from their feet. Strong, thought Obito, who was watching Akatsuki's actions carefully. Thoughts of losing and death have already flashed through genins' heads. They perfectly understood the powers of the two unknowns standing in front of them. I didn't expect a simple fight. Building 4. Said the head of security, whose name was Mei. 8 jonins immediately took off and surrounded their opponents. At the same time, they began to fold seals for equipment. Futon, Wind Blade. John Suntz shouted at the same time. Only Naruto and Itachi wanted to jump up to avoid the attack. They saw 3 more shinobi that launched the same technique. A strong wind rose, which lifted the sand that flew into the eyes. Damn, Naruto thought, folding several one-handed seals. Kato, the fiery dome. Futon, wind flow. A strong wind flow slowed down the enemy's techniques, which could not break through the fire dome. Thus, the guys were able to avoid the technique, which was the result of well-coordinated work. It's time to stop joking. Naruto said seriously, concentrating again. Ninpo, hell on earth. From the ground, like a Doton technique, a huge number of peaks consisting of black flames appeared. A stream of blood ran from Naruto's right eye. Don't strain your eyes, Aim responded in a sweet voice in the guy's head. The spikes pierced almost all the jonins, even those who were sitting in ambush. The clearing was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Futon, a rush. Mei applied the technique, trying to extinguish the flame, but nothing came out. You will not put out this flame. This is Amaterasu, he can only be summoned by members of the Uchiha clan. Obito said, looking at the guy who handled this technique so deftly. Who are you? I'm a member of the organization, you don't need to know the rest. A kunai flew out from somewhere behind the bushes, from which Naruto was able to dodge, but he knocked down the straw hat on his head, showing the world an S-rank renegade. Damn, a dying gift, right? Feeling where kunai came from, Naruto felt only the fading focus of the chakra. Mikami Naruto? Obito asked in shock, seeing Sharingan in his eyes. Itachi, meanwhile, finally saw the team from Konoha and saw Sasuke there. Well, I didn't ask for team number 7, Naruto thought, finally paying attention to Obito. Where did you get those eyes? Obito asked angrily. I'll answer that, but first I'll ask a question. The life of your team will depend on your answer. Naruto said seriously, his hair turned white, 2 horns appeared on his head, his eyes filled with blood, and the desire to kill was so strong that the genins lost consciousness, as did the feudal lord. Do you really think I'm going to go along with you? Obito asked, barely overpowering himself. Naruto's ki terrified him. Deal with the remnants of the Jonins. There are only 3 left. I'll take care of Obito and the feudal lord. Naruto took off and a second later found himself in front of Uchiha. With a kick from his foot, he sent him flying. Due to the fact that he managed to collect the chakra in his stomach, where Mikami hit, he survived, having received minor injuries. Damn, just a little bit more. Because of the speed of the white-haired Obito, he did not have time to become intangible, he only managed to feed the chakra into his stomach on a subconscious level. So will you answer my question? Putting a katana to the throat of the opponent, Naruto asked. No way. Making only one movement with his hand, which was supposed to end Uchiha's life, however, the katana passed through him, and a second later Obito hit him in the stomach. After flying a few meters, Naruto landed on his feet, his gaze became more serious. It can become intangible, Naruto thought. Looking closer, he saw Mangekyo in Uchiha's eyes. It means the ability of the eyes, the guy thought. Intercepting the katana and passing the lightning chakra through it, he again took off and attacked Obito, but his katana was blocked by the enemy's tanto. The impact knocked out a huge number of sparks and the clang of metal resounded throughout the desert. Who participated in the murder of the third? Pressing harder and harder every second, Naruto asked. What are you talking about? What murder? He died a natural death. So you don't even know? Ahahaha. Naruto, jumping away from the enemy, laughed loudly and hysterically. Kato, big fireball. Obito didn't even think to give Naruto time to laugh. Mikami dodged the technique, stopping laughing, but Obito slid out from under the ball, intending to stick a katana into the renegade's throat. Everything would be fine, but you're too slow. Naruto with one deft movement of the katana took Tanto Obito aside and with a blow from the elbow, sent the Uchiha to the ground, before slightly cutting Jonin. You see, little Obito. Such mockery of his enemy amused Naruto, and the look of Uchiha made Nukenin laugh. A slightly singed cloak fluttered in the wind. Everything is not so simple with the death of the third, but if I say now, it will not be interesting. I'll leave you and the Genin teams alone, but only on condition that you pass something to Fugaku. Naruto replied with a smile. Obito tried to move, but his whole body ached and, most importantly, did not want to move. What did you do? Poison. Pointing with his finger at a small cut on the cheek of Jonin Konoha, Naruto replied. So that's about my request. Tell Fugaku that he will pay for everything soon, revenge is near. Word for word, please. Naruto finally knocked out the sensei of team number 7 with a kick from his foot. Quickly finding himself near Itachi, who was standing in front of the head of security, Naruto immediately understood everything. Uchiha had used Tsukuyomi and was now tormenting Jonin in a world of dreams and illusions. Are you done? Uchiha asked, turning to Naruto. Mei fell dead. After a few seconds, his heart could not stand it. There were 2 more corpses lying next to him that were defeated in a similar way, only by a weaker genjutsu that did not require so much strength. The feudal lord remained. Naruto said, heading towards the unconscious body. But Baku got in his way. It seems you are Sensei Geninov from the sand. Naruto said, looking straight into the man's eyes. I have no desire to kill you, you didn't do anything to me. Leave and calmly return to the village together with your subordinates and those who are still alive. No way. Taking out the kunai, Baku replied. Fool. Naruto was already standing behind him and knocked Sensei out with a precise blow to the neck. Why should I keep such a stubborn idiot alive? Naruto complained, looking at Itachi. Sensei. There was a desperate cry from somewhere to the side. Turning his head, Naruto saw Gaara, from whose eyes tears were pouring and hatred was visible in them. Ho ho, it seems we have a problem. Naruto said, and a second later an enraged Shikaku stood in front of him. I'm finally free. You miserable bastards will pay for sealing me up. Shikaku announced loudly, looking at the standing Akatsuki. You'll be the first one I kill, after all these years. Don't even hope, Tanuki. An animal voice sounded a little behind the brunettes. These Uchiha are mine. Turning around, Naruto saw Menma, who was in the cover of the nine-tailed chakra, for tails were developing behind him, but the fox had control over the body due to the fact that Namikaze was unconscious. You're right, we're in trouble. Itachi said wearily. You're wearing a one-tailed one, I'll take care of the nine-tailed one. Naruto entered the cover of the lightning chakra and took off, attacking Menma. Pitiful man, do you really think this is going to hurt me? Blocking the vertical kick of the katana with the tail from the chakra. Dodging the tail, which went straight at the guy, Naruto landed 10 meters from the Jinchuriki. It's going to be harder than I thought. Meanwhile, Itachi stood in front of Tanuki and thought about how he could win. Dodging another technique, the brunette noticed Gaara sleeping on Shikaku's head. It's worth a try. Dodging another bullet launched by the tailed one, Naruto thought. Shikaku technicians were mowing down the forest around them and raising dust mixed with sand. One-tailed decided to swat the Uchiha with his paw, smearing it on the sand. However, Itachi dodged again, jumped on the paw and ran up it, simultaneously dodging other attacks of the one-tailed. Damn Uchiha. Biju was just furious, he couldn't hit it in any way. Itachi, having reached Shikaku's head, forcefully hit Gaara, causing him to wake up. No. One tail was sucked back into the seal that stood on the forehead of the guy. Landing with Gaara on the ground, Itachi gently put him on the ground. Kill me. The red-haired man said. I don't need any problems, I'll help you with the one tail, but in return you won't give away my identity. With strong wind currents created by Biju, the straw hat flew off the Uchiha's head, revealing him to the world. Okay. Gaara answered in a half-delirium, after which Itachi, together with him, penetrated his subconscious and imposed a strong illusion on the one-tailed one, which would restrain him. Thanks. Before passing out, the red-haired man said. We need to help Naruto. Mikami, meanwhile, was fighting with Menma. The forces were not equal, even though the brunette was in Sannin fashion and with an activated Sharingan. At this rate, I will definitely lose, Naruto thought, blocking a direct blow from Menma's elongated hand, but he quickly regretted it. The chakra of the nine-tailed was so poisonous that it burned through the already battered kimono of the guy, leaving burns on his arm and sending him flying. Crashing into a tree, Naruto got back on his feet, but a fox was already standing in front of him. Die. He said, raising a paw with claws to strike and grabbing the guy by the throat. Naruto, remembering what Aim had told him about Shirsue's eyes and Itachi's words, decided to try to cast an illusion on the fox. The illusion of black flame. Naruto whispered softly, whose throat was getting tighter and tighter with his paws. Abruptly, the fox stopped, after which the cover completely disappeared in the black flame. And an unconscious Menma fell to the ground. Naruto fell after him. Terrible burns on his neck and on his hands, he barely survived. A giant fox, Naruto thought, starting to treat himself. Naruto. Running up to a friend, Itachi shouted. Seeing his wounds, he was in the strongest shock. It was the first time he had seen Naruto in such a deplorable state. How he was still alive was still a mystery. After hastily healing his wounds, Naruto was able to get up after a few minutes, leaning on a friend. The two of them went after the original purpose of their mission. I'm going to kill Pain. Why the fuck didn't he warn that there will be two Jinchuriki here at once who don't control their bijou at all? I almost died. With a break, Naruto said. The throat is still not healed, although Senchakra has already started to do it, but it will take at least a week to fully recover. Holding back the waves of pain, the guy thought. Don't kill me. I'll do whatever it takes. I will pay any money, but I ask you to save your life, said the feudal lord, crawling away in horror from the two guys who were covered in blood. It turned out that some of the one-tailed techniques still hurt Itachi. Many deep cuts were visible on his body and face as well. It was necessary to live correctly and nothing would have happened. And now it's too late. Die, trash. Naruto slowly approached the feudal lord lying on the sand, raising his katana to strike. Just as he wanted to lower it, the feudal lord threw a handful of sand into Naruto's eyes and began to slowly crawl away. Focusing on sensory abilities, Naruto lowered the katana, which entered exactly into the throat, piercing through it. Die in agony, scum. Mikami pulled out his katana and said. The feudal lord immediately grabbed his throat, expectorating blood from his mouth. He began to moan in pain, but this action did not help, but only increased the pain. Life seemed to flash before the eyes of the feudal lord and he choked on his blood and began to cry. There was universal horror and fear in his eyes, and his lips were moving, trying to say something. Dog death. Naruto said, looking at him with indifferent eyes. The scariest thing you can see before you die is an indifferent look, and Naruto knew it. Tears flowed from the feudal lord's eyes. He knew that he was going to die. It became harder and harder to breathe, and too much blood accumulated in his mouth and throat. It began to darken in his eyes, and after a few seconds the feudal lord choked on blood and finally died. Bastard. Sealing the body in a scroll, Naruto said. How are you? Having finished messing with the corpse, the brunette asked. It's fine. The cloak was torn into bloody shreds. Naruto created a clone, ordered him to heal Itachi's wounds, and in the meantime he sat down on the sand. Now we need to go back to Akatsuki. A few minutes later, Naruto said, when the clone had healed most of Itachi's wounds. You're right. Holding out straw hats, said Uchiha. Having put them on, the guys began to leave the crime scene. Why? Why are you doing all this? Why are you killing innocent people? Naruto and Itachi stopped when they heard Sasuke's voice. Someday you will understand everything, but not now. You'd better take care of the survivors, of which there aren't many left. Many of them are on the verge. I left Iraianin alive, he's lying in those bushes. Itachi said, pointing to the bushes. This voice seemed familiar to Sasuke, but he could not remember it in any way. While Sasuke was thinking about it, two guys disappeared into Shunshin. How do you like the chapter? I wrote it in a completely different style. I do not know what my age audience is, so I am not sure what will come to you, but from now on I will try to write in this way. I've had enough of children's works already. It's time to write seriously. A lot of philosophical topics are touched upon here. I want each of you to think about at least one topic after reading the chapter. For me, these are the most important topics that I have been looking for an answer to for quite some time. In general, here. The chapter was written after 23 hours of wakefulness and under phenibut. You can read to anyone interested. If something was prescribed to me by his doctor, I am not a pharmacy addict. Well, finally I revealed their relationship. Honestly, I liked the chapter, even though it came out transitional. I think I will soon finish with this fic, leaving the makings for the second season, where Naruto will save AIM and will finally end again. Because of the state in which I wrote the chapter, there may be transitions and questions that are not clear to you at first glance. But I am a writer and I see it this way: if you don't understand, then reread it again and so on until you understand. If you still don't understand, then write, I will explain. And also, I'm waiting for more feedback from you, it's important to me. The activity leaves much to be desired, so at least cheer me up with something. I didn't feel any warmth among the cheerful faces burning everything I hold dear to the ground, blowing ashes to the wind. One day I will freeze, having lost everything I value with the ends I decided, everything. I'm leaving where and why? I'm not fucking. I wanted to get away from this world, which I destroyed by my own efforts. There was no incentive to go anymore. I lost it along the way. The 20th floor and a life lived. I'm standing on a cliff and I just want to leave. When Obito woke up the next day, he couldn't believe what had happened. People were bustling around him, healing his wounds and trying to get him to his feet. The poison was not fatal. Clouds floating across the blue sky pushed Jonin into philosophical thoughts. The cold wind blew unpleasantly on my face. Focusing his gaze on the people around him, he noticed the protectors of Konoha and Suna. Help? Uchiha thought before losing consciousness again from the expiration, falling into darkness. How did it happen? Coming to the wounded, but still alive shinobi from the elite detachment of the Jonin Suna, Minato asked. They attacked unexpectedly. It was Akatsuki. It was difficult for him to speak, his whole body was in severe pain. Akatsuki? Minato asked himself a question. Thanking shinobi, he left the tent, leaving him alone, which he needed. A worried and tired race, for Kazekage, came out of the next tent. It was Akatsuki, but who is still unknown. I think it's worth waiting until Obito or Baku wakes up. Having caught up with the leader of Suna, Hokage said. I am glad that at least someone survived. However, we still cannot find either the feudal lord or his body. Perhaps he was the target of the organization. As far as I know, he put a stick in the wheels of Akatsuki. Minato expressed his guess as he and Raza entered the tent Obito had been brought into. Hokage-sama. Obito hissed, waking up again. Hush, hush, you need peace. Minato said, sitting down next to the student. He couldn't lose his disciple, he would definitely save him, no matter what it cost him. Although there was no reason to worry, doctors say that Uchiha is in a stable condition, but everything can change quickly. A strong wind rose outside, but it was not felt inside, except that the noise of the awning was a little disturbing. Obito drank the glass of water handed to him, after which he gathered his thoughts a little and began to speak. Mikami Naruto, it was Mikami Naruto, who was the second member of the team, I do not know. The sensei of team number 7 began to speak slowly. His throat quickly dried up again, and after being silent for a few seconds, he continued. The strangest thing was, there was a Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes that he could deactivate. He's too strong, I couldn't handle him, sorry Hokage-sama. It was difficult for him to speak and the leaders of the villages understood this, and therefore decided to leave him to rest, and only then find out more. Going outside once again, they inhaled slightly frosty air. Spring is a time of the year when the weather often changes, then it's very cold, then it's very hot, you'll never guess what kind of weather it will be. Mikami Naruto means, Minato has regretted for 100 times in his life that he left this youngster alive, he brings too many problems, especially lately. Exhaling wearily, Minato simply sat down on the sand, slightly warmed by the rays of the sun. Mikami Naruto, who is this? Raza asked, looking a little into the distance at the horizon. The thoughts in his head had already settled down a little, but still, it was quite difficult to accept the fact that in one night the country of the wind lost about 30 of the best shinobi and feudal lord. An S-rank renegade from my village. It turns out he joined the ranks of Akatsuki. Minato said thoughtfully, fingering the many grains of sand in his hand. I think the feudal lord is dead and Mikami killed him. Raza noted to himself that somewhere he had already heard this name. I think so too. As soon as we sort everything out, I will raise a reward for his head. He will definitely answer for his actions. Kazekage just nodded, they were both tired for the night. As soon as they both received a letter with help from the same Irionin, whom Sasuke helped to get back on his feet, they immediately rushed here with a rescue squad. I think it's worth visiting Sasuke, maybe he knows something. Namikaze said, getting to his feet again. Raza followed him and again they went into another tent. Hokage-sama, Kazekage-sama. Sasuke stood up and respectfully bowed to both rulers of the countries. In this tent lay Gaara and Menma, from whom Sasuke did not leave a step. He was very worried about the condition of his friends. Sasuke, what did you see? Hokage asked wearily. I only remember how we were attacked. I saw the face of only one of them, Mikami Naruto. He had the Uchiha clan's dojutsu and could summon Amaterasu like my brother, only much stronger. This is the last thing I remember before I lost consciousness. Sasuke said, looking down at the floor, he was ashamed that he just fainted. And when I woke up, I saw Mikami sealing the bloody body of the feudal lord in a scroll. I asked them why they were doing it. Maybe you know? What are they doing? Why are they killing innocent people? For what? Why can't the conflict be resolved peacefully? Why is it necessary to kill? Hysteria after the experience, both heads thought so and were partly right. The world that Sasuke was looking at, through the prism of pink glasses, began to collapse quickly. It is not the first time he has faced death, but before that it was the deaths of Nukanins, traitors. In his understanding they deserved death, but now everything was different. In his understanding, the feudal lord was not a bad person, but even vice versa. Nothing happens in our life the way we want it to. Sooner or later everyone has to grow up, but for shinobi it happens much earlier. Criminals have no concept of honor and morality. For them, there is no difference between killing a traitor and killing a good person. They're dirt to the whole shinobi world, you know? Everyone has their own truth. People never try to look at a situation from two sides, they tend to look at something only from their side. If it is bad for them, then therefore this act or the situation or the person is also bad. They have no deconstruction of consciousness. But every traitor will answer for his actions sooner or later. These words instilled in Sasuke the belief that the world is fair, although in fact it is not so at all. The young shinobi had a strong desire, which he now considered his duty, to make sure that all apostates and generally bad people paid for their actions. Our desires often lead us into the most terrible situations. Most often, our desires are just an illusion, which eventually dissipates, opening our eyes to this world. Will this desire or, as Sasuke believes, duty be an illusion, or will it turn out to be something really worth striving for? Sasuke, you helped a lot in the investigation, I give you a guarantee that the perpetrators will definitely be punished. For the fact that you did not get lost in such a situation and for your coordinated actions that helped save lives hanging by a thread, you will be awarded. But why does he need this award? To strengthen his faith in justice and his usefulness? So that he becomes even more attached to the village, where he will now be considered a hero who saved lives in a difficult situation? Where am I? Gaara asked, rising on his elbows, looking around the place where he woke up. The last thing he remembers is that they helped him with one tail. Gaara? Happy that his son had regained consciousness, Raza shouted. Father? The head seemed heavy, as if it weighed several tens of tons. How are you? Kazekage asked anxiously, carefully examining his son. It's fine. More or less coming to his senses and remembering everything that happened yesterday, he suddenly asked unexpectedly for two kages. Is Baku alive? Yes. The red-haired man seemed relieved. What happened yesterday? Shikaku escaped when an unknown person almost killed Baku. But they were able to calm him down, that's all I remember. Having lied a little, Gaara said, remembering that he had given Itachi his word not to give him away. What else do you remember? The fourth clearly did not expect to hear about the fact that Biju was freed in the heat of battle, and even more so that someone alone was able to subdue him without harm to his son. Whoever you are, I am grateful to you, Raza thought, calmly exhaling. I remember that when the one-tailed one disappeared, I briefly regained consciousness. While I was flying from a height, I saw Menma, who was covered with Biju, with 4 or 5 tails. He was fighting against a guy in a strange cloak. He had white hair and 2 strange horns on his head. This news struck the 2 kages again. Raza began to understand how strong Naruto was, since he was able to subdue the 9-tailed, albeit with 4 tails, and at the same time leave alive. And in Minato's memory, no one, except a member of the Uzumaki clan, had previously succeeded. Thank you Gaara, you helped us a lot, and now rest, you need to gain strength. Minato said with a good-natured smile. Finally, having sorted everything out, they went outside. This Mikami is too dangerous, I suggest we combine the reward for him. After a little reflection, Raza said. I agree that he is dangerous, but should you spend money on the reward of an apostate from our village now? With all due respect to you, it's worth fixing everything inside the village first, but you have suffered too much losses and I think it will also have an economic impact. Minato said, looking at the gently swaying bare trees. You're probably right. Exhaling wearily, Kazekage agreed with him. Meanwhile, Naruto and Itachi stopped halfway to the shelter. Naruto was sitting on a branch of a bare tree and looking at the sky, which was slowly becoming overcast, which meant only one thing, the weather would soon deteriorate. The phrase Sasuke was spinning in his head. Why? Why are you doing all this? Why are you killing innocent people? Why? Isn't it obvious to him? There are only a few ways, either we like it, or there was a reason for it. It's time to grow up, Sasuke, stop looking at the world through the prism of rose-colored glasses. I think your world will turn around a lot when you find out what kind of person your father is. People are the most vile creatures that can be found on Earth. No one has ever caused such disgust in Naruto as they do. People always do what's best for themselves by scoring on the feelings of others. Everyone is always looking for benefits. And if someone does to them the same way as they do, then it is incomprehensible to them. They immediately blame this man for acting like a bastard. People are such people. Naruto sat and thought about what would change after the death of Fugaku and all those involved in the murder of the old man. He was interested in Sasuke's reaction. Will he hate or will he understand everything? And if he hates, then why? Because he killed one of the people most dear to him? But then how is Fugaku better than Naruto himself? Then why doesn't Sasuke hate his father? Because he doesn't know? And if I had known, would something have changed? It is unlikely. He will most likely simply take it for granted that it was so necessary. But who needs the death of another person? Except for an abnormal person, which Naruto has become for a long time. Death is Mikami Jr.'s favorite topic. There wasn't a day when Naruto didn't think about death. For so many years, he came to the conclusion that death is just another stage that people tend to extol over others. Stupidly. Naruto, are you okay? Noticing the thoughtful face of his friend, Itachi asked. Yes, and you? Without taking his eyes off the beautiful half-lingering sky, he asked a seemingly strange question. But for Naruto, this question carried much more than you might think. Are we all right? Is it possible to be sure of this? Me too. Soon the weather will completely deteriorate. We need to find a place to spend the night. I think reconnaissance detachments have moved behind us. Itachi said, getting to his feet. There's no need for that. Having folded several seals, imprinting the sky in memory, Naruto and Itachi found themselves in one of Orochimaru's escapes, leaving behind white smoke among many trees, which was soon dispersed by the wind. We'll leave as soon as it's quiet outside. Listening, Itachi heard the howling of the wind, which seemed to be trying to tell him something, to shout something to, you need to rest, as well as me actually. Naruto said, walking into the first room he came across. You're right. Itachi exhaled wearily. He was a little stressed by what was happening to his friend. He became somehow different after yesterday. As if he was colder to everything, he was floating in his thoughts more and more often. Going inside the room, Itachi saw the usual cobweb in the corner and felt musty and damp, from which he had already managed to wean himself. The concrete ceiling crumbled a little. It got really rough on the street. Itachi lay down on the bed and almost immediately fell asleep. His wounds and fatigue made themselves felt. He had spent a lot of energy on the recent battle. Naruto also lay down on the bed, but he was in no hurry to fall asleep. His head was filled with many thoughts. Would the old man like me to do that? Naruto suddenly thought, analyzing his recent actions. However, he again came to the conclusion that the dead would not hear his experiences and words. There is no point in living for those who are no longer there. There is no point in trying to be better for those who will not breathe again. Closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. However, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the same green clearing, where the same time of year is always the same. That's just, today it was somehow quite cloudy. The sun, which had been shining brightly before, was hidden behind clouds, and the wind became stronger and colder. Naruto, are you okay? The girl asked solicitously, but the roar of the wind drowned out her words. Amaterasu silently took the guy by the hand and led him into the house that stood on the edge of the forest. The leaves rustled pleasantly. Naruto even thought for a second that he was in heaven. Next to him is a person with whom he feels good. There is a forest around and they are just the two of them. There are no annoying people and problems that need to be solved. He didn't want to leave this place. It's not quiet today. Still holding the brunette's hand, the girl said, not even noticing it. The warmth from someone else's hand warmed not only physically, but also spiritually. Next to Naruto, she felt calmer. She had realized this for a long time. Aim. The girl looked carefully into the eyes of the brunette. I love you. Kissing the girl on the lips, the brunette said. He had long ago figured out all his feelings. He had no fear that he would be rejected. He understood that Aim also loved him. He felt it in the depths of his soul. Hot breath blew over the girl's face, which immediately turned red, and her lips touched. When Naruto was about to break the kiss, Aim did not let him do it. I love you too. Pulling away from the guy's lips, the girl said. She had to stand on her toes to reach the guy's lips. Naruto hugged the goddess to him and hugged her tightly. This is your world, right? Aim just nodded happily. Can you make sure that you and I are together as long as possible? A joyful smile appeared on the guy's face for the first time in several months. This could not but please the girl and she nodded shyly. Naruto and Aim got into the bed that was on the second floor. The wind outside only intensified. The wooden walls creaked in my ears. But it didn't bother the lovers at all. They were lying in an embrace and talking about something. Aim, tell me, am I a terrible person? These thoughts tormented his soul. Naruto always didn't care about the opinions of people. the opinions of strangers, but he always treasured and listened to the opinions of people close to him. He didn't want his loved ones to think badly of him. This question put the girl in a little dead end. Naruto, don't be silly. You're not a bad person at all. You've done a lot of good. The girl said with a smile, quickly kissing the guy on the cheek. Thanks. The guy said softly, burrowing into the girl's hair, inhaling their fragrance. I'm happy, they thought at the same time with a smile on their face. Old man, I've found what I've been looking for all my life, but don't even think that I've given up on my previous goals. You'll see, I'll definitely make them pay for what they did. And then I will save Aim and stay with her forever, Naruto thought, completely forgetting that the girl hears everything. Amaterasu only had a wide, happy smile on his face. Everyone can write a story. Give the monkey a typewriter and she can write a story. However, not everyone will be able to finish it. No matter how you twist, there will still be those who will not like the ending or the story itself at all. It seems to have sounded in the last episode of Season 5 of Supernatural, well, or somehow similar. I totally agree with that, however, it's important to decide for yourself that you need to write what you like, otherwise what's the point? Write as your soul tells you, there will always be readers who will like your work. Remember my words if you suddenly want to start writing. Fic is just a hobby for me, I write only to kill time, but I do it usefully, imitating the skill of writing and bringing you something that you can read. I was glad to everyone who came this way with me. When I first started, few people read me. And now I'm in the favorites of about 300 people, it's not much, but for me it's a huge figure. I don't understand how I can be read. But I am infinitely glad that there are such people. Your feedback and kind words give me the strength to write further. I will start a new FIC soon as I decide on the topic. So far, there are plans to do something like, and for the rest, read the description to the chapter. Have a good reading. I can't turn back, I can't go forward, I am not upset, I'm not happy, I'm hardly alive, I'm hardly dead, a huge world in my hands clotted with blood on the glass, chorus of summer birds in my eyes disappeared like a cigarette, but in the dark opening his eyes, Naruto surprisingly did not see the gray ceiling of Orochimaru's shelter, but just the opposite. The creaking of the boards and the snoring of Aim made the guy smile. Turning his head, Naruto met the gaze of a girl who was no longer asleep. Sleepy eyes looked lovingly at the brunette. I'm sorry, I must have woken you up. The guy apologized, stroking her hair, to which the girl only shook her head negatively. I woke up myself. Smiling, the girl hugged the guy. Oh, I completely forgot. I have a very important thing to tell you. The goddess looked seriously at Naruto. What? Mikami became serious himself. Kagaya. One of the members of the organization is going to revive it. She's not a myth either. She is quite real, and if she suddenly revives, she will destroy the whole world. We, the gods, cannot interfere in your world under any circumstances. Although the goddess herself has intervened in the human world more than once, but Naruto did not dwell on it, continuing to listen. Black Zetsu. He is an artificially created likeness of a man, consisting entirely of the Kagaya chakra. Deftly manipulating the current leader of the organization, he will surely reach his goal. Even then, should he be killed? Naruto asked, looking at the goddess. Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill him, but it's easy to seal him. Then consider the black bastard dead. Hugging Aim, Naruto said. Good luck. A smile is the last thing Naruto saw, disappearing from the goddess's world. Damn, I'm here again, Naruto thought, looking at the gray ceiling. Getting up and getting dressed, Naruto headed towards Itachi, who was resting in his room, already awake. Itachi, we have a very important mission. Going into a friend's room, the guy said. Sitting down, he looked at Naruto questioningly. Do you remember that strange creature from the organization? Falling drops from the ceiling made an unpleasant sound. Black and white Zetsu? Itachi asked, not understanding what the brunette standing in the doorway was driving at. That's the one, we need to kill him before he resurrects Kagyu. These words made Itachi even more confused. What makes you think that? Amaterasu said so, she is a goddess and knows all this, from and to. Naruto was fully prepared for Uchiha's distrust, and therefore was not at all surprised by the look of misunderstanding with notes of doubt. Are you sure? You blindly believed her, don't you think she's cheating? Itachi asked, looking away from his friend to the upper corner of the room, as if thinking about something. If a loved one deceives me, then what is the meaning of this world at all? In the self-serving people who are waiting for you on every corner? Does it make sense then to trust at least someone? From Mikami's words, Itachi realized that Naruto and Amaterasu were apparently in love with each other, but it still didn't fit in his head. How could a goddess fall in love with an ordinary person? Isn't that weird? A loved one? Itachi asked cautiously, shifting his gaze back to the guy. Yes, I confessed to her and she reciprocated. Naruto clarified the situation a bit and confirmed Uchiha's speculation. You're going to do it anyway, aren't you? He still doubted the truthfulness of what he had heard, everything sounded painfully strange. Will their thoughtless actions lead to the destruction of this world? But if they do nothing and the goddess's words turn out to be true, then the world will also be over. In both cases, the outcome is the same. And because Itachi still decided to be together with the brunette, no matter what happened. In other things, it doesn't matter, I'm with you. Getting up from the bed, Itachi followed Naruto, who had a smile on his face. Both left the shelter when it was just getting light. But how are we going to kill him? Will the leader not understand, or do I not know something? Jumping from branch to branch, Itachi asked. Leave it to me, if necessary, we will betray Akatsuki. There is no other way out. For Uchiha, it was not clear why Naruto was doing this. Doesn't he hate people to save them? He often told him that there was nothing good left of this world, so what was the point for him to prevent its destruction? Meeting the goddess shouldn't have changed him so much, however, it didn't matter, he had already agreed to everything. If you destroy the world, so together. After reaching the shelter for a few hours, Naruto and Itachi immediately went to the leader's room, without even saying hello to anyone. What important, Haydn muttered with displeasure, when on his hello. No one answered. Pain, we have completed the task, there are only a few issues that I would like to discuss. Holding out the scroll, Naruto said, noticing black and white out of the corner of his eye. And what are they? The owner of the Rinnegan asked calmly, sitting at the table in the dim light. Firstly, the information was not accurate. Together with the feudal lord and his entourage, there were 2 Jinchuriki who suddenly raged in the heat of battle. Secondly, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed was Namikaze Menma, and not, as we thought, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto was silent for a while, noticing how black and white disappears into the ground. Apparently he was going to double-check the information. Great, and now the most important thing. Black and white Zetsu, or to be precise, only his black half, manipulates you and is going to revive Kagyu Otsutsuki with the help of the Ten-Tailed One. There was an awkward and long silence. Pain checked Mikami with a piercing look, who did not even flinch a muscle. Thanks to Rinnegan, Pain saw that Naruto wasn't lying. However, Pain could not accept for himself that he was so easily manipulated, and a slight doubt in the words of the brunette was still present. Kagaya Otsutsuki? It's a legend. Have you heard about Amaterasu? A goddess revered by the Uchiha clan? Is she just a legend too? Pain nodded affirmatively, answering all the questions at once, and Naruto activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the best proof that she is not a legend, but quite a real god. My eyes are exactly like hers, and I've seen her before. There was silence again. It was so quiet that Naruto caught the barely audible words of Haiden. Yes. It amused the guy a little. What? He didn't know himself. What if it's not true? What will happen then? Pain asked, looking attentively at the brunette. It seems that Zetsu has no use in itself, except for intelligence and information gathering, am I right? The leader nodded again, agreeing with Mikami's words. Well, if all this was not true, then with the help of my father, I will be able to recreate the white Zetsu. We will not lose anything. Naruto replied, with complete confidence in his words. Well, I agree, but as far as I know, you can't kill Zetsu. What will you do? Naruto was silent for a while, surprised at how quickly the leader agreed. However, Pain himself did not trust Zetsu, who constantly told him what he needed to do and how. In general, for him Black and White was a suspicious person, and it seems Naruto's words put everything in its place. I'll seal it. Pain just nodded and with the help of a mental connection with Zetsu, called him to his office. Black and White grew out of the floor in front between the brunettes and the redhead. Did you call, Leader-sama? As if not noticing the two guys behind, Zetsu asked. Naturally, he did not notice them, because he did not look back, and Naruto and Itachi, with the help of a senchakra shell, simply became invisible to sensors. Yes, I have a couple of questions. Why do we collect Jinchuriki and seal the bija in a statue of Geto Maz? Meanwhile, Naruto began to quickly fill seals for the technique that Orochimaru once taught him. It was Uzumaki's technique, and due to the fact that the blood of the clan flowed in him, he could use it, unlike Orochimaru himself. It consisted of many seals, and therefore was not practical and few people knew about it. But it was the strongest sealing technique. In order for the organization to become stronger. Black and White was a little tense from such a question, and therefore could not hide the notes of lies from Rinnegan. You're lying. Fuinjutsu, the technique of printing space and time. Simultaneously with Pain, Naruto whispered, holding out his palm in front of him, from which many black chains appeared. What? Turning around, Zetsu saw two brunettes, and his body was already chained up, preventing him from leaving the office. You will never resurrect Kagaya. Quietly, but so that everyone can hear, Naruto said. The chains dug into the body, bringing great pain. The space collapsed with a loud bang and the Black and White disappeared, as did the chains from Naruto's hand, who immediately fell to his knees. Damn, this technique burns a huge amount of chakra. If it weren't for senchakra, I would already be dead. Naruto thought, breathing heavily. Thank you, rang in his head, and a smile appeared on his face. So you were right after all. Rising from the chair, said the owner of the Rinnegan. The priorities of the organization instantly changed. They no longer had to catch and seal the bijou. Now they are just mercenaries who will strive for peace, killing everyone who prevents it. But in a different way. Exactly. Having lost consciousness, Naruto said. Thank God, Itachi thought, picking up the guy in his arms and carrying him to the office. 2 months later, soon. A warm wind blew over the face of Naruto and Itachi, who were sitting on a branch of a tree on which leaves had already appeared. Are you worried? Naruto asked, looking into the distance of the forest. Surprisingly not. The cries of birds and the rustle of leaves slightly muffled the guy's voice. Old man, the day has come. I will burn forever in the memory of Uchi. What will happen if you harm my loved ones? Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, the guy thought, getting to his feet. Go ahead. Naruto hid their centers of chakra, and after a while they penetrated into the village. The sun, rolling across an infinitely large firmament, was nearing the horizon. The sky gradually turned orange, and the world froze, as if waiting for what would happen now. When Naruto knocked on the door, it was already dark outside, only the light of the lantern illuminated a small piece of the street. He began to wait, while Itachi went in search of those who participated in the murder of the third. During this month, they have certainly become stronger, but will they have enough strength to resist the whole Uchiha clan? The door opened with a nasty creak, and Sasuke appeared on the threshold. Naruto was standing in a white kimono, over which was a black cloak and hood hiding the guy's face. "Call your father, please," Naruto said in a calm voice, barely restraining his thirst for blood, which was like water seeping through a sieve anyway. "Pop, your name is here," Sasuke, who had grown up since the last meeting, shouted. "You don't even know yet that you called your father to death," Naruto thought with a bloodthirsty grin. It was difficult to restrain myself, so as not to destroy the entire house of the head of the clan. Fugaku-sama, Naruto was disgusted by such words, but it was necessary. "I need to talk to you, I have information about Mikami Naruto." These words certainly interested the head of the Uchiha clan, who all these 2 months could not find a single clue about this annoying traitor. After Fugaku found out who killed the feudal lord, the only thing he wanted was to kill the upstart himself. "Not here." Leaving the house, Fugaku said, they proceeded to the lake in the depths of the forest, which was located on the territory of the Uchiha clan. "Spit it out." The head of the clan didn't care who was standing in front of him, how he got into the village, he was too much interested in him. "May I ask?" Fugaku nodded, and Naruto continued. "Did Obito tell you what I said?" A puff of wind threw off the hood from his head and a slightly grown-up Naruto appeared in front of Fugaku, with a Mangekyo Sharingan. "That's how it is, it's even better." Fugaku activated his eyes and took out a tanto, rushed at the brunette. "Today you will pay for the death of the third." By exposing the katana and passing the lightning chakra through it, so much so that not small lightning bolts flew from it, as before, but large ones, like those that cut the firmament during bad weather. "Die." At the same time, the men thought, crossing their arms, the wind currents emanating from them tore up trees by the roots. When their eyes met, Fugaku saw a crazy smile, and Naruto's eyes burned with the desire to kill him. Tanto was covered with wind chakra, which is why he did not receive much damage, but Naruto was still stronger because of the amount of chakra drawn through steel. "Die. Die. Die." The guy's hair turned white, and 2 huge horns grew on his head. Fugaku, feeling that Naruto had become stronger, jumped away from him. Kato, a big fireball. Having blown out a really huge technique, Fugaku threw a few more kunai to catch up with the technique. Naruto easily dodged, began to fold the seals for his technique. Raiden, Thunder Dragon. Lightning, as if on command, formed a huge dragon, which flew with great speed into the Fugaku. Thanks to Sharingan and the reaction that accumulated with a lot of fights, he was able to dodge the technique. Kato, the Great Fiery Destruction. The head of the clan heard from somewhere on the side, it was a clone of Naruto, which he managed to create. Quickly reacting, he jumped a huge distance up. From where the deplorable picture opened, the flames completely engulfed the forest, destroying it. Burning trees and clan houses only added to the hatred for Naruto in the depths of Fugaku. "Bastard, you're going to pay for everything you've done." Meanwhile, the Uchiha have already begun to evacuate members of their clan, but they did not even suspect that many of them are no longer alive. Everyone who participated in the murder of the third was lying in a pool of their own blood. This was done by Itachi, who had already headed towards Minato to tell him everything. Kato, the Dance of Fire Dragons. 4 dragons completely out of fire, as if in a dance, headed down on Naruto, intending to kill him. The brunette easily dodged everyone, as if spinning with them in a dance. Kato, Phoenix Flowers. Naruto heard, dangerously close. Even with his speed, he did not have time to dodge. Fugaku caught him, immediately using a replacement after the fire technique, being next to the guy. In a moment Naruto was already flying into the tree. The kunai that were inside the small fireballs stuck into the hands and body of the guy, and the fire left severe burns on the skin, burning clothes. After knocking down a tree, Naruto still stopped, but not for long. Thanks to experience, he was still able to avoid the attack of Fugaku, which could easily kill him. Tanto smashed a tree that had not yet fallen into splinters, but Naruto was no longer there. He was standing about 20 meters away from Fugaku. "Puppy, you shouldn't have come here." He took off again and crossed steel with Naruto. The clang of metal filled their ears, but both guys did not pay attention to it, completely absorbed in the fight. Fugaku easily blocked a diagonal blow from top to bottom, counterattacking again. The horizontal blow that was supposed to chop off such a hateful head whistled over the top of the guy who managed to crouch down and avoid death. Mikami blocked the kick with his left hand. Naruto tried to chop off Fugaku's legs, but he was able to jump up and do a somersault in the air to land a little further from the opponent, after which he immediately ran at Naruto. Crossing their weapons again, they looked into each other's eyes. Both of them had a concentrated and absolutely calm look, but Naruto had a hint of madness. "Chidori!" Naruto suddenly said. Lightning struck precisely at Fugaku, who would not have had time to dodge. A diagonal blow from above tore the vest of the clan head and left a deep cut on the body, after which Uchiha flew away for several meters. Only thanks to the chakra, which he brought to the place of impact, he survived. It greatly softened the blow. "Finally die already." Putting his hand on a deep cut on his neck, Naruto said, spitting out the blood that had already accumulated in his mouth. Worn and burnt clothes, smeared blood and heavy breathing, this is how Naruto looked now. Suddenly, it caught fire with a black flame, which, to Fugaku's surprise, immediately went out. However, it caused some damage to the brunette. "How did you put out Amaterasu?" The head of the Uchiha clan, who saw it for the first time, asked in shock. Blood trickled from his right eye. He looked even worse than the brunette. A deep cut decorated him from his right shoulder to his stomach. His clothes were stained with dirt and blood. "You're not the only one who can do this. Ninpo, hell on earth." Fugaku barely managed to dodge all the pikes consisting entirely of black fire. "What the hell?" The man voiced what was in his mind, but Naruto did not give him time to think about it. Obviously, Mikami had the advantage, because he knew about Fugaku's abilities from Itachi. Uchiha jumped to the side, but still could not avoid the attack. Black flames enveloped his left arm up to the elbow. A stream of blood flowed from Naruto's eye and he stood panting. A wave and Fugaku's hand was chopped off by him. "I didn't expect anything else," Naruto said, praising his opponent, who didn't even flinch after cutting off his hand. "Die already." A huge blue Susanoo towered over the remnants of the burning forest. The battle was already flowing into a completely different scale. Opposite the blue war, black grew. "Susanoo." Both brunettes spoke at the same time. Naruto's favorite white katana with an engraving of a snake on the handle appeared in his hand, and a pair of swords appeared in the hands of blue Susanoo. Naruto quickly found himself near Fugaku and tried to cut him with a vertical blow, but two swords were able to stop the attack. Gusts of wind blew away all the fire that was devouring the forest. A couple of houses were blown away as if they were made of cardboard. The blow was another block, a counterattack, but Naruto was able to jump back, realizing that their forces in taijutsu were equal. Both Susanoo began to fold the seals. The sky was cut by the rumble of thunder. A thunderstorm was beginning. "Kato, a big fireball." Fugaku poured a huge amount of chakra into this technique and it really lived up to its name. Raiden, the fall of heaven. A huge dragon hit the Fugak at the same time as the big ball. Both brunettes could not defend themselves from the enemy's technique, because they folded seals for their own. Now everything will be decided by who invested more chakra and whose technique will be more deadly. Huge clouds of smoke rose and a loud, terrible rumble knocked out all the windows from the houses in the village. Two avatars from the chakra disappeared in a column of rising dust and pieces of earth. Rain poured down from the sky. Naruto was lying on the ground, all his clothes were singed, terrible burns all over his body, but he was alive. Barely getting to his feet, he saw Fugaku, who fell 30 meters away from him. He was also barely getting to his feet. There was literally no living place on him, burnt hair, burned face and body, a huge wound was bleeding with renewed vigor, pouring out like liters of blood from him. A hot wind blew over their faces and they touched eyes. "I'll take you with me," said Fugaku with just his lips. The world around Naruto changed, the sky turned red, and all things became black. Tsukuyami, the guy thought, being crucified on a pole. "You're ridiculous, Fugaku." Naruto bit his lip, opened his eyes in which the Mangekyo Sharingan was burning. Naruto dispelled the illusion and found himself back in his own world. Fugaku, with shocked eyes, fell to the grass from loss of strength. Naruto slowly approached him and sat down next to him. "How?" Having made every effort to hear the answer, Fugaku asked. Naruto's hands turned green and he began to heal his wounds, which caused Fugaku to be in shock. "Shursui technique, which I have refined." Due to the fact that he owned the strongest genjutsu in the world, he also got the power to dispel any illusion. "I discovered this ability by accident when I was training against Itachi and his Tsukuyami," Naruto said when he finished treating Fugaku so that he wouldn't die. "Why did you cure me?" The man asked and immediately tried to hit Naruto, but the guy intercepted his hand and squeezed hard. The crunch of bones was like a delight to Naruto's ears. "Did you think I'd let you live?" Naruto asked, grinning insanely. "Ahahaha, I cured you to kill you with extreme cruelty. I've been thinking a lot about how I'm going to do this, but now I've come to one conclusion." Naruto created a clone who began to treat Fugaku, and he took a katana and went to the feet of Uchiha. "You're going to die in agony, you beast." With a swing of his katana, he chopped off the big toe of the clan head. However, he did not make a sound. "How reserved we are, believe me, by the end of everything you will be squealing like a pig." Smiling, Naruto pulled out a nail on one of his fingers. He simply broke the third one, bending it at a large angle. Naruto ripped out the fourth one, and he turned the fifth one into dust. Fugaku still lay in silence and endured hellish torments. The Naruto clone did not let him die from pain, shock, and from his wounds. He had a lot of time to think about what he was doing in his life. "Do you think you did the right thing with the third one?" Slowly cutting off the fingers on the other leg, the brunette asked. "Yes, all my actions were correct and believe me, a. Finally Naruto heard his cry, from which he received moral satisfaction. Closing his eyes, Naruto immediately cut off the second hand of Fugaku with one movement of his katana, who, using his Izanagi, appeared behind him. "How?" Not believing what he saw, Fugaku asked, getting hit in the stomach, after which he fell to the ground. "You're too predictable, son of a whore, I'll kill you, scum." Naruto sat on Fugaku's chest and began to beat him, only when his face turned into porridge, he stopped. His heart was beating wildly, and there was a smile on his face, like a madman. The rustle of leaves and the moans of the head of the Uchiha clan is the best song for a brunette. A shrill cry rang out throughout the forest. Naruto cut slices from Uchiha, causing great pain. The clone began to treat him again so that Fugaku wouldn't accidentally die. Finally stopping doing this, Naruto created another clone who put Fugaku on his feet and held him tightly. Look down. Naruto slowly began to rip open his stomach from which his guts fell out. He was about to catch them, but he had no hands. Such a sight and a huge, terrible pain almost drove Uchiha crazy. Another scream broke the silence that had formed after the previous scream. Full of pain and despair. Die, you bastard! Naruto made another deep cut only on his right leg. Bringing the katana, Naruto cut off his leg. Splashes of blood flew in all directions, including on Mikami's face, making him even more terrifying and insane. The blood spilled noisily onto the green grass, and the leg fell with a thud. I'm sorry, but I'll have to finish with you, Fugaku. Naruto said with annoyance, jumping away from him a few meters. Ninpo, the dance of raging flames. The black flame completely engulfed Fugaku and he actually began to squeal like a pig. The huge pain drove him crazy and he started laughing, screaming in pain and crying at the same time. No. Sasuke, who escaped from the shelter where all the inhabitants of Konoha were brought, finally ran to the clearing and saw his father. Sharingan in his eyes turned into a mangek, and the psyche was shaken. Fugaku's body fell with a thud, already dead. Ahahahahaha. Naruto continued to laugh after Fugaku, after which he turned his attention to Sasuke. What the hell? Sasuke unknowingly used Amaterasu and set Naruto on fire, but he easily extinguished it and, being near the younger Uchiha, knocked him out with a blow to the neck. Get some sleep. Naruto created a clone who picked up Sasuke and he disappeared with him in Shunshin, heading to Itachi and Minato, who were near each other. Feast of 100 Snakes. A huge number of snakes crawled out of Naruto's sleeve, under which Fugaku's body, still warm from the fire, quickly disappeared. Bon appetit. Disappearing into Shunshin, Naruto said. He appeared outside the village, after which he went to the Akatsuki shelter. Earlier Itachi walked into Minato's office and got down on one knee, as a sign of respect and complete submission that, Uchiha Itachi? What are you doing here? Minato asked, appearing behind Uchiha and putting a kunai to his throat. Fugaku, my father, is currently fighting Naruto, and may already be dead. He is to blame for the death of the third Hokage, forgive the fourth Sama, but I could not stop him. I was imprisoned in a dungeon, and after I escaped, they declared me a nuke-nin. I returned with Naruto, he came to take revenge on everyone who is guilty of the death of his loved one, and I came to tell the truth and return to the village. Itachi finished his story, his words shocked the head of the village. What? Still not believing that his old friend could do such a thing, Minato asked. You heard everything correctly. The father and his chained dogs killed the third Hokage to lure Naruto to the village. Itachi closed his eyes and exhaled wearily. How are you, Naruto? Itachi still didn't understand why he agreed to this. Flashback: Naruto and Itachi were moving towards the village, but Naruto suddenly stopped, turning to his friend. Itachi, I have a conversation. Which one? Stopping on a branch of the same tree, Uchiha asked it, after I kill everyone who is to blame for the death of the old man, you will stay in Konoha. You will become the head of the Uchiha clan and you will not allow this to happen again. Naruto said confidently. Are you crazy? Do you really think that Hokage will just forgive me like that? Are you sick? Itachi asked, raising his voice for the first time in a long time. A bird flying by shouted loudly, as if supporting Itachi. The rays of the sun illuminated Naruto's face, in whose eyes Itachi saw confidence. After you tell him everything, yes. He is not stupid and will understand everything. Naruto said it with such ease, which for some reason hurt Uchiha. I will not leave you alone. What will you come to when you are left all alone? Don't even think about it. I am not alone, I will always know that you are on my side. But think rationally, you need to become the support of your clan and the remnants of your family. Konoha needs smart and strong people. And me? And what about me? I will not be lost, you can be sure of that, especially with me aim. Naruto visited his girlfriend many times in 2 months and naturally Uchiha knew about it. I don't accept rejection. Naruto said, starting to move again. End of flashback. And what do you really think I'm going to believe? Minato asked, his hand shaking. He was between two paths, who to believe. He couldn't accept that his childhood friend had grown up to be such a person, but what was scarier, he Minato, didn't even notice it. Members of the Uchiha clan will confirm my words, after the death of Fugaku, no one will restrain them anymore. There was totalitarianism in the clan, and therefore no one dared to go against the head, because it meant their death. Itachi's voice was even and calmed. Do you think Naruto will kill Fugaku? Minato asked with a sneer, who needed at least the slightest idea of this guy's strength. You don't know how strong he has become, but I do. I don't underestimate my father's strength at all. Naruto will win, even if not easily, but Fugaku will definitely be dead. A huge wave broke the windows in the residence. What is it? Minato asked, looking around. They'll be done soon. Calmly, looking into the darkness of the night, Itachi said. Do you think the clan will not help its leader? There is a barrier around them that it is impossible to pass through. What if you're right? What's next? Did you just kill your father? What happens if I'm wrong? Will you kill me? So I don't mind, but know that after a while Naruto will appear and on your soul. However, these are all just thoughts. There was nothing good left in the father, the clan would rot from the inside under his leadership. The clan needs a new breath of air. And you will become this breath of air? Minato asked thoughtfully, considering all the options for the development of the event. Yes, the clan will follow me. There are no more people left in it who blindly want power and strength, they are all dead. The clan will fully support the village. Minato finally removed the kunai from Itachi's throat, helping him to stand up. If you are wrong, then I will personally execute you in front of the whole village. Itachi only nodded in agreement, going outside with the fourth. Sasuke? Seeing Naruto's clone, Itachi asked worriedly. Sorry, he saw the end, why the fuck isn't he in the shelter? Naruto asked angrily, looking at Minato. Handing over the younger Itachi to Uchiha, he sat down on the ground. I'm just a clone, so calm down. The original is already far from Konoha. Fugaku is dead, as are all those who were accomplices in the murder. Naruto put his head on his hand and looked up at the head of the village. Why do you need this? Minato asked, who apparently didn't fully understand the whole situation. Humans are stupid creatures. For you, I am a murderer who hurt you by taking the life of a person who was dear to you. Realizing that Naruto was right, he continued. But what would you do? Would you live in peace with the knowledge that the murderer of one of the people most dear to you is walking free? Would you do nothing if someone of their own desires and ambitions decided to kill your wife or one of your children? What would you do? I doubt that this man would have walked further on earth. But he did it because he thought it was the right thing to do. He also had people dear to him who would support him. And you'd be a killer to them, too. Think about it at your leisure. There was a long silence. Minato really thought about the words of the brunette and the only thing that came into his head was, he's right, but the fourth did not want to accept the truth, he did not want or could not. Itachi, good luck to you, as I see, I was right. Mikami said with a smile, then turned to Minato. You should strengthen your military power, Cloud Village has been acting suspiciously lately. Vanishing in a puff of white smoke, said the clone. You're always right, Naruto, Itachi answered into the void, giving Sasuke to Tsunade, who ran up. Minato and Uchiha stood silently, looking somewhere in the distance down the street. Both had thoughts that needed to be thought through properly. Damn Mikami, Minato thought with annoyance. Meanwhile, Naruto was standing near the grave of the third, silently crying. Old man, I took revenge. Naruto fell to his feet, soiling his kimono in the mud that formed after the recent rain. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm a terrible person. You replaced my father, you were dearer than anyone. The old man, why so, why? Hitting the ground with his fist, Naruto asked, tears poured down in a hail, and a lump rolled up to his throat. I knew I'd find you here. Jiraiya said, walking up to the guy. He had heard the dialogue between Itachi and Minato, and therefore was not going to attack, because he would have done exactly the same. Will you kill me? Without paying attention to Sannin, Naruto asked. He didn't care what happened to him anymore. He just kept crying, looking at the dirt. No, I know the whole situation. It just so happened that I overheard Itachi's conversation. Naruto had already regained the clone's memories, because he knew that Itachi had succeeded. Trust me, Sensei doesn't think so. He doesn't think you're to blame for his death and doesn't blame you at all. He certainly wouldn't approve of what you did, but I'm sure he would have done the same himself. You did everything right, Naruto. Mikami straightened up after hearing Sannin's words and looked at him with tearful eyes that were red from tears. It's all because of me. No, he wouldn't want you to think that. Jiraiya hugged the guy and he calmed down a little and stopped crying. Thank you. Naruto pulled away from Jiraiya, hearing the approaching voices, after which he respectfully bowed, which he had not done for a very long time, disappeared in clouds of white smoke. The wind blew away the smoke, leaving Sannin alone. You're strong. You can do it, Jiraiya thought, shifting his gaze to the people who came. It was Minato and Itachi. The latter immediately felt Naruto's light chakra and looked shocked at Sannin, who only nodded with a smile. Jiraiya, so that's where you are? Minato said, genuinely glad that his teacher had returned to the village after several weeks of absence. Naruto appeared in Orochimaru's hideout, in his room. Taking out pills from the bedside table, he quickly threw several pieces into his mouth at once and swallowed. Still not done? From the voice of his father, Naruto trembled. Turning his head, he met Orochimaru's gaze, after which he shook his head nervously, laughing. I got my revenge. Fugaku and everyone involved are dead. Naruto said with a smile, lying down on the bed, feeling a surge of euphoria. You're doing great. Sensei would be proud of you. Smiling, Orochimaru said, leaving the room, because Naruto had already passed out. Opening his eyes, he found himself near Amaterasu. You're doing great. The girl smiled sincerely, hugging the guy. She was happy for him, because she knew perfectly well how he felt all this time. Now the brunette's soul was calm, he finally did what he had planned. I love you. Lying down in the girl's arms on the warm ground, Naruto said. I love you too. They were both happy. It was definitely one of the best days of their lives. 3 months have passed. Naruto was still in the organization, sometimes meeting with Itachi, like today. He was already standing at the agreed place, waiting for a friend. Uchiha himself became the head of the clan and Minato's right-hand man. He was cleared of all charges after revelations from members of the clan. Sasuke still didn't know what to do, but Itachi helped him a lot mentally and he had already decided everything for himself, but still couldn't accept it. The loss of his father had hit him too hard. He resumed his relationship with Izumi again. They became the most beautiful couple in the village. Relations between the village of Cloud were tense and everything was nearing war. Mikoto immediately took Itachi's side. Well aware that her husband had made a huge mistake, she did not blame Naruto and therefore Itachi was calmer in his heart. Naruto and Aim saw each other every day, staying together for a long time. Long time no see. Landing next to the brunette, Uchiha said, "How are you?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Everything is the same as before." A warm summer wind blew across their faces. The birds were chirping merrily about something. "How are you?" "Everything is as before." Naruto replied with a smile. "Aren't you thinking of going back to the village?" Itachi suddenly asked. "I have unfinished business, especially for Konoha. I am a traitor. No one is waiting for me there except you. It seems Minato is slowly changing his mind about you," Itachi said, which surprised Naruto a little. "Still looking for a way to bring Aim back to this world and save her from death?" "Yes, and it seems I'm already close to the denouement," Naruto said, smiling, the rays of the sun playing on his face. "And how? Well, tell you everything. You'll find out soon enough," Naruto replied cheerfully, lying down on the grass. That's the end of it.